A small town at the foot of the mountains, the fortress of the Flying Eagle. Several men from Gao's family beat the unfortunate man with their feet and reproach him for his arrogance. Gao Xiaolun beats the poor man with a stick and cries out why he is silent. The blows continue to pile up, and the rioters question why young Master Lu is now silent. People on the outside recognize the unfortunate young man. It's Lu Xinchen. He might get beaten up. This young man's father was treated badly. Gao Xiaolun says that this world is not permanent. Now Lu's family is kicked out of the Flying Eagle Fortress, and the young man will live in poverty. The boy was lying unconscious when a passerby approached him. Gao Xiaolun said that this dog should not be paid attention to. Right from the sky, a sudden pillar of light descended on the young man. Everyone beating Lu bounced aside in surprise. It was like lightning. Everyone thought it was the ancestors of the Lu family who were angry. Gao Xiaolun shouted the loudest. He said he wasn't afraid of heaven's punishment. He added that he just killed a dog. Does anyone around here want to join him? The Gao family dealt with the thief of the Flying Eagle Fortress. The young man lay there not knowing if he was still alive. He didn't realize what fortress he was talking about. Everything hurt, as if all his bones were broken. Lu Xinchen came to his senses and realized that this was not the world of immortals. He must have been reborn. The young man imagined himself on the edge of a precipice in front of numerous warriors. One of the warriors offered to surrender. Princess Silin was betrothed to the young master Ji Yaozong. He failed to obtain the Tianfu kingdom, but he could still survive if he returned with the military. The young man only laughed in response and said it sounded silly. Then the young man shouted that he had done such shameless things, taking his wife away from him and destroying his meridians. Guy added that the warriors don't need to kill him. In his thoughts, the young man motioned for Silin to wait for him. The young man thought that he must repay all wrongdoers. The hero turned around to face the cliff and jumped into the abyss. The warriors who saw this shrieked in surprise. The young man shouted, "Blood for blood!" This is the continent of Tianfu. Two races occupied it. They were barbarians and humans. They competed all the time. The real owner of Lu Xinchen's body is a young master of the Lu family from the Flying Eagle Fortress. His father died in the war against the barbarians. So did the Lu family's army. Since that period, the family has been broken up. The people of the Flying Eagle Fortress did not repay the Lu family in any way. Lu Xinchen was treated like trash, being poisoned because he couldn't cultivate. Everyone was bullying the young man. In the end, Lu Xinchen was beaten to death. Zhao Xiaolun thought the guy was faking and told him to keep beating him. The boy, bleeding and unable to open his eyes, said he shouldn't be beaten. Otherwise, everyone would be in trouble. Zhao Xiaolun lifted the guy up by the scruff of his neck and asked how the guy dared to talk so impertinently. The young man smiled in return. The young man poked the villain with his finger. Zhao Xiaolun flew far upwards with a scream. His partners watched their boss's flight with fear. Lu Xinchen rose to his feet, shook himself off, and walked over to his assailant. He lay bleeding on the ground. The guy asked if the creep knew what death was, and kicked the scoundrel in the head. The young man turned to the dumbfounded ringleaders and told them to pass the Flying Eagle to everyone in the fortress. Lu Xinchen goes back. The young man entered the fortress. Lu's family was once very talented. It could stand up to the barbarians. It was sad that such an elite family had gotten to this point after they were killed in battle. A servant, Uncle Li, came up to the young man and cheerfully told him that the young master had returned. The servant was surprised that the young man was injured. He assumed that it was the Gao family's pranks and wanted to go to deal with them. Uncle Li said that once upon a time, the Gao family was nothing compared to the Lu family. The old man kept wailing that it was all his fault. He was ashamed in front of Lu's ancestors for letting the young master experience such suffering. The young man said in response that he was fine, and he decided to restore his talent while he was here. The old man couldn't believe his ears. It was not for nothing that they had suffered so much. The young master hasn't dishonored his ancestors. He hasn't lost face in front of you. The young man thought how good it was to have such a faithful servant. The boy interrogated Uncle Li. "What do you mean long-suffering?" Gao Chenfeng, the eldest son of the Gao family, said that he was going to break the guy today. There was no one else left. Lu Xinchen said that news travels very fast. Why did Chengfeng come to avenge that trash? Thought to himself, this body has no achievements. If you just go all out, nothing good would come out of it. Chenfeng's servant shouted for the guy not to be impertinent to his master and ordered him to kneel down. Uncle Li pushed the boy away and told him to be more careful. The old man pretended not to hear. Lu Xinchen intercepted the servant's weapon that he was threatening. The guy clearly has a clan matured on how to fight back against the aliens, the young man said threateningly, the last person to speak to him like that. And there followed a powerful blow at the insolent servant. The upstart certainly didn't expect this turn of events. He flew far back. He had no chance of escape. Lu Xinchen decided that this servant was finished for good. Chen Feng watched all of this without getting off his horse. Everyone was surprised. They knew that the young man hadn't cultivated. How could this be possible? It turns out that the Flying Eagle Fortress was giving him resources at everyone's back. Chen Feng didn't want the Lu family to come back. We should have cut off her grass and roots. Uncle Li called all of his own to protect the young master. The old man saw that Lu Xinchen had shown his skill. Now the Gao family won't let him go so easily. The boy told Uncle Li not to worry. The Gao family wouldn't even be able to injure him. The old man countered that Chen Feng has a 6th-level martial arts cultivation. We are no match for him. The old man said that he wouldn't survive if the young man was injured. How would he face his ancestors on the way to Xuanquan? Chen Feng laughed and said, "Old man Li shows enviable loyalty." He was touched. Chen Feng said that he would allow them to bow down to him 3 times a day, and he would just destroy all the other members of the Lu family. We'll destroy Xingchen's cultivation and save him from a bad life. Chen Feng decided to make the young man a useless person to live in a world where his entire family is destroyed and his heart is ruined. Old man Li muttered that the man wouldn't be able to escape. He got into a fighting stance in readiness to fight back. But at the last moment, something in him snapped and he was ready to kneel before Chen Feng. Lu Xinchen rushed towards the old man and shouted at him not to kneel down. The guy pounced on Chen Feng in a rage. Toth tried to fend off the attack. After the collision, the young men both flew off the horse and fell to the ground. Chen Feng was surprised. How did this become possible? This is the cultivation of the 6th stage of martial arts. Lu Xinchen said that Gao Chengfeng had intimidated too many people step by step. Is he really going to keep doing this? The young man was ready to stop this injustice right here and now. A spark of hatred flashed in his eyes towards the likes of Gao Chengfeng. Lu Xinchen angrily moved on the offender for pressuring people and intimidating them greatly. Now the young man is ready to become ruthless. The guy made the decision to attack the enemy. He thought that this secret skill, grasping the basics, takes life but improves ability. Although there was no limit, time was running out, and he had to defeat the enemy as soon as possible. Chen Feng said that Lu Xinchen thinks that he can be a worthy opponent after using a secret skill to reach the 6th stage of martial arts. He is wrong. The young man shouted out on the run, telling Chen Feng not to take wishful thinking for granted. The young men finally fought in hand-to-hand combat. The energy of their punches was so great that sparks were flying from their blows. Lu Xinchen thought that Gao Chengfeng deserved to be the first of the young generation martial arts geniuses from the Flying Eagle Fortress. A palm with all his strength couldn't defeat him. Chengfeng shouted that the young man was behaving quite well. Maybe in the future he would have a chance to win. But to prevent that from happening, the warrior decided to deal with the boy right now. The mad python becomes the dragon of the Gao family. Lu Xinchen knew that the highest level of this martial art was dragon power. The young man knew that Gao Chengfeng was still a small snake. The guy very skillfully repelled the attacker's attack. Chengfeng shouted that it was impossible to break his dragon with one blow. Lu Xinchen warned against being distracted in battle. With a powerful left uppercut, the young man knocked out his assailant. Chen Feng had no chance to stay on his feet and flew far backwards. With a rumble, the enemy landed on his back, breaking through a piece of wall. The unfortunate man lay motionless, blood oozing from his head. Our hero calmly left the battlefield, while everyone around him was saying that Gao Chengfeng had been slaughtered by young Master Lu. Lu Xinchen said to tell the old man of the Gao family that he had massacred his 2 sons and is willing to wait at this place for revenge. Everyone ran away in fear, shouting that they would definitely pass on the message. Lu Xinchen coughed up blood. Old man Li rushed to his aid. The guy wiping up the blood said he was fine. He won't let Lu's family suffer any more problems like this. The long-sighted Uncle Li suggested that the young man, as long as he practiced hard, get married, as soon as the girl from the Wei family returned. The old man rubbed his hands together and concluded that the good days were returning for his master. A memory came back to the boy. A girl from the Wei family. This is Wei Wu Shuang. They should have been married since they were kids. His body still has some remaining memories. The young man remembered walking with Wei as a child. They went to the store to buy her the most beautiful headdress. The girl was offering Lu Xinchen a look at Wu Shuang's training sword. Growing up, Wei stuck up for friend, calling him the best person in the world. Then her father decided to send his daughter to a dynasty college. The young people had to break up. Lu Xinchen thought that he was not worthy of this girl's hand. She has a unique talent. Don't think about her. All are practicing with spiritual power in their bodies. They can be divided into kingdoms. Each realm is divided into 10 levels. The young man thought that by transitioning between levels, he would be able to reach the Tiangong realm. And the strongest level of the Tianfu stage was the 8th level of the Shenlu realm. 3 days later at the Lu's family home, the first elder of the Lentil building, Tang Cheng, says that Mr. Lu should give the secret skill to him. The chief elder of the White Tiger Hall, Xu Zhen, says that all the things the hall gives to Mr. Lu are real gold and silver. The guy thought about the fact that everyone knows he has a unique skill, and many sects want to pull him to their side. The third said that Lu Xincheng was born in the Flying Eagle Fortress. The fortress is kind to him. If the guy gives the secret skill to him, he will ask the master of the fortress to solve all the issues with the Gao family. Then Lu's family will be able to return to the fortress. The guy laughed and said he remembered his origins. But Lu Xincheng also has a skill that kept him from being slaughtered on the street. The young man said it's unconscionable to bring him to your side. It's crossing all boundaries. The guy said he invited them all over to see the spectacle. Someone restlessly began to call Lu Xincheng outside. The guy decided to go out and see who he was crossing. Everyone came out of the building and shouted that it was the 7th stage of martial arts, moving like lightning. De Sinchani looked at it calmly at first. Then he started walking towards me, speeding up all the time. And now he's already fiercely rushing at the comer, shouting that he has waited so long for this meeting. It was a member of the Gao family. He shouted that no one could threaten to kill his family. Now he was going to tear that rascal boy to shreds. The lad was determined to fight back against the enemy. Old Man Gao summoned his battle dragon to his aid. Together they represented an indestructible force. The old man directed powerful energy at his opponent. The guy wasn't sweet, but he blocked his opponent's hardest punches. One of the Lu family's guests said that he would help the kid, although his secret skill is good, but it is not a rival to Gao Jianhui. For that, he asked the kid to give his skill to the White Tiger Hall. The elders prepared to defend the young man and fight back against Old Man Gao. The third guest stopped them and told them not to interfere with other people's work. Gao Jianhui is unstoppable. It's better to join him to deal with Lu Xincheng and prevent these secret martial arts from falling into the wrong hands. The situation was getting very bad for the young man. The 3 guests were having an argument with each other. The guy took the fight to Old Man Gao. Old Man Gao threw furious punches and shouted curses at the young man. Guy kept blocking his opponent and preventing him from being effective. The opponent's clots of energy were blowing everything around them now and then. Lu Xincheng was lying motionless near the ruined wall. The little girl cried with fear and clung to her mother. The guest looked at the woman with an appraising gaze. No one wanted the child to get hurt. The old man shouted for the girl to be quiet immediately. The baby continued to cry with even more force. Lu Xincheng began to come to his senses. He opened his eyes. Rage and anger overwhelmed him. The boy jumped up, lunging towards his enemy, clenching his fist furiously. Old Man Gao was shocked. Is this a magical illusion? The guy increased his cultivation to the magic realm. The young man flew up to the old man and punched his chest with all his might, bringing all his skills to bear. It was epic. Master Gao flew far and long with a scream. Lu Xincheng tried to calm down. In the distance, the guy's guests continued to argue with each other. The young man, watching them scrambling around, shouted at them to get out of here. They wouldn't get his secret skill in exchange for their trash. He repeated it again to the 3 misfits to get them to walk away from his house. The guy announced that from now on, anyone who gets in his way, they will be destroyed at once. There will be no favors. And to make sure everyone knows. Now everything had changed in Lu's family. The young man wasn't feeling well. Old Man Li brought the boy some medicine. It's been a whole week, but his strength hasn't returned yet. The cough was still bloody, but the guy said he was fine. You don't have to worry so much. The young man thought that he had given his best effort in the last battle. He doesn't have chi anymore. A small pool can't raise a dragon. To save Silin, you have to reach the Tiangong realm at the very least. He's not that good at martial arts. We'll have to leave everyone as fast as possible. The young man knew he had to be strong. An elder and a young man are traveling on the back of a huge bird. Now they've come to a noble house, to Feng Fu, the head of Chilean City. The master said that an elder from the Mujun family came to his humble home. He was very interested. The old man said he had one request, so he came to his father-in-law. The landlord said that the groom, Shuiga's betrothed husband, has always been a drug addict. No one knows where he gets his secret skills, and added that things are in full swing now, and it won't be easy to agree to throw it away. The old man said that one should not underestimate the strength of the Mujun family. Feng Fu said that he was very interested in this strange Lu Xincheng. Previously, he had massacred the head of the Bajang clan. The young man became very angry when he heard this. He shouted loudly, "How could this happen? Isn't this Lu Xincheng a pawn of the 8th step of martial arts? What's the problem with killing him?" The old man said that Chief Wei's worries were not unreasonable, but he came to solve all the problems. Everything will be fine if he backs off, and vice versa. If Lu Xincheng is dealt with, the engagement can be canceled. Old man Li told the young master that his relatives had come, Yutowei Wushuang, that girl who went to the Imperial College. Memories come flooding back to the young man. The girl tells him that her father is sending her to college, and they'll have to part ways. The boy decides that the young lady has always been kind to him. Too bad her father likes to be an overly powerful man. The guests approached Lu Xincheng. The guy knelt in respect and said he was glad to see the mayor of the city. The old man said they had a gift for the young master. The guests told Xincheng to take advantage of it. Their young master is always so extravagant. The guy was very surprised. The young man thought that the guests were not as simple as they wanted to appear. The old man asked why he didn't open the gift. There was a pill in the box. It's a Daiyan pill, the old man said. It has the effect of strengthening and cultivating yan. Its use is very simple. It just needs to be swallowed. Lu Xincheng thought it was very suspicious to give him a pill without a reason. The old man added that if one took the pill, the ability to cultivate much faster would appear. The young man thought that if he took this pill along with his medicine, he would die immediately. Lu Xincheng decided that this old man wished for his doom. The boy knew that this old man was very strong, and he couldn't fight any of them, since he was still very weak. The boy thanked the guests and said that if he reached the magical realm, he would remember their kindness. The young guest looking at Lu Xincheng thought that this guy was not worthy of young lady Wu Shuang. The old man said he had a gift from his master for young master Lu. The young man said that he did not know his master. The old man replied that his young master was Mu Jun Chu, the third duke of the Mu family in White Perfect City. He was chosen by the Sun and Moon divine sect and became a novice of the outside world with Miss Wu Shuang. The guy wondered, what kind of divine Sun and Moon sect is this? The interlocutor replied that the Sun and Moon divine sect was the largest in this area. Even the fortress of the Flying Eagle is not comparable to it. Lu Xincheng asked what his master wanted in return for his gift. The old man said that everything would be clear when the young man read the scroll. The scroll said that Uncle Wei wanted to break the engagement. The young man realized that the weakest feeling in the world was the heart. The young alien began to demand that Lu Xincheng immediately sign the document. He added that his young master has great power and wealth. He has a unique talent and good looks. The young man also added that Mrs. Wu Shuang and their young master are both attractive and perfect for each other. The young man thought sadly that it was better to marry a rich, strong guy and have a better future than to follow a piece of trash. The alien told Lu Xincheng to take a second look at himself. He's not worthy of that girl. No need to ruin her future. Lu Xincheng began to get very angry. He didn't like the words of his interlocutor. The guy said they really are completely different people. Lu Xincheng sadly said that they were strangers from now on and put a bloody seal on the document. The boy sat there and felt sad. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to improve as quickly as possible. Lu Xincheng thought that the divine Sun and Moon sect sounded beautiful. If he could get there, it would help him improve his strength. Uncle Li brought the young master some things. When the old man heard what had happened, he cried. He said that these heartless people were not interested in affection and mutual relations. Lu Xincheng retorted that she was worthy to be with such a young man, and added that his wife would be 1,000 times better than Wei Wushuang. The boy, bidding his uncle farewell, said that these old thieves were deluded, and they'd meet soon. The boy whispered something in the old man's ear. Uncle Li liked it. The boy said to let Uncle Li let them know he wasn't a softened persimmon. The boy, left alone, began to think over the further plan of his actions. He pondered that the people in this dimension have a small misunderstanding. They think that taking the Daiwan pill with a hardened body will lead to death. In order to prevent that from happening, we need to add drowsy Lundan to it. The tremendous strength of the Daiwan Dan would become calm and lasting, which would be the most effective way to improve one's strength to the magical realm. Someone came into the room and apologized for the disturbance. He asked if Lu Xincheng was really going to die. He was answered that it was true. The young man overloaded himself with secret skills, and now he is very weak. Everyone is looking for life support medicine for him. The interlocutor replied that this was good news. When the guy dies, his property, his family, and his secret skills will pass to him. In that case, we should hurry up and send soldiers to surround the house. He also added that Lu Xincheng is the son of his good brother. There's no need to bother him when he's dying, even if his engagement is canceled. Lu Xincheng thought that the city leader was certainly smart, but his end would come soon. 20 days later, the warriors were still standing outside Lu Xincheng's house. They wouldn't let anyone see the young man on orders from the head of the city, but everyone knew what the troops were here for. The guest said that now the head of the city showed his true face. One of the warriors remarked that it was brave to insult the head of the city, but it is reckless and disrespectful. The guests said that they were not afraid of the warriors as they were very tough themselves and a fight ensued. Old Man Li walked over to the young master and said that they were figuring things out outside again. Lu Xincheng said that it was good and let them fight for a couple days. Wei Fengtian had already lost a lot of warriors to deal with other families. Young thanked his uncle for his help in keeping the family safe. Now the young man decided it was time to meet them. The guy thought that a 5th level of martial arts was enough to deal with them. When our hero appeared on the evidence, everyone saw that it was divine level. So Lu Xincheng is still alive. One of the guests asked, "What is the guy going to do?" Lu Xinchuchen jumped very high from his seat. He asked those present what they wanted him to do. Lu Xincheng blamed the interlocutor and said that he was ungrateful. When his father died in the confrontation with the barbarians, he struck him when he stood by him. The guy added that they only need him when he's useful. When not needed, he could easily be beaten up on the street. The young master called his interlocutor a shameless bastard. Another guest was told by Lu Xincheng that he was following the trend and forgetting the good things. When his family fell, everyone yelled at him. They threatened to kill him if he didn't share his secret skills. The guy also blamed the person who made him cancel the engagement and hurt him by doing so. Hypocrisy and ignorance all around. Lu Xincheng intends today to repay all his ancestors who died in the war and his soldiers who suffered humiliation. Lu Xincheng became a ghost who sowed doom among his enemies. There was no escape from him. The survivors rushed to the sides, shouting that Lu Xincheng was a ghost taking their lives. Chaos and doom swirled around. The young warrior was leaving the battlefield, leaving only corpses behind him. He said that before you do anything, you should think carefully about the consequences. Lu Xincheng continued and said that the heads of the city, Eagle Fortress, Sparrow Fortress, and White Tiger Fortress should all bow down to his house. Everyone in the neighborhood was startled at what they heard. The city mayor realized that Lu Xincheng had personally massacred many 4th-level martial artists. Who is he? Lu Xincheng thought that there was more to come soon. Lu Xincheng continued to crush all of his enemies, sparing no one. Everyone who threatened him, who did wrong to his family, who hypocritically pretended to be a friend, all got what they deserved. The young man was willing to do anything to see justice for his family. The guy got to the head of the city. Naturally, he started begging for mercy, too. Said he was his father's half-brother, that he shouldn't be treated like that. Justice, it's the same for everyone. That's why the mayor got his share, too. A hard blow to the forehead put an end to their disagreement. Lu Xincheng said that he is not crazy like some people. He told the mayor he could ignore the safety of the city and those who fought for it. Lu Xincheng said he wasn't like that. He's leaving now. But when he returns, if it turns out that his family has been mistreated, he will immediately stop caring about the safety of the people in the city, and everyone involved in bad things will be dead. The mayor tearfully nodded affirmatively. The next day, our hero began to pack for the road. He knew that he had no place here where he could improve. Lu Xincheng said that he had established a route to Lujia and could now walk safely. The young man left a note for Uncle Li in which he wrote that he was going to practice demonic spine. And then came the time when, following the route, the guy hit a demonic ridge. He thought that a place like this must be crawling with monsters. It is filled with murderous ki. In his past life, he cultivated a high-level body training skill called Dragon Magic Skill. This skill requires the blood and courage of a beast. The guy decided that this demonic ridge was a good place to practice body training. This cave is pretty good, he thought. It's hidden well enough. At night, monsters behave rampantly. It's better to find a safe place to avoid an accident. The boy had various thoughts about the girl. He was mentally talking to her. "Sister, it's dark in the woods. There are monsters. I can protect you." The boy noted to himself that the monsters hadn't found his cave, and he himself did not want to provoke them. It was time to look around. The young man looked out of the cave. Lu Xincheng saw the powerful rhino catching up with the people running as fast as it could straight towards his cave. The guy decided that this was bad. Even if the rhino didn't find him, it would be very dangerous to break into this cave. He decided he had to do something about it. Our hero looked out of the cave and shouted to the young men to turn toward him. The girl was overjoyed when she realized there was a chance of rescue. The boy thought that the cave wouldn't help him avoid the rhino's attack, but if the monster went that way, he could lure it farther away. The trio managed to hide in a cave. Lu Xincheng said he saved them, but if they wanted to set him up, like pushing him out of the cave as a decoy, he would deal with them without ceremony. The guy started thanking him for the rescue, telling him not to be so suspicious. The rhinoceros, eyes glittering maliciously, contemplated how to lure his prey out of the cave. He may have been working on a plan of attack. Lu Xincheng saw that this rhino had very rough skin and powerful muscles, quite a strong body. With his current skills, it would be difficult to overpower this animal. The boy decided to give it a try and went straight to the beast. The guy's eyes glinted like a hunter's. The rhinoceros roared but did not attack. The animal apparently gave up the hunt. It turned around and ran leisurely into the forest. Lu Xincheng stood with his eyes closed and did not move. He was asked where the rhinoceros was. Did he run away? The young man didn't answer. The girl frowned as she didn't get an answer. The boys joined the conversation and asked if their savior was deaf. Their sister has already asked the same question several times. It's a nerve not to answer them. Lu Xincheng finally told them that they must be blind or deaf, since they couldn't figure it out themselves. One of the brothers shouted that this fellow dared not brag in front of them. If he continued to behave like that, we would have to cut him up with a sword. The second brother stopped him and told him that it was already nighttime. There are plenty of monsters around. If this cave is destroyed, they will all be in danger again. One of the young men said they hold no grudge against him. They are grateful for his kindness. And if they meet again somewhere in the future, they will also express great gratitude. Right now, it's best to avoid conflict. Our hero asked if it was true that they came from the divine sect of the sun and moon. The brother and sister were outraged for some reason. The third told them to be quiet and introduced them. Lu Xincheng, younger sister Che Jiyun. The brother's name is Lan Feng. He himself introduced himself as Ji Yuman, and they are all disciples of the sun and moon divine sect. Lu Xincheng dreamed and decided that he needed to become strong as soon as possible and return to heaven. A powerful clan must have rich resources. It is not easy to go alone. The young man asked the boys how he could become a disciple of their sect. He must find a way to join them and improve himself with their resources. The girl said that students were accepted into this sect under harsh conditions. Family heredity, strength, and aptitude all mattered. A boy like him with 5 martial arts could hardly pass the selection process. Lu Xinen said that he really needed to get there and should still try to qualify. The older brother of the trio added that their sect maintains some distance compared to Rain Pavilion. Lu Xincheng said okay if it's that hard. He thought their sect was awesome, but apparently it wasn't. The brothers became nervous at such words, but the young man asked them not to shake the air. Big Brother said that every year on June 6th, the sect recruits new students. Today it's the 3rd of April, so there are less than 2 months left. Lu Xincheng thought that he had time to prepare. He said goodbye to the young men and packed for the road. The girl called out to him. She asked why he was going to go into the woods. What would he do there? The boy looked at her in silence. He stood with his eyes closed and answered nothing. The girl, resenting his silence, said that many guys dream of talking to her. The guy decided that this girl was very opinionated. The brother said that the sister shouldn't be angry with such a poor man. Let her go wherever she wants. They will further carry out the task and look for the destination on their own. The girl said they have very little knowledge of how to behave in the woods. This guy has a good sense of direction. It wouldn't be a bad idea to follow along. The youngest of the brothers called Lu Xincheng a tightwad and said that he would negotiate with him himself. He pulled our hero by the sleeve and told him to show them the way. That's what their little sister wants. The brother offered the young man a reward for it. He added that if Lu Xincheng cooperated with them, this huge bead would move to his pocket. The young man threw his brother's hand away and the pearl flew to the ground. The brother roared with anger. Lu Xincheng said, how can an educated person make worldly money a treasure? In his understanding, the night pearl is used in illumination. And he added, as for money, he has plenty. And he offered to take his treasure and get out. The brother shouted with resentment that he was a penniless poor man, and he could only boast. The older brother started to cover the younger brother's mouth and told Lu Xincheng not to listen to him. He added that they really need to get into the forest. If Lu Xincheng helps them, they will, upon their return, introduce him to the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, and then they could all become brothers. The young man closed his eyes and thought about it. Then he said he agreed. Half a day later, the company approached the waterfall. The girl really liked this place, and there were no monsters to be seen. She asked Brother Lu if she could stay here for the night. Lu said it's best not to. If there are no monsters here, it indicates a bigger danger. It's better to set up somewhere near the trees. Big Brother urged everyone to obey Lu and find a big tree. The girl stood her ground. She really wanted to spend the night in such a romantic place. They could leave on their own, but she would stay here. My younger brother picked up and said he was staying too. It would be more comfortable to sleep here than among the branches in the trees. The older brother didn't like this discordant decision-making. The girl asked one of her brothers to build her a pool. She's going to take a bath, but young men shouldn't peek, especially this poor man. Lu Xincheng said that he especially didn't need it. Younger brother said to get the boys out of here quickly. This is where the women's locker room is going to be. The older brother said that the younger one should also leave so that there would be no trouble in the future. Lu Cheng said that he understood and would go find another place to rest. The young man found himself a huge tree. He didn't want to go far away in case the trio sounded the alarm. He thought there might be a huge monster in the lake. The boy climbed the tree with quick and dexterous movements. He decided to camp up here for the night, choosing a branch that was more comfortable. Decided to doze off since we'd have to spend all day on the road tomorrow. The young man woke up. He listened. It seemed to him that something was going on. Suddenly, the head of a huge dragon appeared above the forest. It's Zhao, the boy thought. The young man knew that Zhao was a king among monsters. Lu Cheng decided to run away urgently before Zhao could detect his breathing. But then he saw something. The dragon has been seriously injured. He is full of rage. Whether it's his blood or flesh, they can all serve as wonderful materials for power enhancement. The guy decided to enlist the help of these 3 cult members. We're going to have to wait a little longer. Events took a different turn. The wounded monster discovered the trio near the lake and began chasing them with fury. Terror and fear was in the eyes of the young men. The girl ran as fast as she could away from the monster. Her brother held her hand, but then she stumbled and fell. The girl looked at the monster, and the nightmare froze in her eyes. They were eyes of doom. There was no hope of not being eaten. A young man appeared out of nowhere. He held a golden plate in his hand, which he leaned against the monster's face. The monster started screaming in pain. Flames began to appear around him. The guy shouted that he should run away quickly. The girl jumped up and rushed into the woods. The young man staring at her thought he would give his life for her just to show his sympathy. And at the same moment, the monster swallowed that boy. Lu Cheng watched this scene while standing in a tree. He thought, why do those who deserve to perish continue to live while the good ones perish? It's so unfair. The young man thought that those two would be able to utilize this Zhao's energy, but they chickened out. The boy lunged at the dragon with fury. He looked fearlessly into the beast's eyes. The monster couldn't stand the sight and was the first to lunge at the guy. Lu Cheng thought that it was just a small snake. Zhao didn't usually attack the weak, so he must be seriously injured. The monster released a fountain of green flame. Lu Cheng didn't stop that. Zhao walked into the lake and dived into the deep. Only his tail remained on the surface. The guy holding the gold plate in his teeth thought it was too slow. When the monster surfaced, he threw that plate right at the animal. It was a binding seal. It turned into a chain and began to wrap around the monster's body, thus restraining its movements. The animal's gaze expressed anger and hatred. Lu Cheng held many such gold plates in his hands. He threw them all at the monster. The plates explode when they hit the serpent, causing damage to the serpent. The monster shrieked one last time and fell on the water. The young man laughed. He was determined not to miss his prey. He jumped straight into the animal's open mouth. Suddenly, the beast opened its eyes. He was still alive. Lu Cheng tried to resist, but the monster closed its jaws and went to the bottom of the lake. The girl, watching all this action from the shore, crouched down on the ground and became sad. She didn't know what she should do now. She sat on the shore alone, tears streaming down her cheek against the full moon. The youngest of the brothers, the most restless, said they should report everything to the sect. The ancient monk's house, which they must find, would have to wait. The girl agreed to come back, but said she had to bury her older brother first. We'll explain to the sect that he was killed by a dragon. The girl said he saved her at the cost of his life and fed himself to the dragon. She remembered her brother and a pleasant memory came over her. At this time, the dragon was swimming underwater. He started spewing flames underwater. Suddenly, his whole head started to burn. Lu Cheng was handling the monster from within with the pearl in his hand. Finally, the monster was dead. The young man was lying on his back, a valuable treasure nearby. He thought it was true that this secret skill was seriously harming his body. His life had been shortened by 10 years. He needs to find a solution urgently. The boy saw a cave at the bottom of the lake. It was the cave of that monster. It's a great place to cultivate. Holding the orb in his hand, he knew he had gotten a great dragon elixir. This dragon is full of treasures, blood essence, and bone marrow. All these treasures will help him practice dragon as a magic skill. He was going to taste it all. The guy decided to carve up the monster's carcass. He took out the dragon blood essence and decided to smear it all over his body. It would help him get his precious body back. Lu Cheng did so and poured the contents of the vial onto himself. His whole body itched and burned like after nettles. He fell down and started screaming in pain. His body began to blister with blood. He lay there, patient and thinking of Silin. Just wait for him. He'll be stronger. A month and a half later, the young man was strong and healthy. He was meditating in the lotus position. Nothing could disturb him. His gaze was confident. His eyes expressed determination. The body regained its former strength and flexibility. The force of the impact increased manifold. Lu Xincheng said that the first skill of the magic dragon is striking. Now, it is the strength of its body. Also, his cultivation level had increased to the 7th level of martial arts. This was a necessary quality when encountering the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. Tavern, the Three Gudgeons. The speaker says that the passers of this year's Sun and Moon Divine Sect exam have reached the highest level in the past years. The exams this year are not what they used to be. This year will be different. Everyone started asking what changes had taken place. Someone asked for an update on these changes. It was a stranger with his headdress lowered so that one could not see his face. Everyone thought it was some old man wanting to know the terms of the retreat. The stranger was angry at being called an old man. He lifted his headdress, and it was Lu Xincheng, who was mistaken for an old man by those around him. Everyone apologized for mistaking the young man for an old man. His hair was as dry and white as an old man's. The body gives off the aura of an elderly dead man. Our hero asked if they knew the difficulty of evaluating the adepts of the inner court, or a famous person among the adepts. The interlocutor said that everyone here had heard of 3 prominent adherents of the outer sect. Leader Sanji is the leader of the Red Leaf Black Stronghold Army. He is a former bandit. 3 years ago, the sect leader subdued him and brought him back. The son of the Mujun family. There are many masters in their family. His father is a master of 9 levels of magic. Wei Wuxiang. The girl was born very pretty, and she is one of the most beautiful women of the Divine Sun and Moon sect. Lu Xincheng shuddered when he heard Wei Wuxiang's name, Mu Yun Chu Lan. He remembered how blood had dissolved their alliance. The guy thought he wasn't the real Lu Xincheng, and his heart only belonged to Selena. The interlocutor asked if he still wanted to become an adept in the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, and if he was willing to take the exams, despite his decrepit, exhausted body. Anyone who passes all the exams can get into the cult? Everyone started laughing at this strange man who wants to become a cult adherent. Lu Xincheng said that his physical condition is not your mind. If he has no chance of becoming an adept, do those around him have a chance? Someone in the crowd said he had a lot of chances and he could also kick that old man's ass. The people around him started laughing at the bully. That's not what the old man meant. The bully was starting to heat up with resentment and was ready to pull out his blade already. He drew his sword and swung it, threatening retaliation. The interlocutor was calm and cold sweat droplets appeared on his face. The bully was frightened, saying the one had a terrifying aura and eyes exuding coldness. He slipped the sword back into its scabbard. Leaving the tavern, the bully said that he would see how far he would go in joining the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. Our hero thought that he no longer had to use the invading base. Now only the puppet technique and the Rongzhuan technique remained. The guy was telling the girl the news. She was surprised that he had sent Yuan Dan to Lu Xincheng. He told her not to be angry, and her father knows that. The girl was very upset that her childhood friend wanted to take her life. It's been 3 days. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally finished. He thought that although it was only an iron puppet, it would be enough to handle the survey of the small clan. When he thinks about it, not only gold and silver dolls, but also cast iron dolls can be smoothly refined. Right now, his body and cultivation are too weak. He decided to start by disguising the doll a bit. Candidates for the exam lined up in a long line. Her tail stretched far beyond the horizon. Lu Xincheng thought that there were so many people in line. We have to be patient. 4 hours passed. The sun was scorching. The queue was moving slowly. Finally, it was his turn. This crystal was for determining qualifications. Everyone's talent is evaluated. The one with the crystal glowed, shouting for joy that he had passed. So he's already a cult member. This guy didn't go home. He said he wanted to see the poor guy behind him. The examiner was very collected and serious. To Lu Xincheng, he said that he had a good result among the others, but he used secret arts, and it was pointless, as he didn't have much time left. This was the end of the recruitment of adepts into the sect. The rest of us turned around and went home, hoping to return here next year. The bully told Lu Xincheng that he had tried in vain and his days were numbered. Why would an old man want to learn? Lu Xincheng returned to the examiner and said that he wanted to take the test after all. The examiner got nervous. He said the appointment was over. The young man thought that this old man's cultivation was no less than the god of the seas. All the people here are from the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. One must not act trashly. The guy came over and started apologizing, saying he wasn't from around here and didn't know the rules. The examiner said he was the 7th elder. His decision won't change. You can come back in a year. Lu Xincheng said that if he came next year, the sect would lose. The old man was surprised. The guy said he was Lu Xincheng, a true genius they wouldn't be able to meet in 100 years. The examiner listened silently to the upstart. Everyone started laughing because of this strange man calling himself a genius. The examiner said that he didn't understand such jokes. In the entire Sun and Moon divine sect, only a dozen people have this qualification. The young man offered to test him. The examiner decided to give him a chance. There's so much sneer in people's faces, but he's still just as firm. Either he really is a genius, or it is a determination of mind that is different from ordinary people. The examiner held out the crystal and said he was giving him a try. If he failed, he was never to come here again. Lu Xincheng agreed and placed his hand on the crystal. The crystal glowed green. The examiner said he could be an outer door adept, but his life is limited, so it's better to return home. The old man looked at the young man. The white-haired youth looked at the old man without blinking, not taking his hand away from the crystal. Everyone saw that the crystal began to change color. It turned purple. The young man did not remove his hand. The crystal turned golden. The examiner said in surprise that this guy was really a genius. But how could he achieve that? Of course, such a person should be made an adherent of our sect. Everyone was amazed at how this loser could become a genius. The boy took his hand away from the crystal. The sphere continued to emit golden light. Lu Xincheng asked, since he was a genius, would they give him a chance? The old man said he would be enrolled as an adherent of the sect, but there would be no privileges during his studies. Tomorrow is the inner and outer door adept competition. We should see his skills in practice. His physical condition is really special. The young man said he's absolutely confident. Pre-selection in the divine sect of the Sun and Moon. The elder said that only 10 adepts would be chosen. The inner adepts will be chosen from the initial adepts. Each will have a different rating. The higher the rating, the better. In the morning, there will be 9 arenas for competition at the foot of the mountain. Lu Xincheng stood behind and watched his beloved Wei. He saw her being embraced by her new fiancé. The girl stood at the opening ceremony with her eyes modestly lowered. The elder explained all the rules and said that everyone could now disperse. Someone called out to the guy. He heard someone looking for Lu Xincheng. Everyone looked in his direction. The guy bowed and said that he was Lu Xincheng from Red Purification City. He greeted the elders. Wei shouted, "How can he be Lu Xincheng? He's just trash without any cultivation." The girl told the elder that this guy's name is not Lu Xincheng. He purposely wants to infiltrate the sect with some intent. The elder asked the young man who he was, for what purpose he had infiltrated the divine sect. The young man said that Miss Wuxuang is really heartless. He and the girl broke off their engagement as bride and groom. They haven't seen each other for years, only to have a double life with another man. The young man said that not only did she send him poison to kill him, now she's going to frame him. So he got in the girl's way. The girl looked at the young man with sadness and surprise. The elder asked the girl to explain everything to him. Lu Xincheng said that there is nothing to explain. His fiancé and Mujun love each other. That's why she wanted to break her engagement to him. And she also wanted to poison him. Tears ran down the girl's cheek. The boy said he was gifted and was able to avoid being poisoned. His father left him a secret method to save his life. But it cost him dearly. He used to be 18 years old. Now he had 10 years of life left. The examiner announced that this genius was full of hate. The girl swallowed her tears and said it was impossible. She said that Lu Xincheng was worthless trash. She didn't go back to him, but she was interested in him. He didn't have cultivation all the time. How on earth had he recently acquired the 7th stage of martial arts? The guy said that means she always knew about him, that he was humiliated and almost killed in the street, but she didn't do anything. He added that when he was young, he thought she was sincere. I didn't expect her to be a person who lived for money. Everyone started shaming the girl and saying it was indecent to behave like that. The girl cried and told everyone to be quiet. She cultivated diligently. She tried her best, but he was just useless. He couldn't train. Everyone began to speculate who was to blame for this story, and opinions were divided. The guy says he doesn't blame the girl, but he broke off their relationship. But he can't forgive her for wanting to poison him. The elder shouted at the girl to admit if that was the case. The girl crying said she didn't do it. Wei pointed her finger at the groom and said that he couldn't stand Lu Xincheng, but I couldn't stop him. The old man said it was a very despicable act. He should be thrown off the mountain for it. Mujun gritted his teeth and became very angry. As the young man was being led away by the servants, he shouted that Wei Wuxuang was very ruthless. Now the elder wanted to decide what to do next. The second elder of the Sun and Moon divine sect said that they had dealt with the culprit. He didn't want to find out the rest. He turned to Lu Xincheng. According to Wei Wuxuang, he can't practice, but now he has the 7th level of martial arts. How did that happen? The boy replied that he was used to being the young master of the Qilian Chung family. But his father, Lu Tuntian, had fought against the barbarians and allowed himself to be killed in battle. He thought his uncles would help him, but it turned out that those wanted him dead. The young man added that he had to pretend that he didn't have cultivation in order to survive. Lu Xinshan went to his room. It was already late. The young man thought about what had happened today. On the way, he saw Wei Wuxuang. The girl said she didn't expect him to be able to bear it after all these years. His qualifications are satisfactory. He possesses the 7th level of martial arts. Wei asked me not to blame her. When they were children, she loved him. They often played together and she protected him. But she didn't know until she grew up that his family refused and he couldn't practice. She had to find her own way. The young men stood in silence. It was pleasant for them to be near each other, as in childhood. The girl didn't know how to continue the conversation. Wei Wuxuang apologized and said that if Xincheng had any problems, he could always call her for help. She would also be able to help him when she was in the sect. The young man looked at Wei with a hard stare. He grabbed the girl's arm. Lu Xincheng leaned her against the wall. The girl cried out but did not resist. He asked again, sure she was willing to help him with anything. The young lady asked what he wanted, but they can't be together. Xincheng asked if she was sure of that. What was she thinking when she came to his room in the middle of the night? The girl blushed with embarrassment and told him to get off her back. Wei added that she has a purple grade in the sect and is going to become the second elder's inner adept. But in memory of their childhood affection, she will help him. The young man smirked when he heard about the purple grade. The girl added that a purple grade is not a small thing. Wei said that Xincheng is only at the 7th level of martial arts. There's still a lot to aspire to. The guy left and Wei thought he was shameless. How could he ignore her and leave without saying goodbye? The girl thought that Xincheng's reaction was natural as he was angry at her for canceling the engagement. It was his own fault. There was no need for him to pretend and not tell her about it. Wei decided that if he was good in the future, she would give him another chance. A certain person was watching the young ones, and she saw that this poor man was still alive. If he tells the truth, she'll be finished. It turns out that Wei Wuxuang can't control Lu Xincheng. She decided to straighten out the young man and silence him forever. Suddenly, Lu Xincheng appeared from behind. He sneaked in here. He asked who she wanted to kill. Xincheng said he found her anyway, even though he didn't take her seriously at first. Did the guy ask how she was going to deal with him? With poison incense? This is the first time he's seen a woman with such a vicious and selfish mind. The girl sank to the ground and used the forbidden technique. She cried. The young man continued and said that this time it was all her fault and she couldn't blame anyone else. The girl, sobbing, muttered that it was all wrong. He had misunderstood everything. Many spectators gathered on the square in front of the arena, all waiting for the start of the competition. An elder said that today's competition would be in the form of a race. The other elders will be watching. Only 9 winners will remain, 1 in each arena. The first phase will now begin. The participants of the competition lined up in slender columns. Lu Xincheng thought that he had no chance of failure. No one would be willing to take risk for the sake of superiority and gaining power. But the guy decided he wasn't afraid of anything. The competition began and Lu Xincheng went to the starting line. He entered the arena with his opponent. The young man introduced himself and said that his name was Lu Xincheng, and he had a 7th level of martial arts. The guy across the street said they are opponents now. He knows what happened yesterday, sympathizes, but will not show pity. He also reminded us that they are not allowed to accept little girls in their sect. They don't have a modicum of cultivation. This referred to the girl standing behind our hero's back. The young man told the little girl that people look down on her from above and from the opposite side. What is she going to do? Wei saw this little girl and wondered, why did Lu Xincheng bring this little girl with him? The girl suddenly adopted a fighting stance. Lu Xincheng's opponent told the elder that he didn't want to hurt the little girl, and his opponent brought the girl with him. This is a violation of the rules. But he couldn't even move from his seat. It was a body-locking spell. Here he couldn't help himself and collapsed right into the arena. Foam came out of the guy's mouth. The little girl stood coldly by her side. She took off her headdress. Everyone saw her big baby eyes. The elder announced that the 5th arena used the puppet technique as an auxiliary, which is not an offense. The winner is Lu Xincheng. Wei was delighted. Lu Xincheng even knows how to use the puppet. The girl was very happy to have her childhood friend around again. A young man stood victoriously in the arena. Next to him stood his puppet. The audience shouted that he was just a loser with a pale face and little life to spare. They said the guy doesn't have the strength to fight everyone. He sends a puppet for that purpose. Lu Xincheng replied that they are all very smart down there. He walked over to the most shouty one and said that anyone who hinders his progress toward his goal may not count on his mercy. The interlocutor was frightened and tears came to his eyes. Another of the spectators said that Lu Xincheng was bluffing and shouldn't pay attention to him. The next challenger approached our hero in the arena. He suggested that the contest begin at once. The young man rushed into battle without speaking. The puppet accompanied him. This went on and on. Lu Xincheng dealt with everyone who entered the arena against him. The tired guy thought that if he defeated every adept, he wouldn't be able to take out the entire crowd. The other contestants were competing in 2 or 3 bouts. He had already fought 9 fights. His strength was running low. Someone in the crowd declared that he was now ready to destroy Lu Xincheng. He entered the arena, drew his sword, and decided to attack our hero. The young man gathered his last strength, took out the golden plates, and thought to his opponent that he looked very cruel with his sword. Xincheng threw the plates towards his opponent. Each one of them, when it reached its target, exploded. The puppet rushed into the epicenter. She disappeared in smoke and flames. After a while, the doll came out of the smoke. Her hands were covered in blood. The body of the opponent lay on the arena. There was a sepulchral silence among the audience. Wei realized that Lu Xincheng's opponent had just been torn apart. The girl fainted from the picture that reigned in the arena. An elder appeared and asked what was going on here. Lu Xincheng apologized and said he was very tired and lost control of the puppet. He admits his guilt for the guy's death. When he rests, he will definitely regain control of the puppet. Lu Xincheng said that after fighting so many battles, he is really exhausted. The young man apologized and said he was remorseful, but such an outcome during battles is possible. Elder said to be more careful in the future. The boy recognized this. He thought that the elder was not stupid and realized that the young man was being bullied here. Lu Xincheng motioned for Jiming to enter the arena against him. He has a chance to excel. Besides, he has average qualifications. The guy didn't relent and continued to call out his opponent, calling him a descendant of the great adepts. Jiming didn't want to accept the challenge. Jiming thought that if he accepted the challenge, it would be the end for him. Lu Xincheng looked very frightening. The guy stood there, not knowing what to do. Everyone around him was screaming that he shit his pants because he was scared. Jiming couldn't stand it and said that he wasn't afraid and was willing to answer the challenge. Ne Yuan appeared in the arena and said that Jiming shouldn't put himself in a difficult position because only he could defeat this Lu Xincheng. Ne Yuan added that victory would be a cakewalk for him. This would be his first step to join the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. The elder confirmed that Lu Xincheng had used a puppet in all the battles. Therefore, with the exception of the key player, there was no need to fight him. Jiming heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone had forgotten about him and there was no need to enter the arena anymore. Lu Xincheng didn't forget and continued to challenge Jiming to a battle. Jiming shouted that no one dared to insult him and he was on his way out. But after seeing the body parts of his previous opponent, Lu Xincheng, in the arena, he changed his mind about getting into the fight. He turned around and with the words, "I don't care now," he rushed to run away from the arena. Everyone laughed in his wake and told him he wasn't a man. Lu Xincheng was facing the crowd when his childhood love, Wei Wuxuang, appeared in the arena. The girl said that she didn't expect Lu Xincheng to be so strong. 2 hours later, the elder announced that now that all the trials were over, only the key players would enter the ring. And he explained the new rules. All confirmed that they understood the rules. Lu Xincheng said he wanted to fight a new opponent. The man praised the young man for his courage. He likes brave people. Lu Xincheng is the second person that Ne Yuan wants to destroy. Lu Xincheng said that he is not the one who is his opponent. Wei decided that Xincheng is still angry at her for breaking off the engagement. He wants to defeat her. She said that Xincheng shouldn't blame her for the past. He shouldn't have hidden his qualifications and accomplishments. Now she doesn't want to give up on him. The girl said she'd give him another chance if he worked hard, and they'd try to start over. Ne Yuan said as he looked at Lu Xincheng from the bottom to the top. Our hero replied that Ne Yuan was becoming paranoid. Lu Xincheng said that serious people don't behave like this. The guy knew he was in for a quick fight. Wei turned away from the arena and cried. She didn't want to watch Xincheng get beaten. Ne Yuan said that he would give Lu Xincheng a happy ending. Our hero said that his rival is bragging like that because he knows that Xincheng will let him live. Wei yelled that Lu Xincheng had had enough. She had already humiliated herself because of him. Don't tell me it doesn't matter to him. Ne Yuan urged Xincheng to hurry up and finish talking to the upset girl. It was time for them to start fighting. Xincheng said it was just a noisy girl. He didn't talk to her at all. Wei pounced on him. Xincheng shouldn't have said that to her. The young man was also angry. He asked, why is Wei Wuxuang so upset? It's time for her to get out of here. The girl drew her sword in anger and decided to settle things with Lu Xincheng in the arena. She shouted for Ne Yuan to get out and not contact her today. Ne Yuan thought that Wei has the same approximate strength as him, but she has a magical weapon, the flying sword. With the magic weapon, she surpasses him. Wei flew up to Lu Xincheng and said that today he would die in her name. The elder thought that Lu Xincheng was indeed a big problem. He was a demon with outstanding abilities and exceptional talent. But if he is not accepted and other sects take him over, It could turn out badly for the divine sun and moon sect. Wei Wuxiang, full of anger, intended to deal with the guy once and for all. Lu Xincheng didn't intend to attack. He casually, with 2 fingers, stopped Wei's blade a few centimeters away from his heart. The girl was amazed at what she saw. Wei Wuxiang didn't understand how it was possible to block the flying sword with her bare hands, and to do so casually, but she couldn't retreat. The girl told him to let her go. He's a bastard and she wants to destroy him. Lu Xincheng was upset by what he heard. The guy dodged and used the divine dragon and elephant technique. The young lady got a bit of a kick and her mouth was bleeding. Wei couldn't stay on her feet and fell into the arena. The blade was no longer in her hands. The girl flew far to the side, hit her head, and seemed to pass out. She lay motionless in the arena, people clustered around her. The elder and Neiyuan were astonished by what they saw. The elder shouted that the girl should be sent to the infirmary immediately. She might need a sick leave. The aides took Wei Wuxiang in their arms. The elder said that there was no more point in continuing to fight. Lu Xincheng is recognized as the strongest. But Yuan didn't argue and admitted that this time, Lu Xincheng was in first place deservedly. Elder said that's what was agreed upon. That will be the ranking. The qualifying competitions are over. All qualifiers and evaluations are now complete. He said to have all 9 adepts of the tournament winners stand in front of him. Lu Xincheng thought that in the Sun and Moon Divine sect, the treatment of inner door adepts and outer door adepts was very different. Outer door adepts could only rely on themselves. He realized that with his talent, it wouldn't be difficult to become an inner door adept. The elder announced that Neiyuan was also accepted into the sect as a disciple of the elders. Lu Xincheng was interested in this news. Neiyuan said that Lu Xincheng is the strongest, so he should rightfully become a disciple of the elders. The elder announced that Lu Xincheng didn't have much time left, so he couldn't be accepted into the academy. But due to his qualifications, he is staying, but can only be an outer door disciple. The guy mentally said it was all just for her. The young man thought the dogs looked down on the humans. The guy realized that this was a gift from the Divine Sun and Moon sect. He was definitely going to repay the clan in the future. Neiyuan said that it was unfair for Lu Xincheng. We should go to the elders and discuss the situation. Lu Xincheng said there's no need to make a fuss. He's happy with everything as it is. He added that he didn't have much life force left in him, but he is still staying in the clan and spending resources on himself. It's enough for him. He thought that he was in a bad state now, and the elders could destroy him if they wanted to. Lu Xinchen read that in 8 days the Sun and Moon Divine sect would compete with the Zhangjian sect. There will be 2 stages. The winner will be honored in the Sacred Hall. The Sacred Hall is the largest clan in the eastern lands of Tianfu. Lu Xinchen couldn't even think about the Sacred Hall if Neiyuan hadn't given him the information. This guy turned out to be very fair. Lu Xincheng remained alone in the room. Suddenly a young man called out to him. Lu Xincheng looked around to see who was there. It was Ji Ming. He came to apologize for his indecent behavior. He said that he wouldn't bully Lu Xincheng anymore. Xincheng said that since he had come to ask for forgiveness, he should bring a gift. The gift should be expensive. Ji Ming was angry at his interlocutor, but he didn't show it. He figured if it wasn't for the mission, he wouldn't have come here. Lu Xincheng saw the ring on Ming's finger and said it was a good gift and he would take it. Ji Ming didn't expect such insolence and was very upset. He said no problem, but he had another gift. Ji Ming added that the adepts of the outer door are different from the adepts of the inner door, and resources are allocated in a limited way. If you want to practice, you have to do tasks and get paid. Recently, he learned about a life service. It's something that can prolong life. And he thought of Lu Xincheng. The young man said he had never heard of it. A long-lived fruit is an incredibly rare fruit. The lifespan gained from it at a time is not obvious, but you can make pills from it and it will have an effect like the reincarnation fruit. Lu Xincheng said that this is indeed a good gift. Ji Ming said to meet at the foot of the mountain tomorrow morning. Lu Xincheng followed to the meeting place and thought that he didn't even know if the long-lasting fruit was real. But it's worth a try. The young man thought he had to be careful how he behaved. You could be killed if you overworked yourself. The boy stopped. This was something he hadn't expected to see. The girl stood before him in all her glory with her head held proudly high. The boy faded his gaze and lowered his eyes. He figured that judging by the outfit, she was an inner door adept. What's she doing here? Lu Xincheng looked at the girl questioningly. The young man asked his older sister if she wanted to stop him. The girl replied that he was talking nonsense. The guy said she was incredibly beautiful, but not his type. The young lady shouted out that Lu Xincheng was ruthless. The young man replied that he did not recall any love affair between them. The girl said that she couldn't understand how her younger sister Wu Shuang could fall in love with someone like that. She called herself Gao Shi Qi and said that her sister stopped hating Xincheng after he defeated her. Gao Shiki said that her sister sent her to find out why he was so mean. Lu Shincheng said that this is not true. Wei Wuxuang and Mu Yunchu have feelings for each other. So why is he being called mean? The young man said that it was Wuxuang who decided to break the engagement. The sister said he was too talkative. Gao Shiki fiercely defended her sister and said that she had made the same mistake as many women in the world. Wuxuang is ready to bring back the past spent together with the young man. If it were me, the sister added, I would break your legs and throw you out of the sect. Lu Shincheng said for the girl to go to her sister, and he was sick of all these relationship investigations. Gao Shiqi had in no way expected such a harsh answer from the young man. She shouted that the guy was just a petty outer door adept with level 7 martial arts. The girl decided to teach the brat a lesson. She immediately sprang into action. The unsuspecting Lu Shincheng continued on his way when the wily little sister decided to attack him from behind. But our hero was very careful, and he, using his skills and defensive energy, was able to fend off the attack and do some damage to this stroppy girl. Gao Shuqi defeatedly flew to the side and fell to the ground. Lu Shincheng continued on his way as if nothing had happened. The girl snapped back and said that she wouldn't forgive the guy for today's defeat and would definitely complain to Brother Tao to stand up for her. Lu Shincheng continued on his way. It was the morning of the next day. The young man thought that the Or had already made all the preparations for his work last night, both with the cartilage balsam powders and the scaly dragon hide. Now he shouldn't encounter any difficulties on today's journey. Something caught our hero's eye. There were some young men who were figuring something out amongst themselves. Gao Shiqi complained to her brother that she had been mistreated. The young man needed to be taught a lesson. He injured her. Lu Shincheng asked the girl, why did she bring so many outsiders here? And he thought to himself that the journey would not be very smooth. Tao said he's not an outsider at all. He's a person of interest. Shincheng calmly said that no one had asked him. Why is he interfering in someone else's conversation? It's unseemly. Tao arrogantly snapped back that Xincheng was just a lowly outer door adept. How dare he speak to him in such a tone? So I'll have to teach him a lesson. There was a duel of glances between the young men like boxers after a weigh-in. The sister intervened and asked her brother not to go too hard on the kid. He's just still mad at her and blames her for breaking up with him because of her relationship with Mu Yunchu. At that moment, a carriage pulled up. Mu Yunchu stepped out of the carriage. Lu Shincheng thought, how come Mu Yunchu ended up here? It's not by chance. The girl said there was no one to blame. Not everything was up to her. Her position and her clan imposed some obligations. The groom walked up to his bride, gently took her hands and told her that he wanted to make the girl happy. At first he was upset, but then he realized that he shouldn't blame her. Besides, the elixir was really what he had planned. The girl wept. Lu Shincheng stood alone to the side. The intrigue continued, a classic love triangle. Mu Yunchu's gaze was serious. Tao said a lack of stamina in lesser things sometimes spoils a great endeavor. Mu Yunchu said that it was getting late and it was time to hit the road. This time, the journey to the abandoned graves would be a long one. Everyone went to the carriage. Mu Yunchu told Lu Shincheng that the carriage did not have seats for everyone. Not enough seats. The young man suggested to the guard who did not have enough room in the carriage to go with him. It was agreed. The young men dispersed in silence. The carriage left, the two walked. 7 days passed, the company reached the abandoned graves. The girl asked what Ju's brother was looking for in this abandoned place. Even at night, the girl was scared. The guy said his father's 60th birthday is coming up, and he wanted to make a present for the old man. He continued that 6 months ago, he received information that there was a tree called Devil's Tears on abandoned graves in the east. This tree has already ripened red fruits the size of a fist. He wants to send them as a gift to his father so that he can break through the unlimited power of the 9 circles of heaven. The girl thought the Devil's Tears were a great chance. Mujun said that he had expected that the girl was aware of a lot of things. Another girl asked, what are the Devil's Tears? Wuxuang replied that as a child, she had studied at the Academy of the Royal House. It was there that she gained a lot of knowledge about various healing remedies. The fruit of the Devil's Tears tree is used in the creation of the elixir of awakening. This tree bears fruit once every 100 years, and usually the size of the fruit is much smaller. I'm surprised no one's picked these fruits yet. Maybe they're under the protection of some monster. Lu Xincheng thought that the girl was right. Getting these fruits would not be easy. There must be many people eager to get their hands on such a treasure. Our hero knew that these fruits had another wonderful property. They helped to restore the distorted striving for the true path in people below the realm of the divine sea. Tao told Xincheng to hurry up if he wanted to get the fruit. The young man thought that ignorant people are always the most fearless, and so it turned out to be. Closer to the tree, the campaign noticed that many people were already standing by waiting for the fruit. Mu-Yun-Chu was furious. His informant had only told this news to him. He had given up a lot for this information. Hearing the exclamation, the men turned around, pulling out their weapons. The chief among them, after assessing the campaign with a glance, said for everyone to calm down. To deal with a level 8 demonic white tiger, you need a lot more people. He continued and said that it turned out that the talented disciples of the Sun and Moon sect were following them. The young man introduced himself and said that he was He-Ju-Jan, an inner disciple of the warrior sword sect, possessing 4 levels of divine power. Mu-Yun-Chu said he was pleased to meet you and asked why these people were here. He-Ju-Jan asked who you were. No one spoke to you at all. How does a lowly disciple dare to talk to an inner door adept? Is this the custom in your sect? A servant stood up for his master and said that Mu-Yun-Chu shouldn't be spoken to like that. I'll have to apologize. He-Ju-Jan indifferently looked at this servant. The 2 clans began to work things out between them. He-Ju-Jan said to ignore the opponents and check the route again, and we should set up camp. He added he hoped the Mu-Jun clan would not cause problems. Mu-Jun said, it's not worth it to stand out much in front of each other. All of them are now in abandoned areas. Mu-Jun bowed his head peacefully. He-Ju-Jan called his team and said that they would now review the route and discuss tactics for tomorrow. He added that he only wanted the fruit of the Devil's Tears tree. The rest could be taken for himself. A Mu-Jun family servant warrior said that even if you add up the value of all the trophies, they wouldn't be as valuable as the fruit of this tree. The fruit is the size of a fist. He-Ju-Jan said that he would then not show them the constructed and designed route because they would be able to just grab the trophies without participating in the battle. Mu-Jun said the opponents can count on their clan for help. He-Ju-Jan said that the demonic white tiger was not inferior to masters with divine power of the 9th levels. If anyone tries to get to the tree while the rest of us are fighting the tiger, they will be in trouble. 2 camps were set up for the night. Lu Xincheng thought about the camp opposite. He-Ju-Wan said that he was only an inner disciple, but the courts, by the arrangement of the tents, he was being guarded. And he's not stupid, he thinks in cold blood. He's not like a normal person. Wuxuang walked up to the young man from behind and asked what he was thinking so intensely about. The girl said that she had a map of the location of the fruits that she took from Brother Chu. The girl confessed that her brother called Lu Xincheng with him because he has bad intentions about him. The young man looked to see that it was indeed a map of the location of the fruits. Why did she show it? Maybe Wuxuang is trying to deceive me. Why is she sucking up to me if she broke off the engagement first? The guy also allowed that perhaps Wuxuang wanted to get rid of him and thus take revenge. The girl confessed that she knows how much he hates her for betraying him. Now she wants to make amends. Maybe they can at least be friends. The young man threw the card into her hands, said he didn't need it. Guy added that he wished her a wonderful rest of her life with Chu Mu-Jun. You two are worthy of each other. Wuxuang cried and went to the camp. Her fiancé met her on the way and told her it was getting late and cold outside. It was time to go into the tent and rest. The girl crying said that Chu was right. Chu Mu-Yun still didn't understand why his fiancé was crying. The guy gave her a glance and realized that she was crying because of Lu Xincheng. Chu Mu-Yun decided that he would definitely deal with this rascal tomorrow. Everyone went to their tents for the night. Wei Wuxuang decided to undress before going to bed. She took off all her clothes. Thought tomorrow should go well. The next morning came. The young men saw that many wild animals had gathered. The beasts looked at the aliens, and there was hostility in their eyes. He-Ju-Jan said that there was a group of demonic beasts in front of them. As soon as they get close to the mountain range, the beasts will start attacking them. We must be ready to fight. The young man added that the mercenaries would rush in first to create a distraction. At that time, they would be able to reach the mountain range. That's what happened. The beasts attacked the men. The people fought back. The adepts used their techniques and combat skills to confront the demonic beasts in their territory. And now the animals are behind us. The passageway is open. A mountain range opened up before the travelers and they saw a cave. A beast emerged from the cave, or rather its huge white paw. Everyone froze in anticipation. A very huge white tiger appeared from the cave. He roared and moved straight at the young men. The beast opened its mouth, and everyone could see its huge white fangs. The roar echoed throughout the neighborhood. It was so powerful that everyone tried to cover themselves as if from the wind. He-Ju-Jan ordered to go on the attack, according to the plan he had devised, and everyone drew their blades. Screaming, they rushed at this demonic beast, but the forces were unequal. The tiger scattered the attackers like kittens. Chu Mu-Yun ordered his soldiers to retreat. He said that this monster could not be defeated. All of them could die. Everyone agreed and began a chaotic retreat. Mu-Jun began to assist in the retreat of his bride. He put his arm around her shoulders. Lu Xincheng realized that he had a chance. The young man crept stealthily toward the slain white wolf. He took out his hunting knife. He stripped and skinned the animal. The guy put that skin on himself. He got down on the ground and pretended to be a wolf. He decided that as long as there was chaos around, he would seize the moment and make his way to the ridge. The bride and groom continued to retreat with vigor. The woods were coming into view. Salvation was so close at hand. The girl looked around and realized that not everyone was retreating. She told Chu Muyun that Lu Xincheng was gone. He's gone. The groom said that the young man had left. If he ever tried to touch his bride again, he would pay with his head. He slapped his servant and said that he could not keep track of even one person. Mujun beat the servant and told him to get lost. Wu Shuang looked at her fiancé with consternation. Her sister stopped Chu and said it was excessive punishment. She added that Lu Xincheng could kill one of the animals, and no one would know about it. Mujun interrogated what she meant. Ta replied that it was nothing concrete. It was just imagination. At this time, our brave hero was still in the skin of the white wolf. He thought that He Zhujian and his team were currently fighting against the demonic white tiger. They didn't care about him. In a conflict between two parties, the benefit always goes to a third party. Even in his previous life, he had never had to face such a situation. Xincheng found the secret entrance to the cave. There was a tree growing there. It was the Devil's Tears tree. There was a huge fruit on the tree. The young man was ready to pluck the fruit. He thought something was wrong. Everything living has a soul. This tree couldn't just grow to such a huge size and bear fruit of such extraordinary size. There must be something else. The young man picked up the stone. He threw a stone into the lake that was directly in front of the tree. A giant monster stingray jumped out of the water. Who would have thought there would be a stingray? Its lightning strikes are very powerful, as well as its incredibly strong gills, with the help of which it sprays out jets of water that can easily penetrate ordinary armor. The young man determined with an expert eye that it was a level 7 stingray monster. He had no chance of defeating this beast. They exchanged glances, and the guy understood. Xincheng said that this thing was originally meant to be used against Chu Muyung. It has the ability to make the human body completely soften. If used on animals, it will induce heat. It should work. The young man realized that the demonic white tiger had been destroyed. He Zhujian and his team were already following here. Lu Xincheng decided to see how things would develop further. The whole team came running to the lake near the tree. Everyone saw the tree and wanted to pick the fruit faster. One of them commanded forward and everyone ran toward the tree. He Zhujian, slow down your fighters. The young man only grinned. Those who touched the water were imbued with a charge of electricity. It was unpleasant and very painful. Those who didn't make it to the lake were killed by a column of water, carefully directed by a slope right at their targets. Some disappeared into the jaws of the bloodthirsty animal. The stingray showed itself out of the water and its mouth was leaking the blood of the poor guy who had been swallowed by it. Then the animal disappeared under the water. The injured man asked He Zhujian for help. No one rescued him. The young man watched indifferently as his servant massacred the wounded man. The servant turned to He Zhujian. He called the one as the 7th elder and asked what to do now. Lu Xincheng noted that the leader is called the 7th elder of the sword sect. He Zhujian had his own plan, painted and approved in advance. The stingray floated to the surface with dead soldiers floating around it. The elder said that while he was distracting the stingray, we should stretch the nets. He said to wait for the monster to appear. Then he'll use the blood jasper bracelet attack. You don't have to hold on too long, and then you can pick the fruit. The girl on his team yelled out that the net was ready. The net was stretched and prepared to catch a stingray. The elder flew over the lake, emitting streams of energy. He threw the ring into the water and activated the secret option. A powerful stream of charged energy was directed into the lake. It was all meant for the stingray monster. A huge stingray jumped out of the water. Everyone was frightened by its size. The hunters set a trap on the beast. The net was stretched very tight. The warriors held it with all their might. At this time, He Zhujian reached for the fruit on the tree. He thought he finally had the prized fruit in his hands. This is his beauty. The young man was about to quietly sneak out of the cave. Just then, a glowing cloud appeared above everyone. It was the stingray soul. The stingray soul that came out is at the 10th level. That's why it was able to destroy everyone. The elder realized that he had blundered. He had put his disciples in danger. He was very angry. The soul stingray was moving towards him. The confrontation was impossible to avoid. The elder released his martial energy. His firebird swept toward the slope. Two mighty forces clashed in a confrontation. The stingray bared its sharp teeth, its eyes burning like glowing embers. He Zhujian held a 7th level magical weapon in his hands. The fight against the monster was heated. The elder countered with all his techniques and skills against the water elemental monster. Lu Xincheng realized that it would be impossible for an elder to defeat a 10-level monster. Something happened. It was like nothing anyone had ever seen before. Due to the damage from the stingray attack, the image change magic had stopped working. Hee-Chu-Jan turned out to be a girl and a master of sea magic. Now the girl thought the monster was too powerful, but now that she had what she wanted, she had to get out of here. The girl turned around and headed for the cave exit. The girl saw the wolf and wondered how it could have gotten into the stingray's territory. The white wolf was watching from behind the bushes. Hee-Chu-Jan thought that someone was sitting in ambush and watching. She decided to use the magic ring that helped her deal with the stingray. Lu Xincheng didn't want to react and thus give himself away under the skin of a wild animal. Ring had already patched up the wolf when Lu Xincheng's puppet Lu Xincheng reacted to it. Doll decided to kick that magic ring away. The puppet had succeeded. In front of Hee-Chu-Jan, the puppet and the young man stood under the skin of a wild animal. Lu Xincheng realized that hiding was already pointless and took off his cover. Lu Xincheng moved towards Hee-Chu-Jan and the girl recognized him. It's that kid from the Sun and Moon sect. The girl decided that if the Sun and Moon sect found out that she had reduced her disciples to the grave, there would be unnecessary trouble. Hee-Chu-Jan, harboring ill will, greeted the young man. A sly sparkle flashed in her eyes. The girl was preparing for an attack. Lu Xincheng, approaching her, thought that this was all strange somehow. She was cultivating too fast, but her foundations are unstable. She was so engrossed in the ability of the magic sea that she lost touch with reality. The young man decided that nothing good should be expected from this girl. Running up to Hee-Chu-Jan, Lu Xincheng prepared to strike. The girl didn't want to die in that cave. Suddenly, that huge monster stingray jumped out of the lake. It was unexpected. Lu Xincheng realized that they would deal with each other later. Right now, they should join forces to deal with the common problem. Lu Xincheng shouted to the girl to hurry up and unblock the lightning discharge. The stingray could release a triple electric charge, and if it wasn't stopped, things would end badly for them. The girl looked questioningly at the young man. There was a mute question in her eyes, whether she could trust him. Hee-Chu-Jan drew her battle weapon and prepared to defend against the monster. The young men prepared to repel the stingray's attack, its electrical charge. Suddenly, the girl saw something on the ground. It was a trap net. She instantly grabbed the net and skillfully threw it straight at the beast. The beast was trapped, he was restrained, and the next thing to do was to act without delay. Hee-Chu-Jan desperately began to pull the net taut to completely block all the movements of the trapped stingray. The monster tried to fight back, growling and showing its sharp teeth, thus striking fear into the young men. Lu Xincheng and his puppet also decided to take part in this monster hunt. The doll showed her sharp metal nails and prepared to attack. She wanted to dig her nails right into the wild animal's body, but her fingers slipped. Lu Xincheng thought that this stingray's body was very slippery. It could level 80% of their attack. We should do something differently. There's not much time left before the next monster attack. The best strategy now is to run away. The monster ripped the nets and launched another attack. Dangerous jets of water flew toward the young men. Lu Xincheng decided that it was too late to retreat. A new strategy had to be employed. A bright flash appeared, illuminating the entire cave. Lu Xincheng noted that because of the water dragon's light armor, it wasn't badly injured. The young man saw the stingray lying motionless on the shore of the lake. Why did it suddenly die? The boy thought that the stingray had used a temporary enhancement stroke before its death. A girl named Hee-Chu-Jan sat on the shore of the lake and looked at the body of the motionless animal in confusion. Lu Xincheng leisurely walked over to her. The young lady, again harboring something unkind, decided to use on the young man one of the most insidious devices that always impress men. The girl started rolling her eyes and making moaning noises. She told the young man that something was happening to her, like her body was on fire. Hee-Chu-Jan said that she was very hot. Her trick was starting to work. The young man thought the girl was really sick. She had been hit by the water jet, and now the effects of the blow began to spread throughout her body. Lu Xincheng decided that he would be as solid as a rock in the wind and not give any sign. The guy muttered something. He was the one who recited the mantra of great compassion. Hee-Chu-Jan said that in this state, she couldn't leave the cave. The people outside might turn out to be very bad. They might treat her badly, use her body, humiliate her, then destroy her, and then take all the treasures. The girl said that although the young man was self-serving in her opinion, he was not so cruel. The young lady, to consolidate her success, blushed and cried. 100% effect on men. Hee-Chu-Jan stood in front of the guy all defenseless and alone. Lu Xincheng looked at her with a male protector's gaze. There was no chance for him to resist. Her gaze, looking upward, asked for help and protection. Her eyes were like two oceans. You could drown in them. And the final blow. She invited him to her place, tonight. Just me and you, said the girl timidly. Lu Xincheng didn't wait until the evening. He bent over the girl right now. Her eyes beckoned. The boy drowned in them irrevocably. For the young people, this cave turned out to be a place where a miracle happens. A dog barking was heard outside. An hour later, the young people were sleeping peacefully, embraced. The girl was cured. The young man rested with a sense of accomplishment. He realized that he had driven the fever from the young lady's body. The Willie Hejujan opened his eyes. While Lu Xincheng was sleeping peacefully after his therapy session, the lady decided to apply her magic ring to him. She brought it up to the face of the unsuspecting young man. The young lady sighed, closing her eyes. She probably remembered what had happened between them. The lady turned around and began to clean herself up. Hejujan dressed up and transformed into a diligent disciple of her sect. The girl looked at the guy and wondered what to do with him. Destroy him now or give him a chance? She decided to keep him. But if what happened tonight became somehow known to other people, she would destroy him. The girl added so he wouldn't even think of looking for her. They were from different worlds, and it wouldn't work out. As compensation, the girl left the guy a life-extending healing elixir. Hejujan left. The silhouette of her frail body disappeared into the opening of the cave. Lu Xincheng sadly watched her leave. He wanted to remain her doctor forever. The guy pushed the unnecessary thoughts away, jumped up and thought he was ready to destroy her. But suddenly, she decided to let him go. Lu Xincheng tasted the liquid from the vial and concluded that, contrary to expectations, this elixir had a powerful effect. He decided it was a great favor. 5 days later, Lu Xincheng was meditating in his room. He was still remembering his adventures in the cave. Hejujan turned out to be a good person and divided the loot among everyone. He left the Muyun Chu sect. In Nia Yuan's presence, he drank a pill and was healed. Our hero thought he could still make it to the Confucius temple for the heroes' meeting. And then the young man heard someone demanding him to get out quickly. A woman's foot swung open the door to the room. The meditation process had to be postponed. Wei Wuxiang decided to put things in order and clarify where Lu Xincheng was going. The girl asked where the guy hides his loot. He replied that they knew better, and added that while they want to deal with him, someone can deal with Tao's brother. The girl looked at him angrily. Seeing his old hair, she thought he was able to get back to his old life. The girl wasn't alone. Her brother and her fiancé had come. They were all determined. Lu Xincheng realized that the day was no longer languid. The young man decided that it was worth it to dot all the I's at once so that there would be no misunderstandings in the future. The aliens understood Lu Xincheng's intention, but it was too late. The guy punched one of the comers in the chest. The one shouted that he shouldn't have been sent to the other side of the world. Lu Xincheng retracted his hand, and everyone saw that the injured man had a gaping hole with blood spurting out. Our hero replied that it was his own fault, and he started it first. The girl was very angry. She said that Lu Xincheng shouldn't do that to a disciple of the same sect he was a member of. I'll have to tell the sect leader. Wei Wuxiang shouted for Lu Xincheng to leave. She will try to detain everyone. Killing a fellow sect disciple is a crime that carries the death penalty. Lu Xincheng shouted for her to shut up. The girl was very taken aback by the guy yelling at her. He said they had nothing in common and he didn't need her sympathy. She was the reason their marriage broke up. The young man added that there was no relationship between them, and he told her to get out of his sight. The girl whispered sadly that he couldn't forgive her even once. She said he was wrong too, why he didn't want to practice and was acting like a lowlife. The confrontation continued. The guy said that by pretending to be pathetic, he noticed everything. Lu Xincheng called the girl cheap. He was inexperienced and didn't know that girls shouldn't be treated like that. Chu Muyun walked over to his fiancée and tried to calm her down. The effect was different. Did she shout that he still had time to feel sorry for others? Don't let him think they're even. And she slapped him. The blow was so strong that my cheek immediately swelled and blood gushed from my mouth. Next, things didn't go according to plan. Lu Xincheng's puppet, Lu Xincheng, intervened and moved to Chu Muzhong's back as well. Lu Xincheng decided to put a stop to it and kicked the groom in the chest, shouting for him to get away. Mujun was surprised by the behavior of those around him and flew off into the distance. Our hero, having thus let off steam, calmed down a little and asked if Mujun wanted to ask for his forgiveness. Sister Wuxiang looked at the dead classmate, the crying sister, the beaten Chu Muyun, and didn't understand who should apologize to whom. She would definitely not forgive Lu Xincheng for this. Chu Muyun came to his senses a little and began to threaten the young man with some sort of reprisal. Then everyone left to go their separate ways. Lu Xincheng tried to calm down and sat down to meditate again, but he realized that it would be extremely difficult to get his thoughts in order and practice after what had happened. He decided that he needed to rest. An hour later, the guy heard someone outside calling him a rascal. He went out and saw many people who had come for his soul. The young man was addressed by an elder. The elder saw the change in the young man and asked, was it true that he was able to be reborn? The guy answered in the affirmative and added that he was able to obtain the fruit of longevity by chance. Thanks to that, he was able to be reborn. He took Nie Yuan as his witness. Nie Yuan immediately confirmed that this young man had taken some sort of healing elixir in front of him and had regained his youth before his eyes. The sect elder looked at him suspiciously. This new information changed the case altogether. He ordered Lu Shencheng to be taken to the Council of Elders. Sister Wushuang told Lu Shencheng to hurry up and tell Brother Tao about the incident. Lu Shencheng said that he didn't know anything like that, but even if he did, he wouldn't tell a freak like her. The girl was ready to destroy him for such words. The elder stopped her and told her to stop. The young lady was upset. Even the second elder is defending this guy. The elder said not to pursue her. She just needs to calm down. The grand elder told everyone to go about their business. The disciples of the sword sect arrived at the foot of the mountain and set up camp. Tomorrow is the day of the competition. We need to rest and receive the guests. Everyone began to disperse. Lu Shencheng was puzzled. The second elder's attitude towards him was ambiguous. He seemed to have come to arrest the guy, but he was polite to him. In the Council of Elders, Lu Shencheng was asked to sit down. The young man was told that the sect had always taken care of its disciples. Ancestors always allowed disciples to refine cultivation outside of the sect. The elders know that Jiming has repeatedly tried to frame Lu Shencheng. Therefore, his death will in no way fall on the young man. The second elder said that they have been thinking about it, and he has decided to have the young man come to the place where he lives tomorrow. He wants Lu Shencheng to become his inner disciple and perfect his cultivation. And then the elders started interrupting each other and arguing over whose disciple Lu Shencheng should become. The guy was puzzled before he was treated negatively. Now that he had recovered, everyone wanted him. The young man said he was grateful to all three, but not qualified enough to become their apprentice. Lu Shencheng summarized that he remains an external disciple. All three were very surprised and upset at the rejection of this talented student. The guy bowed out and said he had to go. The young man was leaving and thought he had made the right decision. The elders appreciate him, but why didn't they say anything about the competition tomorrow, which is an indication of his lack of importance? He thought about how to make the best out of it all. The sun was setting over the horizon, and the guy thought he would decide everything tomorrow after the competition. Morning came, and all the disciples of the Sun and Moon sect were called to wake up. All students rested, moved to the competition site. The students stood in teams facing each other. Someone yelled out that the rivals were coming. Muyun Chu appeared along with his companions. The young man noted that the atmosphere here is so masculine. Lu Shencheng looked at his opponent and decided that he would have to try to execute the grappling technique skill again. Otherwise, he might lose. Lu Shencheng saw a familiar face. He wouldn't have missed it among 1,000 other faces. Lu Shenchuan stood still as Heiju Zhan walked past him. The young man's heart was ready to jump out. The young man couldn't be mistaken, it was her. The guy walking next to her was Nie Yuan. It turns out that the girl's name is Li Yuan. Together they are called the Golden Boy and the Jasper Maiden. The young man thought that together they were quite strong, but with his talent, he wouldn't lose. Palace Square at the top of the peak of the Lark's Peak. The competitions are officially open. The competitors solemnly lined up in 2 rows opposite each other. Li Yuzhan told her 3 disciples to follow her. One of the disciples is Liu Yi Yi, a small girl tempered by the 8 levels of the realm. Her weapon is a sledgehammer. Ni Yuan, defiantly licking his knife, introduced himself as well and said that he was a master of 7 martial arts. The elder told Ni Yuan not to behave too aggressively. His opponents today are fragile, small girls. If they are harmed today, it will be difficult for them to get married in the future. The audience laughed amicably to support the elder. Lu Shencheng was watching the fight very closely. Liu Yi told Nie Yuan that she had heard of him as the leader from the Red Maple Forest. The boy asked if she was scared now. He added that if she had heard of him, she should know that he was not one to show mercy. Skillfully spinning his knife, he also added that the best solution for her was to accept defeat. Nie Yuan suggested that she shouldn't risk her countenance. The girl deftly tossed the sledgehammer high up and said she wouldn't take any chances. As the weapon tumbled through the air, she fixed her hair without looking at him and added to try and get him to do something with it. The athlete calmly extended her hand out to the side. The girl told the boy she didn't blame him for his lack of ability. The girl told the guy she didn't blame him for his lack of ability. Nie Yuan, seeing his opponent's skill, became more collected. The start of the contest was announced. The opponents stood opposite each other, studying and making no sudden movements. They began to approach little by little, the weapons in their hands glowing from the excess energy transmitted from their hosts. Lu Xincheng noticed how swiftly his rival Ne Yuan began to approach. He truly justified the title of the three outer heroes. Not many people with supernatural level could develop such speed. Ne Yuan shouted for the young lady to be more careful with him. The young lady retaliated with a crushing blow with her sledgehammer. The onlookers, seeing such a thing, screamed with horror. When the cloud cleared, everyone saw that the arena was damaged, the girl holding a sledgehammer ready to strike again. Ne Yuan desperately fought off the rocks flying towards him with his sword. The guy was in a state of prostration and decided it was a bad thing. There was nowhere to retreat, so he decided to attack. He was a fierce man, and he lunged at his rival, wanting to do her irreparable damage. The girl launched her sledgehammer at Ne Yuan, which rushed towards the targets in the form of a powerful blob of energy. Another moment and the weapons will collide. The sledgehammer is about to hit Ne Yuan. He's already prepared. The warrior realized that an incredible force was rushing at him. His hands were about to get hurt. Ne Yuan realized that this was inevitable and let go of his sword. A sledgehammer with incredible speed, accompanied by a powerful energy charge, met with Ne Yuan. Sword to one side, young man to the other, blood from his mouth a third. The fight was nearing its logical conclusion. The sledgehammer changed trajectory and flew towards the mistress. Liu Yi intercepted the sledgehammer, slung it spectacularly on her shoulder. She looked at her victim with a sense of accomplishment, not a very difficult duty. Ne Yuan, sad and battered, lay in the arena. The red-haired Liu Yi declared her victory and the fight was over. Lu Xincheng thought that this frail girl had incredible strength. The referee announced that in the first match of the body and mind strengthening competition, the sword section wins. In the second round, Wei Wuxuang versus He Zhoulan was announced. Wei Wuxuang said that since her opponent had the 9th level of martial arts, she would perform without weapons. Wuxuang said that there is no need to fight. The opponent is very weak. Therefore, she can refuse to fight. The opponent accepted the offer and declined the fight. The end of the second round has been announced. Wei Wuxuang won. The elder thought that the competition prepared by the sword sect had revealed the 3 disciples of Jade Lady Yao Jingjing. It seems the Sun and Moon sect is gaining an undeniable victory. The judge announced the last round of the body and mind strengthening competition. The fighter, it was Mujun Chu, who saw the opponent was bewitched by her. It wasn't clear basically how the fight could be fought. It would not be a fight by the rules. The girl said she was Sun Mei, and pointing at her chest added that this was her battle weapon. The girl after that winked slyly at the guy. Usually young men capitulate after that, but this one was not timid. The audience started laughing, thus discouraging the guy from fighting. The young man sighed and blushed with embarrassment. Wuxuang looked at the groom and thought that he had decided to give up so quickly. How blind she was to fall in love with such a man. Wuxuang was sad. She saw Lu Xincheng in the crowd and became even sadder. Crying, the girl thought she should have insisted a little longer. Lu Xincheng watched the duel and realized that this girl's charm technique was really strong. The elder watched the duel and realized that in such a competition, Mu Junchu was a very bad opponent. It was terrible that the Sun and Moon sect would lose because of him. The elder suddenly had a sudden realization and jumped up from his seat. He turned to Mu Yunchu and said that the latter should not have entered the arena. In the third round of the competition, changes were made. Everyone is worried. Who will the elder replace Chu Mu Yun with? There's no one else left. He Zhuzhan understood what the elder was getting at. The elder turned to Lu Xincheng and asked, "Why is he just standing there like that?" And he added that now it's the young man's turn to enter the arena. Chu Muyun thought that he was right about Lu Xincheng. Not only was he not punished, but he was also allowed to participate in such a serious competition. Mu Yunchu understood everything, apologized, and invited Lu Xincheng into the arena. Our hero didn't like it very much, but he had no choice. Lu Xincheng entered the arena and apologized for being inattentive. He Zhuzhan saw the young man and recognized him. He was the one who had cured her in the cave. He was even more handsome now. The elder began to suspect that Lu Xincheng might be acquainted with Yao Jinjing. If this guy with incredible abilities could be seduced, it would be the end. The elder announced that if Lu Xincheng won, he would be sent to represent the Sun and Moon sect. He Zhuzhan said that Sun Mei should surrender. The girl marveled. She told the elder that she would never lose. The elder agreed to let her come out to fight. The girl thanked the elder and prepared to give Lu Xincheng a fight. Sun Mei said that her charm skills had been practiced to perfection. She is ready to begin. The audience waiting for the most interesting fight, mouths open. Lu Xincheng prepared himself. The girl began to bewitch and enchant him. Her charms had no effect on the guy. It was like he was immune. He asked if she could do anything else more serious. Sun Mei once again winked at the boy. He didn't even bat an eye. The girl really didn't like her opponent's reaction. Lu Xincheng apologized and said that her charm technique was incredible. But here's the problem with his heart. His heart is already taken and belongs to another. Sun Mei didn't understand how this was possible. There is no such thing as this Lu Shencheng. She was determined not to give up and win at all costs. The entire audience was struck dumb. And only Lu Shencheng, with that immunity of his, was in no way willing to give up. Sun Mei thought that until now there was no man who could resist her charms. He Jun sighed sadly. The elder thought that when she had been with this guy in the cave, she had already realized then that he was a rather unusual person. Lu Shencheng asked if her mental attack was over. He added that it was now his turn. The young man brought his puppet onto the stage and took out a gold plate. The guy said he was starting. Lu Shencheng let his puppet go forward. Sun Mei was unprepared. Lu Shencheng threw the golden plates in her direction. Sun Mei had to maneuver to evade the attack. She thought that if she managed to touch his body, she could snatch that talisman from him. We have to dodge and get closer. The doll approached from behind and stuck a finger into Sun Mei's back. The girl thought it was not very good. The doll let an electrical charge go straight through her finger into the girl's body. Sun Mei stood as if dumbfounded and couldn't move. The next instant, she admitted defeat. Lu Shencheng was able to win the third round of the competition. The audience chanted the winner's name and congratulated him. The elder said that this young man was worthy of becoming a favorite disciple of the Sun and Moon sect. In the end, with a score of 2-1, the Sun and Moon sect won. It was decided to place the winners of the competition on the honor board. Lu Shencheng thought about the girl from the cave. She is the strongest disciple of the sect and a great elder. The young men were talking. The girl said the young man's elder is afraid she will win him over to her side. The boy said they are just taking advantage of people. Lu Shencheng added that when he was in dire straits, the Sun and Moon sect didn't value him as much as they do now. Therefore, he is also benefiting from their resources. The girl said that their relationship wouldn't lead to anything good. She'd already told him that. The young man said that if she wasn't asking for responsibility, there was no need for him to feel guilty. The guy said not to let her misunderstand him. He's not here for her. He even tried to avoid the contest. The girl said, okay, if that's the case. The elder showed the bracelet and said that it was a high-level item, a heaven and earth bracelet. Since she had reached the third level of the divine sea, she no longer needed it. As an apology, the girl gave this bracelet to Lu Shencheng. Lu Shencheng thanked and said that it was not worth it. In fact, his heart was already full. He didn't even think of being together with He Jun. The girl tossed the bracelet into the guy's hands. She said he could use it. The hero's congregation has more powerful masters than the Sun and Moon sect. And as she left, she added that if he came empty-handed, he might lose. Lu Shencheng kept the bracelet. The pensive young man walked back to the sect. The elder began to inquire what the conversation with the elder of the competing plan was about. The guy said it was no big deal. We talked about life, about family. The girl said she liked him and gave him something as a token of her appreciation. And the young man showed the elder the bracelet. Maybe she's trying to lure him into her sect. The elder said Lu Shencheng shouldn't do that. He's his disciple. They had an agreement. Lu Shencheng said that he did not give an answer and does not want to betray the Sun and Moon sect. The elder showed the young man the weapon and said that it was an earth spirit weapon called Blue Rain. It is much more valuable than this bracelet. Since Lu Shencheng has raised the sect's reputation today, he hands this weapon to the young man. The boy accepted the bow from the elder's hands and thanked him. Lu Shencheng sat in his room and meditated. In his past life, he had seen so many different artifacts. The young man thought, this level 7 body, these 2 items would be enough for now. 2 days later, someone knocked on our hero's door. It was Liao's brother. He said that we should come out immediately. All members of the heroes' convention are waiting at the foot of the mountain. The young man thanked him and said he would come. Brother Liao mumbled back that there were rumors that you and Jingjing were quite close. The guy figured that Liao had come here to learn about Jingjing. Liao turned to Lu Shencheng and said that he wanted to ask him. Lu Shencheng replied that he was not his friend or relative, so he would not answer questions. He added that maybe Liao was angry because the elder had met with him yesterday. Brother Liao boiled up and was about to deal with Lu Shencheng. Lu Shencheng decided to use the divine dragon and elephant technique. The first movement is irresistible. Their furious fists clashed and there was a release of energy. Brother Liao boasted that he possessed 9th-level supernatural strength, and Lu Shencheng is just a pathetic adept of the outer door. The moment the opponent's fists met, Lu Shencheng's energy was so strong that it was transmitted to his opponent, and he experienced a very intense pain. He had to cry out. Liao's arm took on an unnatural shape and sagged. It was broken in several places. Lu Shencheng was emotionally calm. He headed towards Brother Liao. Liao realized that he had gotten himself into trouble, but he couldn't understand how such a thing was possible. Lu Shencheng explained that there was no need to boast about his position. It wouldn't help anyway. If he tried to attack from the sidelines next time, he wouldn't get away with a simple fracture. Everyone on the outside watched and wondered how the young man was able to defeat an adept at the 9th level of supernatural power. Everyone in the neighborhood already knew that Liao Huaming had been injured by Lu Shencheng. Everyone was stunned by the news. They started asking, how could he lose? How could a 7th-level martial artist win against a 9th-level supernatural power user? Wushuang asked Lu Shencheng if it was true that he had beaten brother Liao. The judge said to ask an elder to replace you because of your injury. Liao said it's a common fracture. He has a special ointment of the highest quality. It will take 16 days to reach the temple. In that time, the arm will be fully recovered. The judge told Liao to take care of his wife and not to make mistakes. Brother Liao began to explain that he was fighting for his girlfriend's honor. Therefore, he had innocently suffered. Liao took offense and left. The young man keeping order was unwavering. The elder said it was time to move out. She didn't know anything about the broken arm yet. For 15 days, the crew traveled to their destination. During this time, Lu Shencheng was able to rise to the 8th level of martial arts. Tiger and Dragon Mountains, Confucius Temple. Wushuang cheerfully announced that they had arrived at their destination. We can get off now. The elder said they have 2 hours to learn the rules of the competition. She will meet with the local elders. For now, everyone is free to go. The team froze in place and listened attentively to the commander. The team decided to go and watch the other competitors compete. The young people approached the large arena. There were a lot of participants and spectators. The audience watched the performances and took note of the new techniques. One of the athletes flew by. He had a very aggressive opponent. He was a very big guy with a rustic look. Wushuang thought something was wrong. She asked Lu Shencheng if he thought that guy had lost intentionally. She explained why she felt that way. The warrior, who now stood with sword in hand, was clearly strong. It was dangerous to fight him. So the opponent, realizing this, lost on purpose. The people nearby began to look back at Wushuang. Someone said that she shouldn't judge Jiao Tao. It's very dangerous to behave like that in these parts. No one will support her. The girl said she was from the Sun and Moon sect, and added that people of low intelligence should not give their advice. The interested party is deluded, and the outsider sees clearly. Everyone pounced on Wei Wushuang and rebuked her. They said they didn't know of such a Sun and Moon sect. It must be a very small sect. Jiang Tao is a top disciple of the Fresh Wind and Rain Palace. He has the 20th level of supernatural strength. The girl was ready to cry from resentment. This is when the screamers were stopped by Brother Liao. He said that the Sun and Moon sect is not a bunch of scum. The people around me decided not to bicker anymore. Jiao Tao shouted from the arena that he was the one who badmouthed the Sun and Moon sect. What's the big deal? Lao immediately flew towards the arena. He was furious and was ready to give Jiao Tao a beating. Wushuang cheered him on and shouted that he did well. Jiao Tao drew his sword and prepared to repel the attack. Jiao Tao thrust his sword forward. Liao fisted his opponent's weapon. With the next blow, Liao sent the offender into free flight. Onlookers were shocked by what they saw. Jiao Tao jumped up and couldn't understand who this attacker was. He's all level 20 supernatural strength. He shouldn't lose to some unknown upstart. The local hero focused and decided to continue the fight. He rushed to the attack with a victory cry. Brother Liao was ready to meet the enemy. Jiao Tao was striking the young man very quickly, but the young man was very fast and effective in evading the blade. The blows did not reach the target. Liao at the same time managed to land barehanded strikes on his opponent. The spectators watched with bated breath. Could this be a worthy opponent for our Jiao Tao? Someone in the crowd noticed that Liao had a problem with his right hand and shouted it out to Jiao Tao. Liao realized that he might have a harder time now. Lu Shencheng also noticed that Liao was working with one hand and thought that in 2 weeks, Liao's injured arm had not yet fully recovered. Jiao Tao realized everything and decided to change his battle tactics. Jiao Tao decided to attack his opponent's sore arm. Liao now had a harder time repelling attacks. It was harder to attack himself. The enemy recognized his weakness. Liao thought that hard times had come now. He found it increasingly difficult to hold back the onslaught of the enemy. Liao misses with a leg kick to the side of the head. It was unexpected. Liao was unable to stay on his feet and flew off to the side. Everyone started congratulating Jiao Tao and saying that he was still the best. Lu Shencheng suddenly entered the arena. He began to insult and hurt Jiao Tao, clearly provoking him. The young man said that the athlete who had just performed was a genius. He practically fought with one hand and was on the same level as your brother Jiao Tao. And this Jiao Tao himself couldn't notice that his opponent was injured until he was prompted from the crowd. Jiao Tao replied that it didn't matter. Lu Shencheng said that the man must think he is very cool. Another fighter appeared and said that he shouldn't have interfered with other people's competition. Lu Xincheng said that if they think they are tough, let them come out to fight. The crowd murmured with indignation. They shouted that it was Zi Chen, who possessed third-level supernatural strength. Zhao Tao laughed because this kid had challenged Xing Chen. Lu Xincheng stood on the podium as if nothing had happened. The one peered at Lu Xincheng with anger and said that he would give him a chance to retract his words. Lu Xincheng said that in that case, he would also give the young man a chance to retract his words. The young man realized there was no way to avoid the collision. Wu Shuang wanted to know what was the story behind Zi Chen. It was explained to her that Zi Chen was a brilliant disciple of the Holy Church. He is only a 7th-level martial artist, and he is already a member of the inner circle of elders of the Holy Church. In a ranking of experts in the field of body hardening published by the Holy Church, he ranks 3rd. Lu Xincheng was said to have no chance of winning. Wu Shuang was upset that because of her rash words, she had caused great trouble to the Sun and Moon sect. The elders gathered in the gazebo. The elder with the glass of water feels sad. The speaker said his siblings are now in the arena, so he has to go off and see if anything untoward has happened to them. Another elder also expressed such a desire. The Thunder Sect elder was discussing the talents of the various participants. The Sun and Moon sect was the only one in the rankings, far from even the 200th place. He Jujan decided to go watch the fights as well. A few more elders followed her. Su Ming, the 7th patriarch of the Holy Church, said that they would probably all go to watch the competition now. And so it was agreed. All the elders went towards the arena. At this time, there were 2 challengers in the arena. One of them was announced. It was Lu Xincheng. The young man bowed in appreciation and out of respect. They told him from downstairs that it wouldn't end well, so he beat up Liao. Now he's causing a lot of trouble. Why is Lu Xincheng doing this? Does he really think that the Sun and Moon sect belongs to him? Lu Xincheng told his interlocutor to show respect before saying anything. The interlocutor said that Lu Xincheng doesn't know what respect is, because he had never shown respect to the Sun and Moon sect. Lu Xincheng looked his interlocutor straight in the eyes. Wei Wuxuang and Chu Muyun also watched the developments with interest. The young man asked Chu Muyun, "Did he hurt you again?" The one replied that his injury had nothing to do with Lu Xincheng. Wasn't he injured by Zhao Tao's brother? Wei Wuxuang asked that the young man not do it now. He answered her to shut up. The interlocutor said 6 that at such a critical moment, Lu Xincheng did not pay attention to the greatness of the sect at all. Then he should be taught a lesson. The young man shouted out that Lu Xincheng did not harm him in any way. On the contrary, he was protecting him. Before jumping into the arena, he hadn't been prepared for such a development last time. The opponent only remained silent and did not give his answer. So added that they were competing and Zhao Tao heard him. Zhao Tao said that just now, a disciple of the Sun and Moon sect defeated him in a competition. A little lesson wouldn't hurt. The instigator said that Zhao Chao's brother had done nothing wrong. Lu Xincheng repeated again for the interlocutor to show respect when speaking to him. The opponent objected. Instead of trying to work things out, he just keeps creating more problems. Lu Xincheng was silent this time in response, but he realized that there would be no need for hand-to-hand combat this time. This was a case where words were not enough. Wei Wuxuang covered her eyes with her hands in fear. Lu Xincheng thought that this was not good. He was a 3rd-level expert of the Divine Sea Realm. The young man realized that he wouldn't be able to overpower him with his physical body. He lost his balance along with his doll. The opponent motioned at the young man. He decided to teach a lesson today on behalf of his master. He wants him to know that he is a member of the Sun and Moon sect. Lu Xincheng was already tired of these meaningless conversations. Just then, Elder Jing Jing intervened in the conversation. She tried to stop Lu Xincheng's rival. She told Lu Yiran to stop. She added that regardless of who was right or wrong, if one wanted to teach a lesson, one should wait until they returned to the clan. The young man objected that it was his clan's business, and the girl had nothing to do with it. The girl fell silent and turned away. The interlocutor said that if he has problems with Jing now, how can he get along with her in the future? And it has nothing to do with Lu Xincheng. The young man clenched his fists with tension. He warned Lu Xincheng that today was his lucky day. Don't do anything reckless. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so patient anymore. The elder said that only a 7-year-old child was capable of doing such a thing. People like him are unable to even pass through the outer door of the Jade House. The other elder added that the weak are characterized by a tailspin. He's sadly pathetic today. Lu Xincheng became embittered at such words. He said he would remember their words. In their eyes, the strong can turn wrong into right. A year later, Lu Xincheng will let Li Yuzhan know what a true genius is. The onlookers looked at the young man in amazement. They listened and laughed back. How could one challenge a true genius like Li Yuzhan? The elder looked at him intently. He said he was going to return to the clan and offer expulsion from the sect, but now he's decided to give it a chance. He was willing to wait a year for him to use the full extent of his talent to show what genius was. The elder told Li Yuran that it was time to leave and not to worry about a child who didn't realize the limits of his own ignorance. It would be impossible to teach him proper behavior. Another elder said that the one should realize that the sky is higher than he is. The girl reassured the young man by saying that he was no less qualified. However, a hurried man is easily broken. He stopped her with a movement of his hand and said it would be best if she didn't talk to him right now. Everyone started telling the girl that even after all the help she had given him, this guy still didn't know what he was doing. The elder thought he was just trying to keep his distance from her. Lu Xincheng pointed at the young man and told him to go up to the arena. He hadn't had any fun with him yet. That one looked sternly back at Lu Xincheng's words. He replied to Lu Xincheng that he would only fight with one hand. If in 10 moves he can hold on, the victory is his. Everyone was interested in watching this battle. How dare he challenge Ji Chen? It's unfathomable. Lu Xincheng thought that he had never been humiliated in his past life. Now that he had been reborn, he would not allow himself to be underestimated. The young man calmed down and began to silently prepare himself for the upcoming battle. He was calm and poised. No one could make him mad. After a short meditation, he behaved differently. He showed that he was number one and that he was not to be trifled with. Everyone saw the 5th level of the Avatar realm, a 7th level tempered body martial art. Who is this? The elder thought his qualifications were very good, but she had underestimated him. Lu Xincheng was fully assembled and ready to fight. The amount of energy hovering over him left his opponent with no hope. The elder noticed the golden glow above Lu Xincheng and thought that this guy didn't practice any purification techniques. The opponent saw the refining technique and became very tense. Body hardening and refining cultivation belong to 2 different branches. But this, Lu Xincheng was practicing 2 techniques at the same time at the body hardening level. He also thought that Lu Xincheng was using 2 techniques at the same time while being at the 5th level of the Avatar realm. Ji Chen thought that it was very strange that such a powerful person did not rank high in the body hardening stage, but one can't run away because there will be no future in the church. Ji Chen decided to go for it in this fight and dispatch his opponent with a single punch. Ji Chen activated his battle dragon, and everyone saw that he was now a triple master. He is using a secret technique. Now he must win. Lu Xincheng was calm. Ji Chen was inviting the guy to fight him. Ji Chen directed all of his strength and dragon power at Lu Xincheng. Our hero tensed his fist and prepared to repel the attack. The clash between the opponents was very powerful. The energy output of the impact was amazing. Lu Xincheng countered the dragon and was able to hold his position and not retreat. Everyone noticed that the leading dragons instantly burst into flames. The elder was startled and shouted for Ji Chen to urgently retreat. Jing Jing stopped her colleague and said that they were still in the middle of the competition. Therefore, there was no need to interfere. Ji Chen decided to retreat, but the enemy's fire energy consumed him completely. Everyone was horrified by what they saw. There's hardly anything left of Ji Chen, just armor and bones. Lu Xincheng stood calmly in the arena. The fight is over. He said he was glad to see it. Everyone was shouting, "Brother Ji Chen!" They were discussing that Ji Chen had been defeated by a single punch. How is that possible? The young man shouted that Lu Xincheng was the strongest. The young man thought that this Lu Xincheng was only a 7th level martial artist, but he's already so terrifyingly strong and shows no mercy. What could happen to him in a year's time? He rushed towards Lu Xincheng in the arena. It had to stop now, so Jing Jing decided to take action. She stood between the young men and made it clear that she shouldn't touch Lu Xincheng right now. The guy told Yao Jing that it was impermissible to get in his way twice. It's going too far. Jing Jing replied that it would become impermissible if he constantly retracted his words to his fellow disciples. The girl realized that words alone would not be enough here, and she would have to use her fighting techniques. She directed her energy at her opponent and told him to fuck off. Lu Xincheng noticed that Jing Jing was defending him again. The boy thought that even though this girl acts like she hates him, she can't help but live up to his expectations. Every time he was in danger, she helped him. Lu Xincheng pointed out that she really wasn't like other people. Everyone was yelling to get out of here, because if the battle starts now, the whole place will be destroyed. The elder shouted to stop immediately. He stood between the opponents and tried to stop the bloodshed. The young man didn't understand why the elder was interfering. Lu Xincheng is an adept of the Sun and Moon clan. He had just massacred Jing Chen. The elder said that in the tournament, life and death are determined by fate, and what Li Yuran is doing today is shameful. Li Yuran fell silent in response. An elder told Lu Xincheng that he is very arrogant, but there is still someone who supports him. The young man still won't be able to catch up with Li Yuran, even if he takes a whole year to do so. Lu Xincheng only remained silent in response. No one could understand what was on his mind. The elder left, and Yao Jing approached the young man. She said that he is too aggressive right now. Li Yuran's position in the Sun and Moon sect is far from what he can achieve. Yao Jing called Lu Xincheng with her to the Sword sect. As long as he follows her, he will not be threatened by anything. He is still too weak, and perfection is not only a matter of strength, but also of heart. Lu Xincheng was surprised by her behavior. She's a nobody to him. Why should he follow her? Why does she protect him? The young man added that he has never relied on women. The girl was very offended by Lu Xincheng's words. She turned silently and walked away. Lu Xincheng knew she wanted the best for him, but he can't accept her offer. Nor can he take her with him. If he retreats here, he won't be able to move on. Lu Xincheng approached the stranger and asked where the battle ranking published by the church was. The stranger told me where to go to see. Lu Xincheng thought that if he wanted to improve his improvement, he needed to clearly understand where he was. The young man walked over to where the stranger was pointing. The guy looked and thought that he had just defeated Ji Chen, and already the ranking had updated. The intelligence network of the church should not be underestimated. Lu Xincheng approached the girl and wanted to ask her a question. The girl said she would be happy to answer any questions. The guy said he wanted to challenge the first one on the list. How do you find him? The girl was startled. Did the young man really want to challenge Nalan Xiaofeng? The interviewee explained that Nalan Xiaofeng is ranked first among all the body hardening students, and Lu Xincheng only has an 8-level body hardening martial skill. The young man thanked the girl for her concern and asked only for the address. The girl pointed to the outside guards of the church who are responsible for updating the list. If you want to challenge someone, you have to walk up and sign in. The guards will approach the other party. If the other party agrees, the challenge will be accepted. After that, the day of battle would come, so everyone would make the necessary preparations. The young man thanked the helpful girl 7. Lu Xincheng had a plan. The guards asked, "Who is Lu Xincheng? Why was he ahead of Ji Chen?" Everyone was also surprised by this placement in the rankings. The guard stated that he does not know all the details. He is just following the instructions of the elders. We have to be patient for a while. Someone in the crowd said he wasn't sure about the veracity of the rankings either. Odo turned out to be Nalan Xiaofeng. He said he wanted to challenge Lu Xincheng. He'll teach that upstart a lesson. Nalan Xiaofeng added that power ranking is more than just a ranking. It is an honor and recognition of our qualifications. The young man said that he wanted to see if Lu Xincheng had the courage to accept the challenge. Lu Xincheng thought, it's good that he has caused so much discussion. It saves him from having to look for it. People were discussing this Lu Xincheng. It was said that he took out Ji Chen with one punch. Someone in the crowd said that he couldn't believe that there was such a strong person with a hardened body skill in this world. He was told that the 7 elders of the Holy Church were witnesses. They said that Lu Xincheng had even practiced the secret technique. He is only at the 8th level of the tempered body martial art, but after using the secret technique, he had reached the 5th level of avatar. The young man thought that if he could raise his refinement to such a terrifying level, it was definitely a top-quality technique. We should get it. He decided to recharge with medicine. These pills contain Qi energy. After taking them for 2 days, the meridians will absorb Qi energy from the outside world twice as fast. The guy decided to promise Lu Xincheng if he dared to come and win, to give those pills to Lu Xincheng. And if Lu Xincheng loses, he will demonstrate his secret technique of perfection. People started placing bets on this fight, and generally whether Lu Xincheng would come in. Alan thought that since he had the ability to instantly memorize things, it would be enough for him to watch and memorize the secret technique once. Nalan decided that when he was done, Lu Xincheng would be as useless as everyone else. He would just have to deal with him. The guard said he would send a challenge to Lu Xincheng, but it was unknown if he would accept it. Then Lu Xincheng appeared unexpectedly and said that he was accepting the challenge. The young man was glad that he would still get a lot of useful pills for completing the task he had planned for himself. Nalan Xiaofeng interjected, "Did Lu Xincheng really agree to fight?" Lu Xincheng said that he agreed to the fight and the terms. After all, he would never be able to defeat Lu Xincheng. It's time for the competition. Elder said the reason the Holy Church is holding this competition is to select the most talented students who represent the eastern part of the continent. Everyone asked, what's going to happen next? The elder pulled out a green card. The card read Nalan Xiaofeng versus Lu Xincheng. The elder announced that Nalan Xiaofeng would teach Lu Xincheng a lesson today. Jing Jing told her female students, if Lu Xincheng's life was in danger, for them to help the young man. Elder suggested that the tournament continue so that the best prizes go to the best. The elder noticed that there was a change in the green card. He looked at the card and muttered in surprise. Nalan Xiaofeng died in battle. Everyone was terribly surprised and shocked by such news. A mute question froze on everyone's lips. Lu Xincheng stood nonchalantly in front of everyone. He controlled his puppet, which held his opponent's skeleton in its hand. The young man's fist glowed and emitted a powerful energy charge. There was nothing left of his opponent, just a pile of bones that lay on the bleachers in front of all the spectators. Lu Xinchen reasoned that against Ji Chen, he had used 70% of his strength. Against Nalan Xiaofeng, he used all of his strength. He didn't last long. The opponent was not as good as expected. After the victorious battle, the young man came to the guard for his due reward. Nalan Xiaofeng's teacher, Nalan Xiaofeng, appeared and began to call out to his disciple. He grabbed Lu Xincheng by the scruff of his neck and began to ask if his ward was okay. Lu Xincheng said that the man had died in battle. He didn't want to deal with him completely, but Nalan left him no choice. Elder Su fainted. Another elder said that Lu Xincheng had just massacred Ji Chen and Nalan Xiaofeng. This is no way to behave anymore. This way will do no good. The young man said he was doing as the elder said. The weak should behave with their tails between their legs. That's what the elder teaches. Another elder said that if Lu Xincheng continued to behave like this, he would be expelled from the mountain. Lu Xincheng said only if they left together. The guy added that it's not up to him to kick him out of the cult. Lu Xincheng walked away, and his opponent was still shouting something afterward for a long time. The elder tried to calm the heated young man and said that there were plenty of opportunities to teach him a lesson. Lu Xincheng is in her room sitting on her bed meditating. It's a full moon outside. The energy around the young person is energized in a positive way. The guy thinks that these pills were very useful. If he could absorb all of them, his refinement would rise to at least 3 levels. The young man heard someone sneaking around. These people dare not do anything to him during the day to preserve his dignity, but at night they decided to sneak up on him. Lu Xincheng noticed them. The boy noted that there were 2 or 3 of them. He took the magic bracelet, the gold plate, and his doll. The guy threw the plate at the night alien. It was a girl and she shrieked in surprise. She was immediately bound with ropes, and a battle doll rushed towards her. The other 2 aliens rushed to the girl's aid. Lu Xincheng thought it was a prank by someone from the church. He prepared to make a stealthy escape to avoid trouble. The guy broke through the wall and ran outside. Lu Xincheng was running away from the city and thought that now he would have to find another way out. The young man found himself near a cliff at the edge of the forest. The boy stopped. He was not alone here at this hour of the night. It was an elder with his warriors. He asked where Lu Xincheng was in such a hurry. The forces were unequal. The elder's attitude was aggressive. He said that Lu Xincheng had massacred his best student today, so we'll have to settle accounts and pay for it in blood. Lu Xincheng said that Nalan Xiaofeng's insatiable greed was to blame. What Lu Xincheng did was for the people. Lu Xincheng asked why isn't Li Yuran here? The elder said that he himself would now clean up the mess as he sees it. The elder commanded that everyone attack the young man. The guy was standing on the edge of a cliff, and his foes were approaching him. Lu Xincheng thought that this was a very familiar picture. It's happened to him before. Lu Xincheng announced that they would all die today. The guy was already standing at the very edge of the cliff. Memorable moments from his life flashed before his eyes, something that made a big impression on him, and he jumped off the cliff head first. The cliff was high, there was no chance of surviving. The elder didn't know how to react to that, so he had won. He looked down. There was nothing to be seen. The servants reported that they didn't find the body. But even if Lu Xincheng had a high level of perfection, he wouldn't be able to use it. The elder said it was very good. He shouted that his disciple Xiao Feng had been avenged. Elder said he thanked everyone for attending this meeting and welcomed all the talents to join their church. Yao Jing and her female disciples listened to this performance and couldn't understand why they were invited here at this time. The servant whispered something to the elder. The elder says that's all for today. We can go. The girl thanked for everything, but said that neither she nor her female disciples were going to leave the sword sect. The girls bowed out and went to their rooms. They were met by Li Yuran. Yao Jing didn't expect to meet him in such a place at such a time. She wondered what he was doing here. Elder Su had been in plain sight all night. Then who was Li Yuran meeting with? A suspicion crept into the girl's mind. Yao Jing suggested that the girls go to the disciples' residence. She reasoned that Elder Su Ming wasn't stupid enough to fight Lu Xingcheng, who was only at the 8th level of martial Dao. Li Yuran looked at the trail of the fleeing girls and thought that they had really run to Lu Xincheng, but the church seemed to have already taken action. He thought it was just one stone in the road and the church had put so much effort into it. Li Yuran regretted Yao Jing, but since the church had already taken action, Lu Xincheng was already gone. The young men approached Lu Xincheng's room and shouted at him. Then they knocked on the door. Everyone thought it odd that the young man didn't respond. Suddenly, someone showed up from the next room and said it was very late and sleepy. Other students came out and started saying they had been woken up. Yao Jing didn't give up and asked everyone, "Where is Lu Xincheng?" The girl in the next room said he wasn't here. Yao Jing asked her since their rooms are next to each other. She should know where the young man is. Ta replied that she had just woken up. Maybe her brother Liao Humian knows. Yao Jing told Liao Humian to come out. Liao appeared and asked what Yao Jing was doing here. The girl repeated her question. "Where is Lu Xincheng?" Liao Humian said that the girl is hurting his feelings. She knows how he feels about her. Yao Jing said, "We'll talk later. Where is Lu Xincheng now? Who knows?" This Liao couldn't calm down and was talking nonsense about feelings and relationships. The girl interrogated what kind of relationship we were talking about. Liao explained that the seventh elder of the sword sect had openly fought with Li Yuran for Lu Xincheng. What would the people around him think in this case? Everyone began to speculate that maybe really Lu Xincheng really is Jade Lady's boyfriend. Liao continued. Lu Xincheng was being so defiant because he had fallen in love with the Jade Lady. If Yao Jing is so protective of him, then they have a secret connection. Lu Xincheng behaved like this because he felt Yao Jing's support behind him. Therefore, he must die at the foot of the cliff. The girl slapped the young man in the face and said that her relationship with Lu Xincheng shouldn't be anyone's concern. The girl said that she had long wanted to ask Elder Su when his heart was eaten by a dog, and he was now living like a rat. Yao Jing became very upset and left. Liao ran after her, but she paid no attention to the young man. Yao Jing decided to go to the cliff. She rushed towards the warriors there in a rage. The girl scattered around anyone who tried to interfere with her. Yao Jing walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Suddenly, someone put a hand on her shoulder. The girl flinched. It turned out to be Elder Su. Yao Jing was very surprised. He said not to jump down. "If you do, you'll die." The girl said that she now understood how they made Lu Xincheng die. She said she felt very sorry for the young man. Tears ran down the young lady's cheeks. She thought that if she had insisted and the boy had stayed, this would not have happened. Elder Su said no one had heard anything about Lu Xincheng. What's the use of him? He's just an 8th grade martial arts student. He's worthless. Elder Su told the girl to go back to the sword sect. Elder Su said she couldn't just leave, so he sent the villains after her. The villains had almost caught up with Yao Jing, but then the unexpected happened. Yao Jing's students showed up. The girl with the sledgehammer cleared the area in one fell swoop. The girl said she doesn't need the church's attention. She is not an 8-step martial arts student. Elder Su said that their church has no shortage of geniuses. If you leave today, you will regret it in the future. Yao Jing said that she would regret it if she stayed. The next morning came. The patriarch inquired about Yao Jing leaving. It was reported to him that it was. The patriarch said that no one could be blamed for Ji Chen's death. After all, in the tournament, life and death are determined by the heavens. Su Ming shouldn't blame Lu Xincheng for Ji Chen's death. Elder Su told the patriarch that he was admitting his mistake. The holy maiden wondered if Yao Jing was really leaving the temple because of Lu Xincheng. Elder Su said that he had seen it with his own eyes. The holy maiden told the patriarch that they didn't need someone like Yao Jing in the heavenly realm. She disregarded the big picture for her own interests. The patriarch agreed, but from now on, all activities of the sword sect are forbidden. All present said they understood the patriarch's order. The holy maiden asked how preparations were going for tomorrow's tournament. The holy maiden has been informed that everything is ready. Tomorrow there will be an official competition to determine the top 3 from the body and avatar hardening areas. It's been 3 days. They have announced the closing of the tournament. There are now 6 winners of the Holy Church tournament. The top 3 in body hardening. The second 3 are in the avatar area. Everyone congratulate these 6 people. They are the most powerful beings in all stages of development on the face of the Eastern continent. And now the most solemn part of the competition has been announced, the one we've been waiting for so long, the performance of the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden took out 6 pieces of jewelry and said that this competition was very fierce and she would keep a close eye on everything. The maiden added that all of you are a tremendous force in our heavenly realm against the barbarians. You 6 proud sons of God who have a bright future ahead of you. And now for the prize giving. Virgo added that she hopes they continue to work hard and come up with even greater achievements. Virgo said she would start handing out awards. Someone in the crowd asked the maiden, "Is it true that Lu Xincheng was destroyed by the Holy Church?" The Holy Maiden looked sternly into the crowd. A stranger appeared to ask the question. The Holy Maiden asked what was wrong with this young man. The guy said that he had recently seen Lu Xincheng's performance with Nalan. Lu Xincheng was capable of ranking first in body hardening. But right now, Lu Xincheng has never appeared anywhere. Rumor has it that he was massacred that night. Everyone thought about it and decided that it was strange that Lu Xincheng was not at the competition. Is this really how the church treats disciples? Elder Su said that Lu Xincheng was indeed victorious in battles, but he is very vicious and ruthless. Elder Su added that their church has always been open and honest and has never acted shamelessly. The church does not know where the young man is now. He also said that if someone disagrees with the outcome of the trial, they can challenge it. None of the people wanted to challenge the church. Everyone began to think that it was only Lu Xincheng's problem where he had gone. Still, there was a brave man who wanted to spar. Everyone began to say that it was the ninth heavenly thunder. The holy maiden stood in the arena, and what was going on around her was not part of her plans. A daredevil in the crowd told her that the church had so intimidated everyone that no one dares to tell the truth. No wonder Lu Xincheng disappeared, because in a fair fight, he would have won. His opponent said he's about to show who's stronger. The young man began to accumulate his martial energy around him. His opponent did the same. Things were heating up. The fighter was ready to make a leap on his opponent. The opponent channeled a powerful beam of energy. The warrior clenched his teeth and decided to put all his power and rage into the blow. A flash illuminated the arena. The boy shrank back in fright. He asked what was the point of bullying the weak. In front of him stood Lu Xincheng himself, calm and unperturbed. Elder Su covered himself in cold sweat and muttered that it was impossible. Lu Xincheng thanked the young man and said that he would take it from here. Left alone with Lu Xincheng, the martial artist asked what the latter wanted to do. Our hero said he wasn't interested in him. Lu Xincheng said that he had come back to challenge him and pointed his finger in the direction. Lu Xincheng pointed his finger at Wei Ran. Elder Su said that Lu Xincheng dare not interrupt the award ceremony and ignore the rules of the church, and also wants to challenge Wei Ran, the second in the Avatar realm. Lu spoke calmly, confidence in his voice. He said that the rules gave him the right to challenge and confirmed that the church wanted him killed in the middle of the night. All the other contestants stood in a cold sweat and could not believe their eyes and ears. The elder was on the verge of a breakdown, and upon hearing this screamed that he hadn't met Lu last night and therefore couldn't have killed him. Those watching couldn't figure out what surprised them more, Lu's audacity or the betrayal of the church. Lu laughed back at the elder and mocked him in front of the others. The young man swept up that he didn't say which night he was going to be killed, and thus proved that the elder was really going to end Lu's life. Su shouted that he would beat the young man to death and rushed towards him. They stood head-on, the elder ready to remove Lu when the other wouldn't even look at him. At the last moment, the holy maiden managed to stop Su and told him to leave in shame to the house of the elders. Su objected to her, unable to leave as if because he had to deal with everyone present first. Suddenly, the elder received a momentary yet powerful punch on his lips. It was Lu who didn't want to tolerate the elder's insolence. His punch caused a breeze to rise around Su and splinters flew in different directions. The elder was bleeding from his nose and mouth, dumbfounded at what the young man was allowing himself to do. Those watching had never seen such a thing. They couldn't believe what had just happened before their eyes. No one had ever beaten an elder in public before. Su was burning with rage. Never before had he been humiliated like this by Lu in front of an audience. He was ready to destroy the young man. And now he's already flying like a comet, moving away from everyone else. It looks like the holy maiden has decided to send Elder Su away. The maiden asked Lu Xincheng not to repeat such stupid things because he is walking on very thin ice. She doesn't believe that Lu's strength is enough to overpower the elder. The young man spoke as if with derision and confidence in his words. He believes the church could do a lot more good. Such words angered the Holy Virgin, and she promised not to let Lu insult the Holy Church again. The young man thinks that the Virgin just doesn't want to admit the truth about the Holy Church, but he will not stop there and will make the church pay for what they did that night. That's when Wei Ran came up to them. Lu insulted him and only blamed the House of Bright Moon for Wei not taking first place. Saint Maiden, it seemed like she had never heard such insolence from someone like Lu Xincheng. The young man promised that he would give it all back when Suhu cornered him. He wants to start with Wei Ran specifically. Wei Ran responded to Lu's audacity with bravery and confidence in his abilities. He thinks he can easily defeat the guy. Here, one of the people watching advised Wei Ran not to hold back and prove to everyone that Lu was no danger. Lu was just as ready to fight as his opponent and set the start of the fight himself. The holy maiden who was looking at all of this noticed the similarities between Lu and Yao Jin. They both have no self-awareness and consider themselves to be both heaven and earth. The maiden tried to stop Lu and offered to admit defeat, but there was no way he wanted to back down. Wei Ran didn't wait for the first strike and shouted to accumulate strength. Flames rose up behind him, and lightning-like clusters of energy swirled around his body. Wei Ran used a level 2 divine skill and stood in a stance ready to strike. Lu Xingchen didn't even look at him, so confident was he. There wasn't a single bit of fear in him. The competitors looked at Lu with astonishment. They didn't understand how the young man would be able to defend himself when his avatar was 6 steps inferior to Wei Ran. No one believed in Lu. Wei Ran, with a smirk on his face, gave Lu a final warning and once again advised him to immediately admit defeat. The young man didn't say anything. He continued to stand like this without moving, his back to Wei Ran. Wei Ran scattered and was in the sky above Lu. In a moment, he would have already destroyed the young man once and for all. And so, Wei strikes first. He sent a fiery comet hurtling towards the similarly standing Lu. Wei Ran's teacher shouted in support of him, how helpless Lu was and wouldn't be able to stand up to his opponent. Lu Xingchen was covered by a giant fire mushroom from the explosion. After such a blow, there shouldn't be a wet spot left of him. Wei Ran approached the fire and reiterated that Lu was too weak to do him any harm, asking to summon doctors for his rival. After winning, he asked the Holy Virgin to continue awarding and announcing the results of the competition. After seeing everything that happened, the Holy Maiden told everyone how foolish Lu had acted and the result he had gotten. From what he heard next, the Holy Maiden turned pale and stood in a stupor. Lu Xingchen's voice rang out from the blazing fire. And there he stands amidst the flames, saying that Wei Ran can't burn him even if Lu stands still and doesn't move. Suddenly, a giant dragon appeared from behind his back. Everyone began to flee from what was happening. The Holy Virgin restrained the fireballs with her strength, preventing them from touching herself. And Lu Xingchen stood there and watched everything with a smile. Wei Ran couldn't believe it. Lu remained unharmed after the shining sun of the earth, his best move. Lu walked up to his opponent and asked if Wei was afraid of him now. Wei Ran's teacher shouted to his student that it was just a ruse and Lu was not a problem for him. Lu, realizing that it was Wei Ran's teacher, insulted him with a ruthless and dirty teacher. Hearing this, Wei Ran's face flushed with rage. He would not tolerate insults towards his teacher. He jumped and swung a second blow at the young man. Wei Ran was able to use the burning flame and apply both powers at the same time, thus showing the audience his excellent skills. In the instant after the strike, a giant dragon appeared in front of Wei Ran. Everyone was very surprised when they realized that it was Lu Xingchen's dragon and that it had started to act. After defeating his opponent, Lu calmly showed respect in his direction and reiterated that his punches would not harm Lu. Here the young man revealed the truth about Wei Ran's teacher Su Hu, for he had secretly collaborated with the church to kill an innocent man by sinister means. Wei Ran didn't like the accusations he heard and thinks it's a load of nonsense, because Su Hu is an elder of the Bright Moon House and has been teaching Wei Ran the art since he was a child. Lu Xingchen asked Wei Ran where he had seen the elder on the last night before the competition, and then Wei Ran suspected something. He thought that Su Hu was in his house, but he did not open the door. Wei thought that the teacher was not well, but the next morning he was in good health. Su Hu frowned at his disciple, realizing that if he didn't do anything, he was finished. Suddenly, Wei Ran, before he could say what was next in the morning, cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. Elder Su Hu stood not far from his disciple, who was lying motionless. He shouted that he didn't understand how Wei Ran could doubt his own teacher. A moment later, Lu Xingchen was already standing in full readiness with his dragon. The crowd of people were running away from the water dragon Lu. They realized that they would get it too if they didn't keep their distance. Assistant Elder Su Hu was in awe. She couldn't believe that Lu Xingchen possessed such strength. And now the dragon is ready to destroy the elder and his assistant. The people realized that the water dragon was about to explode and they needed to run far away. Lu apologized to the Holy Maiden for attacking her with such force. He realized that he couldn't control it, and because of that, it fell apart. Lu realizes that he'll need to handle the situation somehow too, so he doesn't gather trouble from the Holy Virgin as well. Saint Maiden is very disappointed in Lu. He has gone too far by using such vicious techniques. Lu Xingchen said that no one knew that he would suddenly attack his purple water dragon. Everyone screamed for it not to start again. How much longer? The young man explained that this technique was called Poison Dragon Strike, which was a combination of poison technique and water control technique. Attacking in this way could also bring him back, but it would take a little longer. The guy added that actually he wanted to stop right now, but the Holy Maiden didn't hesitate to attack his water dragon because she cared about the safety of everyone here. His water dragon was defeated and just created chaos. The maiden asked, did he really accuse her of interfering in his affairs? Lu Xincheng said that everything is true, but the Holy Maiden is different from other people. When chaos broke out, the others scattered, and the Holy Maiden stayed behind to protect her people from the church. Moreover, she even attacked my water dragon and took care of the disciples' safety. She is truly worthy of her name. Everyone said Lu Xincheng right. The church elders ran faster than the rest. She doesn't care about us. Elder said to Lu Cheng not to dare to turn the facts upside down. Lu Cheng said Wei Ran was defeated by the elder. She defeated my dragon and now wants to use him as a scapegoat. The young man also asked, can the church protect all these warriors at the expense of one unarmed man? She asked, why did Lu Cheng put all the responsibility on her? That's a lot of nerve. The girl added that she is not one to recant. Lu Cheng said that there was still more to come. Elder Su has intervened in this game. Now he has to convince everyone, so we'll have to play the winner again. The opponent said that if Lu Cheng wants to become number 1, let him do it. Everyone started yelling and expressing their displeasure. The opponent started to say that Lu Cheng had just used the purple dragon. If the spectators weren't afraid, they wouldn't be scattering in all directions. So there was nothing to shout about. He added that all people should know their capabilities, and he admires Brother Lu's virtue and skill. The Holy Maiden said that since they had relented, Lu Cheng had become the first to use avatars. The young man thanked the girl. She added that his award would be waiting in the pavilion where the award ceremony would take place. It was night. The whole town was asleep. The young man got ready to leave. He didn't say he was going to stay until the ceremony. The girl asked where he was going for the night. Lu Cheng said that it had nothing to do with her. Wushuang was sad, she asked. Does Lu Cheng still hate her? The young man replied that he wasn't interested in her, didn't like her, and hated her. Lu Cheng added that he has a girl he likes. In his eyes, Wushuang is nothing compared to her. He is willing to live his whole life with that girl. Wushuang guessed that the girl Lu Cheng loves is Yao Jing. Did their relationship really go that far? The girl cried and realized it was over between them. Someone knocked on the door. This was a holy maiden. She found the whole thing strange. After Lu Cheng won the first prize, did he really stay? She knocked and said that she wanted to talk to the young man about the ceremony. The holy maiden opened the door and was surprised to find the room very quiet. Looking in, she saw that the room was empty. Where had the young man gone? She said to inform all the students that Lu Cheng had gone somewhere. The young man stood on the edge of the cliff and said it was too late to chase him, and he took a step forward into the abyss. He thought he had already been forced to take a step off the cliff 3 days ago. Then he only survived because of the bracelet and the bird. The bird picked him up and he didn't touch the ground. Lu Cheng realized that right now it was different. A flock of birds flew by. Lu Cheng said, "Good bird, let the poisonous miasmas of this abyss be so great that it is difficult for a human to travel, but it has no effect on the eagle. Ever since he tamed the eagle with his last beast pill, this place has become the best place for his training." The young man also thought that except for the terrain and rare herbs, there was something else. This is the devil's tear. The young man knew it was all thanks to the information he had gotten from the eagles. The guy shouted that he didn't expect to find such a priceless treasure here after losing it to Yao Jing last time. He really wants to help return to his world, to save Kalen. 1 hour later, Lu Cheng was already flying the eagle on his business. Our hero knew he was almost there. Surely such a treasure would be guarded by a ferocious beast. And so it was. The big white tiger decided to deal with the uninvited alien who disturbed his peace at this hour. Lu Cheng realized that it was a ferocious tiger monster of the 10th level. The birds came to the rescue. They began to attack the beast. A 10th level beast was equivalent to an intermediate tertiary level martial artist. Lu Cheng realized that even with the help of the eagles, the tiger could not be defeated. We have to think of something else. The young man began to formulate his plan. The first eagle he sent upward. The tiger was getting more and more ferocious. The young man decided to concentrate for the right solution to the task at hand. Lu Cheng knew that the water dragon was quite toxic to humans, but the poison had no effect on this monster. The young man decided to run away. That was the best option right now. However, the tiger began to chase him. Lu Cheng was able to confuse the trail while retreating, and the beast had to go back. The young man realized that he was safe now. The tiger roared again, but the growl was already far away. Beasts don't have strong territorial awareness, and the other tiger must not know that the devil's weeping vine is here, and that beast that was chasing the young man wouldn't dare to leave for fear of the devil weeping vine. The young man saw the entrance to the cave. The incense didn't spread for much longer, but it was so powerful that many animals had already gathered. This fragrance attracted both animals and beasts, even at nighttime. The scent also attracted monsters. Various wildlife sought these fragrances. The young man saw 2 tigers preparing to engage in a fight. One of them was not in his territory, but he was attracted by the incense. He realized that tigers cannot live on the same mountain. If their paths crossed, they would fight until total victory. It was dawn. The young man and the eagle were in a secluded place and watched. The two 10th-level ferocious tigers were still fighting, and now no living creature dared to come within 10 miles. The tigers fought, giving no mercy to each other. It was a battle between two huge monsters. The young man and the bird were afraid to look out from behind the tree so as not to be seen, but they were very interested in the situation on the battlefield. Lu Xincheng finally looked out and saw that both beasts were lying in pools of blood. Lu Xincheng tried to understand how none of them had survived. He walked closer and heard that one of the tigers was still breathing. The guy thought that the tiger had already reached the highest level of spiritual rank, but he needed the tiger's power to return to his world and save Salinas. The young man plunged his dagger into the animal's body and let it bleed. Then he was going to do the same with the second beast. Lu Xincheng had already brought his dagger over the animal's body. As if at the last moment, he sensed that the beast was still alive. It moved. Lu Xincheng noticed that it was a tigress and should have a cub soon. The boy knew that all things have a spirit, and when a beast grows to such a degree, its spiritual knowledge is not far behind that of a human. The young man decided that he would not kill the tigress. He decided to help her. He said he'd be back soon. He went into the cave and came to the tree. There were now 3 fruits on the tree. Last time there was only 1. Lu Xincheng couldn't understand what had happened to the tree. Instead of branches, there were snakes. They hissed and wanted to bite the young man. From behind the branches of this tree, some sort of creature was peeking out. Lu Xincheng knew that the tear had a spirit, but he never thought that it had a soul of its own. Plants have a harder time forming a spirit than animals, and once formed, they are 100 times more powerful than a regular devil's tear. The young man knew that there was only one chance in 100,000 that this could happen, but the spirit of the tear had only recently taken human form. The spirit is very fearful, and at the slightest danger, the whole plant may wither and die. The spirit peeked out from behind the branches of the tree and looked at the stranger. Lu Xincheng turned away. As much as he wants to take tear, he can't do it now. This place is so deserted now because of the animal deaths that no one dares to come here. Lu Xincheng thought that he didn't have time for these musings. There were more important things to do right now. First, you need to gather all kinds of healing herbs to treat the wounds of the white tiger. Then you need to use the white tiger's blood to cultivate to the 3rd level of Dragon Divine Technique. Lu Xincheng remembered that when he fell off the cliff, he had barely reached the 2nd level of the Divine Dragon Technique, collecting the blood of low-level demonic creatures. That was when the Black Dragon Avatar appeared. The 2nd level of Dragon Divine Technique can block the full power of a 2nd-class technique of 9 supernatural powers. The young man wanted Li Yuran to wait another year before fighting. A young man sat near the fire with a cauldron and meditated. He saw the birds heading toward him. The eagle flew up and brought the fruit of the tree in its beak. A small white tiger cub was playing in the young man's arms. The tigress watched them calmly. There was no tension between man and animal. Autumn had arrived. The soul of Devil's Tear was by Lu Xincheng's side. The young man played with the little man like a child. The tree soul was jumping, frolicking, and acting like a real child. Winter came. The young man still stayed with the tigress. He spent time by the fire and meditated. It was spring. The boy decided he was ready. Lu Xincheng said that during the year, he not only healed from his wounds, but also gained certain skills. Thanks to the fruit that Lu Xincheng received from the little man, he was able to practice twice as hard with half the effort. The young man cultivated the 5th supernatural power, a 1st-grade Earth-type technique. Lu Xincheng decided that after a year, he should leave this place. The young man told the little one that he was going back to the sect because he had other things to do there. He asked if he wanted to go with him. The baby cried and didn't want to leave the place. The guy said he would never, ever, ever let that little guy get hurt. The little boy wondered what he should do. He kissed Lu Xincheng on the cheek. The kid agreed to leave the place and go traveling with the guy. The young man said that he could use the tiger too. He is an alchemist by vocation. Therefore, he would be able to create a beast spirit pill through which the tiger could evolve. He could use the tiger cubs too. The white tiger refused and said he belonged in this forest. The tiger allowed the young man to take the little tiger cub with him. The guy told the kitten that it was still a baby, so it needed to be raised and cared for. Lu Xincheng decided that since everything was settled, he could ride the eagle and set off. Across the mountain ranges, Lu Xincheng flew back to his native land. He had reached the divine sect of the sun and moon. The young man thought he had reached his destination. Everyone recognized him when he went for a landing and began to greet him. But some of the innkeepers were not happy with the young man and asked how dare he come back here. Someone decided to confront him. The matter was immediately settled on the spot, and everyone scattered in different directions. The guy was going about his business when he was shouted at. It was an elder. He said that in Liao's opinion, the young man had not only insulted the church and brought shame to the Sun and Moon sect, but had even massacred the famous disciple Ji Chen. Another elder wondered how, after a year, he had become a level 5 avatar. Lu Xincheng asked 6 if they were going to invite disciples to surround him. The elders pondered the young man's suggestion. One of them wondered, how could this happen? It was a mistake. He was back, so everyone came to welcome him back and to test his skills. The elder invited Lu Xincheng back to the Sun and Moon sect. The young man arrived at the patriarch of the Sun and Moon sect. The patriarch said that he had heard from the elders that when the young man first came to the sect, he was only at the 7th level of martial arts. It took him 2 years to master the 5th avatar level. This rate of progress is much faster than Li Yu Ran's. The patriarch continued and said that the young man is still a disciple of the outer door. The old man invited the young man to become his second disciple. This was said in the presence of all the elders. Lu Xincheng asked, what good would it do him to become the patriarch's second disciple? The patriarch laughed back. If he becomes a second disciple, he will be at the same level as Li Yu Ran, and his training will be supported entirely by the sect's resources. The patriarch added that in addition, he had recently felt that his end was near, and in order to improve his cultivation, he had to close the door and break through to a better realm. The young man asked if that meant he was worthy to be a patriarch. The old man agreed, but Lu Xincheng must be better than Li Yu Ran in every way. Li Yu Ran is still at the Rain Pavilion and will be back in 2 weeks. The guy thought he had another half a month. He said yes. Everyone began to discuss the news that Lu Xincheng had become a disciple of the sect head. The elder announced to everyone that from now on, Lu Xincheng will be considered your second brother. His strength should be obvious to all of you. In just 2 years, he is trained to the 5th avatar level. The young man said that Lu Xincheng had changed since their last meeting. The guy had no way of knowing what was going on here. The young man was upset. Lu Xincheng returned and became the patriarch's disciple. He would not now forgive all the wrongs he had done to him. The patriarch suggested anyone to fight Lu Xincheng and test what he was capable of. Everyone was scared and no one wanted to challenge the new big brother. Someone said he wanted to challenge the young man. He had heard that he had won first place in the church competition. It was Brother Liao. He said that he was the strongest adept in the Sun and Moon sect. Besides, Brother Liao added, they had unfinished business related to Yao Jing. Liao added that a few months after he fell off the cliff, Yao Jing learned about it, ignored the church ceremony, and left the church. Lu Xincheng thought that the sword sect had left the church. The young man would never have thought that she was so merciful and faithful. Brother Liao, traditionally in such cases, began to insult Lu Xincheng and said that he would deal with him right now for upsetting Yao Jing. Fiery hatred flared in our hero's eyes, and he said he would fulfill his rival's wish. The warriors, fueled by feelings of hatred, prepared to attack each other. Brother Liao was the first to move into battle. Lu Xincheng prepared to counterattack him. Lu Xincheng released his inner dragon and prepared to apply martial combat techniques. His opponent grabbed his arm and attempted a painful hold with a takedown. Everyone has noticed that Liao is worthy of being called Big Brother. Met the second brother's black dragon face to face and still has the power to suppress it. Brother Liao felt a step at his back. Each of the opponents had their own fiery avatar. Lu Xincheng realized that now was the most opportune moment to deal with his opponent. The black dragon was stronger and entangled Brother Liao with its might. Liao knelt down and began to lose consciousness. Everyone saw Brother Liao fall face down and showed no signs of life. Wu Shuang and everyone else went over to Brother Liao and said that a doctor should be urgently called to him. He's not feeling well. The people around him wondered how this was possible. A year ago, Lu Xincheng wasn't this strong. Now he easily defeated Brother Liao. The young man thought if Lu Xincheng didn't forget anything and wanted to avenge everything, he would be in trouble. He decided that it would be necessary to strike Lu Xincheng first. Lu Xincheng also examined the injured opponent and said that there was no need to worry. Brother Liao's cultivation core is fine. He will be healthy in a couple weeks. The young man said that he had reinforcement pills for such occasions. I'll have to give them to him periodically. Lu Xincheng was approached by Mu Yunchu. He said that Neiyuan was already close to a breakthrough in cultivation, so there was no need to load him up very heavily. Mu Yunchu turned to Lu Xincheng and said that he had done many bad things in the past. But if Brother Lu was not a vindictive person, he would give him a chance to make things right. Lu Xincheng thought for a moment. He agreed. He said he held no grudges and would see how things went from there. Mu Yunchu returned to his home. He gave the old man the pill and asked him to test it for poison content. The servant performed the necessary laboratory tests with this pill. He reported to his master that it was a high-level fortification pill, and there was no poison in it. Mu Yun-chu realized that Lu Shincheng wasn't up to anything bad, even considering his feud with Huamin and his promise with Li Yuzhong, his half-brother. He remembered that Li Yuzhong would be back in 2 weeks already. If it turns out his half-brother is dead, for example from the poison in the pill, Mu Yun-chu didn't repent in front of Lu Shincheng. He had a cunning plan in his mind. 2 weeks have already passed. Brother Liao, sitting on the bed, thanks Brother Chu for bringing him healing pills every day. Mu Yun-chu said that it is not difficult for him, especially since Lu Shincheng is constantly busy, and added that Ne Yuzhan is close to a breakthrough. All he's doing is cultivating. Mu Yun-chu said that he couldn't believe one thing. Could it be that Brother Liao had become so close to Lu Shincheng? Brother Liao replied that he did not understand the point of the question. The opponent said because they used to feud with each other. Lu Shincheng wounded Brother Liao. Now he's handed over the pills for you. Brother Liao doesn't even care what the pills are. Of course, this all seems like a close relationship of trust. Brother Liao replied to this that their feud started because of Chang Chang. He himself offered to settle their issues in battle, and he lost, so there's no one to blame. Mu Yun-chu said suddenly things are not what he thinks they are. Someone came into the room and witnessed this conversation. It was Ne Yuan. He said that Mu Yun-chu was talking nonsense. Mu Yun-chu started to justify himself and said that Ne Yuan did not go to the Holy Hall with them for sports training camp, but the rumors should know about how Yao Changchang stood up for Lu Shincheng and insulted the Holy Hall. What really happened between them, no one knows. The young man added that in addition, there was a promise to deal with Li Zhang, who caused Lu Shincheng to return to the sect. Maybe Lu Shincheng is going to get rid of him. Ne Yuan got angry and shouted for Mu Yun-chu to immediately shut up. Brother Liao coughed. Blood began to come out of his mouth as he coughed. Blood was already on his hands, his clothes, his bed. Something was wrong with his recovery. The boys were worried sick. The boy was on the mend. Brother Liao became completely weak and collapsed on the bed. The young men began to call for help. Their shouting could be heard far beyond the room. We must call the elders. Everyone ran over and saw Ne Yuan holding Brother Liao in his arms. He was unconscious and covered in blood. No one could understand what had happened to Liao Huamin. He was on the mend, and then this happened. How can this be? Mu Yun-chu thought that there was no one in the sect who could help cure the sick man. The poison he had been taking all this time had already affected him. Soon he would die. Then Li Yuzhan would return and the fun would begin. The guy hoped that Lu Shincheng would no longer get out of this mess. Liao Huamin was getting harder and harder. Seeing his friend suffering, Ne Yuan asked him to be patient for a while. Help is on the way. Lu Shincheng showed up. He said the guy should be put down on the floor. Liao Huaming and Lu Shincheng were sitting on the floor against each other. Our hero summoned his dragon. Time was short. We had to hurry. The dragon drove its tail around the body of the bleeding young man. An alarmed Ne Yuan asked Lu Shincheng what was going on. Lu Shincheng said that Huamin was poisoned by the poison. The dragon managed to control the poison element. He must help the patient get rid of the poison in his body. Liao Huaming began to cough intensely, and the poison that had poisoned the young man's body began to come out with his blood. Ne Yuan was just as worried about his brother Liao, but it was obvious that the young man had already come to his senses. Lu Shincheng said he was safe now, but without serious treatment, he wouldn't last long. Mu Yun-chu realized that Lu Shincheng had ruined his devious plans. Something had to be done. Mu Yun ran into the room and asked what was going on with Brother Liao, how he was feeling right now. He started blaming Lu Shincheng for everything. Mu Yun-chu began to claim that it was because of the pills that Lu Shincheng had given to his brother Liao through him. The pills must have been filled with poison, so Liao Huaming was poisoned. The elder was very disturbed by what he heard. This is some kind of conspiracy. It's not allowed in the cult. Lu Shincheng asked Chu, did the latter really think so? The young man wondered why he would save him now. Mu Yun-chu replied that it was for an alibi. Lu Shincheng must have guessed that the elders might come. Mu Yun-chu continued that everyone in the neighborhood knows that you and Brother Liao are competing over Yao Changcheng. Lu Shincheng is also feuding with Liao Huamin's half-brother. The elders said that we need to hear Lu Shincheng's explanation. The young man only grinned back. He even laughed at the top of his voice. Ne Yuan was wary of such a reaction. He punched Mu Yun-chu's face with all his might. The one shrieked and asked what the bully was allowing himself. Lu Shincheng said that it was a failed attempt to frame him and poison Brother Liao. The pills he gave for Huamin were only half of what he produced. Lu Shincheng continued, each batch of pills he divided into 2 parts. One for Brother Liao and one for Ne Yuan. If Ne Yuan is alive, then the problem is not his pills. Mu Yun-chu realized that he was in a bad situation And with Liao's brother, he had somehow gotten it wrong. The elder ordered the criminal to be tied up. If Mu Yunchu has something to say, let him say it, and he'll be tied up until his father arrives. The next day, Mu Junbo appeared and looked for his son. The picture that Mu Junbo saw made him very sad. His son was tied to a post of shame and begged for help. He cried out that he was too young and did not want to die. Muangbo started yelling that his son shouldn't be treated like that they're all allowed to do this. The elder explained that the situation with his son had gotten very bad. Now, they could not turn a blind eye to what was happening as before, and told what had happened in the sect. The father could not believe that his son was capable of such a thing. Neiyuan confirmed the elder's words and said that it was only because of Lu Xincheng that the tragedy was avoided. Suddenly, Li Yuzhan appeared, and in front of his father and all the people pierced Mu Junchu, who was tied to a pole with his sword. Lu Xincheng was very surprised to see this young man. Mu Yunchu shuddered and started coughing up blood. Li Yuzhan said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Mu Yunchu must pay for the atrocity he has committed. The unarmed young man was bleeding, nailed to a shameful pillar. Mu Yunbo couldn't believe his eyes. He was mad. The old man shouted not to dare touch his son and rushed at the offender. Li Yuzhan stood still with his eyes closed as Mu Junbo strode towards him. The old man swung around to deliver a stabbing blow at his son's abuser. Li Yuzhan was ready and blocked this strike, counterattacking the old man. Mu Junbo fell to the ground. His mouth was bleeding. Li Yuzhan said that his son deserved such a fate. The old man deserved the same fate. Li Yuzhan launched his swords towards Mu Junbo, but Lu Xincheng and his puppet stood in his defense. Li Yuzhan asked, what is the young man doing? He added that the guy needs to get out of the way. This is not his fight. Lu Xincheng said that Li Yuzhanri had dealt with Mu Junchu, as he deserved. But his father is innocent, he can't be touched. Li Yuzhan boiled up and shouted that parents are responsible for their children's misdeeds. If Lu Xincheng wanted to protect him, he would finish them all off together. The warrior headed for the attack along with his energy animal. The snake was huge and terrifying. Li Yuzhan activated the mode, Soaring Clouds. Lu Xincheng was ready to meet his opponent. Li Yuzhan drew his sword and prepared to go on the attack. His weapon spewed flames. Lu Xincheng was focused. The opponent this time is very strong. The young man activated his fiery fist of rage. Li Yuzhan said that he would not make the same mistake twice. The elders were worried about both of their disciples, but Lu Xincheng was the youngest. However, our hero was not going to give up so easily. He released his energy friends too. Li Yuzhan called his opponent a show-off. He prepared to deliver his special magic strike. His sword was all blazing as if it was made of molten metal. The warriors stood against each other in the epicenter of an energy apocalypse. Lu Xincheng gathered himself and decided to engage his dragon. The black dragon, blazing with anger, went at his opponent. Li Yuzhan didn't understand how the opponent was able to cancel out his elemental technique. No one had ever done such a thing before. Lu Xincheng was pleased with himself, but he was ready to continue the fight. The elder told the young men to stop fighting. They should live in peace because they are disciples of the same master. The young men shouted in one voice, "No way!" They found a high in it and decided to continue. The fighters were about to attack when they heard the call to stop. It was the patriarch. He shouted that if they laid a finger on each other, he would kill them both. There was no choice, and they agreed. All the elders agreed that it was best not to joke with an angry sect head. The sect head asked, why did Li Yuzhan stay so long at the Tingyo Pavilion? The young man explained that he had been forced to stay there because of rumors. There were rumors that a barbarian hideout had been discovered. The patriarch didn't believe it. It's been a long time since that happened. Lu Xincheng was also surprised by what he heard. 6 years ago, barbarians invaded the Qianfu continent. The real Lu Xincheng's father went to war with them, taking all the warriors of the Lu family with him. Because of this, their family is now in decline. After the war, the barbarians went on the run. All these years, people have been searching for the barbarians' hideout so they would know where to expect danger from. And now, the hideout has been found. Li Yuzhan added that after this news, the pavilion took it upon itself to discuss the situation. It was decided there that we should summon all the participants of the divine realm level and above to attack the barbarians first. The elder said that the barbarians are one of the oldest enemies, and another war with them would put the entire Tianfu continent at risk. The elder decided that it was necessary to help the Tinfu Pavilion. The matter of Liao Huamin and the death of Mu Yunchu was put aside for later. Li Yuzhan obeyed. The servant said that Mu Junbo should go home. All the details of his son would be discussed later. It was decided to leave Mu Junbo in the sect for now. A general gathering of disciples was announced. Everyone gathered in the square. An hour later, the patriarch was speaking to the sect's personnel. Lu Xincheng thought that he was not interested in the fate of the continent. He wants to become stronger and return to his world. But for now, he's too old to survive the war alone. So he'll have to be a soldier for a while. Lu Xincheng realized that the war would drag on, and it was unknown if he would survive. Lu Xincheng decided to visit Old Man Li and the others. The patriarch announced that in 2 months, the first elder would lead all the disciples of the Sun and Moon God sect to the Tingyo Pavilion to fight back against the enemies. Everyone gave a friendly shout of approval. Lu Xincheng decided to return to his hometown first, make 4 iron puppets for Old Man Li and the others. Someone put a hand on the young man's shoulder. It was his foreman. He said it was going to be a rough ride. You'd have to know how to stand up for yourself. The patriarch said that he had prepared a spiritual ring, a powerful treasure that accelerated the flow of energy in the young man's body. The young man was very happy about such a gift. Even in his world, such things were very rare. The old man said that he and Li Yuzhen are both his disciples and disciples of the same sect. Therefore, they should live in peace and not settle their relationship. And Lu Xincheng must promise to return after the war. The young man promised he would. Lu Xincheng didn't tell the truth. He had no intention of coming back here. He has to go to his own world. And to do that, he has to leave the sect. But if he ever got the chance, he would repay the Sun and Moon God sect. The guy decided that the most important thing right now was not to worry. Ne Yuan said that everyone was already leaving soon, so the young man should hurry to his family. Lu Xincheng asked, what is brother Ne Yuan going to do? After all, he wouldn't be in the sect for the entire 2 months. He said he had no family. Before the cult, he was a gangster. Lu Xincheng said that he is now his family. Ne Yuan agreed with his brother. Lu Xincheng knows to make iron avatars. Old Man Li and the others should be left with 4 puppets. One is already there. It's at the 3rd level of the divine realm. If we use better materials, we can make a trio around the 4th level. The young man thought that such dolls were just the thing for their neighborhood. 4 days later, an eagle flew in for the young man. They had arranged this meeting in advance. The boy was about to take flight when he was shouted at. It was Wei Wuxuang. She asked if he was going to his childhood city. The young man realized he'd have to take a traveling companion. He decided to take the girl to the place where she had decided to break off the engagement. He offered to take her. The girl was very excited. That's what she needed now. The young men spent 2 weeks on the flight. The girl said she was in touch with her father yesterday, a spiritual connection, warned him she'd be back. When they landed, everyone had already gathered at the city gates. The girl's father was a little puzzled. There were questions. Where did Chu's fiancé go? Why is Wei Wuxuang with this Lu Xincheng again? Even though he's strong, his family is in total decline. He's no match for us. The young man heard all this talk. The girl asked her father to stop lecturing her. She explained to her father that Muyun Chu had died. Lu Xincheng was now a disciple of the sect patriarch. He's a very important person now, so she's the one who's not her equal. Everyone in the neighborhood began to recognize the young man and said that he had grown up and matured. Now there would be a change in the town. Lu Xincheng is glad to be back. He didn't have much to do with this place, but it was always nice to come back. The boy went to the door. Uncle Li walked towards him. Their eyes met. Lu Xincheng announced that he was back. Everyone couldn't believe their own words. The young master had returned. The news spread quickly through the neighborhood. The old man could not recover and fell to his knees. The young man asked him to get up. Uncle Li cried with happiness. Today is an amazing day for their family. The guy stood, holding his arms across his chest in greeting. Everyone was discussing him, saying that the young man had matured a lot and the family had something to be proud of. The young man didn't want to upset Lu's family and tell them the truth about their son. He decided that as long as he was in this body, he would consider Lu's family his family. Soon he would leave this town, but he would make sure that the family's well-being was taken care of. The servants came and said there was trouble. The heads of Fei Ying Fortress, Tang Fortress, and Juzi Pavilion gathered at the gate of their house. Uncle Li decided to deal with them immediately. Why they came here. Lu Xincheng asked Uncle Li to calm down and not to interfere. He's going to take care of it himself. It's his favorite thing to do. The people in front of the house were hustling and shouting, how long can we wait for him? Even if Lu Xincheng came back, the Lu family was still scum. The people thought the young man was nothing. And if necessary, they would show this family who was the boss of the town. After not waiting for Lu Xincheng, everyone decided to go to his house. So a guy came out on the porch and said, "What's this gathering here? You looking for trouble?" The people are quiet. They did not expect to be spoken to so rudely. The elders didn't expect the young man to come. It would add to their problems. Looking at Lu Xincheng, they thought the guy was barely alive when he left here. He came back alive and strong. How could that happen? We should try to defeat him, then everyone in town will respect him. The elder said they had come to greet him and invite him to the fortress. They want to talk about the future. Another elder began to invite him to his pavilion, to talk about the future too, make plans. Each of the three wanted to win the young man over to their side. The third said that the Lu family was part of the Fei Ying fortress, so the guy should look there first. Lu Xincheng recalled the name Fei Ying. Lu Xincheng said that Yang Ling himself severed all ties with his family. Now he's saying that Lu's family was part of this worthless fortress. Yang Ling replied that it was impossible to truly sever ties with someone. Another said that it was impossible to forget how he had treated Lu Xincheng, how he had taken all the property from Lu's family. Yang Ling told his interlocutor to watch his tongue. Yang Ling began to apologize to the young man and said that he was very sorry for doing such a bad thing before. He was not like that now. He suggested that the boy forget the old strife and return to the fortress. After all, Lu Xincheng can't protect his servants all the time by himself. Who will take care of them when Lu Xincheng leaves? For a more meaningful conversation, the young man summoned his eagle. This was a very convincing argument on Lu Xincheng's part. The guy told Yang Ling that since he was admitting his mistakes, he should kneel down and ask his father for forgiveness. Yang Ling didn't understand the gravity of the situation and said that this was the young man's last chance to accept his generous offer. At the same instant, the young man's puppet appeared and sent Yang Ling into a deep knockout. It was done quickly and without further ado. The old man began to come to his senses after a while. Lu Xincheng repeated his suggestion. If Yang Ling wanted reconciliation, should kneel down and ask his father for forgiveness. 4 battle dolls stood beside the young man. The boy said that from now on, no one would dare to even look badly at his family. This was said lucidly and looking at Yang Ling very convincing. Returning to the house, Lu Xincheng told his relatives that they could see the guests off. Uncle Li asked what the strange 4 warriors were. The young man explained that they were his puppets, each with a strength equal to the 4th level of the divine realm. When he leaves, these puppets will protect the Lu family. Uncle Li asked why the young master was going to leave again. Lu Xincheng told me all about the barbarians, Tinto Pavilion, and the upcoming military operation. He doesn't know how long he'll be away. Uncle Li said the barbarians should avenge the young man's parents. Things would be quiet here under the cover of the puppets and Uncle Li. Uncle Huang gave his sword and said that he was too old to go to war. But with this sword, the young master will be able to deal with barbarians. Lu Xincheng thanked and said that he also had a request. From now on, all the property of Lu's family goes to him, and when he comes back, he'll be very angry if they don't live well. Don't make him angry. All the servants cried and thanked their master. Lu Xincheng said that it was time for him to hit the road. The servants added that they would be careful not to anger the young master. The boy noted that he had accomplished this mission. You can move on to the next level. 2 months passed. Everyone began to gather at the foot of Snow Bamboo Mountain, on the outskirts of Yangyang City at the Tingyo Pavilion. The Sun and Moon God Sect elder announced that everyone had arrived at the place. Li Yuzhan reported that they had arrived at the place. They should be met by one of the disciples. The mountain peaks stretched out in front of them. Clouds floated above them. An unusual image of a girl appeared in front of the young man. She introduced herself. This was an inner disciple of the Tingyo Pavilion. She was assigned to meet and greet everyone. The elder said that they should be taken care of. The girl replied that it was her duty. There are many people arriving now, so the elders are very busy. The girl followed Li Yuzhan at her heels. Ne Yuan told Lu Xincheng that she had fallen in love with a young man. Lu Xincheng thought of Yao Changchang. He hadn't seen her since the Holy Hall. I wonder how is she doing? The girl at the front desk asked Li Yuzhan to tell her more about himself. She has a childish, very naive look in her eyes. She became curious about the student walking next to the first elder. She hadn't seen him before. Li Yuzhan said it was Lu Xicheng, the man he hates, and who wants to finish him off. The young lady asked, why? Then she said she hated him too. The girl said they had prepared the rooms they would be staying in, so everyone can be accommodated for the time being. Lu Xincheng remained alone in the room and motioned for his traveling companions to come out. The eagle and the tiger cub appeared in the room. They began to stretch and frolic around their master. The young man began to feed them with the right tear fruit. Tigger's full, and fell asleep right in the young man's arms. Lu Xincheng thought that monsters only went to bed for 2 reasons, to recover from injuries or to evolve. The guy knew the tiger cub wasn't hurt, so it's evolving. That's odd because he didn't cultivate. The boy decided to leave him alone for now and go get the materials. The new puppets would need a lot of them. The front desk girl said there was a transmission for Mr. Lu. She handed over the envelope. The letter was from Tianxiang. She suggested we meet at noon under the tree by the arena. The young man followed the right man to the right place at the right time. It was a conspiracy. The pack of hooligans wanted to plow him to the ground while Tianxiang signaled. The girl at the table called out to the young man. The guy asked why she was looking for him. The young lady said there's no need to be in such a hurry. We could have a cup of tea first. And she held out the tea to the young man. He was suspicious, but he took the tea. The young man asked why he was here. The girl took his hand and said as soon as she saw him. She closed her eyes and fell silent. Lu Shencheng asked if the girl was okay. She said her eyes were blurry and she couldn't feel her hands. What did the young man do to her? The guy realized something was wrong. She started it. He just defended himself. She probably wants to pretend that the young man molested her and call for help. Lu Shencheng said that they would see each other next time. Then someone called out to the young man and told him not to move. The ground beneath his feet began to go out from under him. The guy thought that even on drugs she was able to use such a sophisticated technique. Lu Shencheng said that he wasn't going to fight with her. He has plenty of other things to do. Lu Shencheng went about his business, and the gang of hooligans rushed towards the girl. She was angry that her plan had failed. The young man was on his way to an area where medicinal plants and pills were sold. The guy realized that this is what he needed. It had already been 7 days since he had met Tiansan. All this week, Lu Shencheng had been sitting in the market, buying up rare materials that were not available in their sex market. The young man noticed that the white tiger was finally able to evolve. He also created a prototype marionette with a bronze core. And he also knew that such puppets were several times stronger than ordinary iron ones. At the moment, that was his maximum. People gathered and wondered how long they could wait. Neiyuan said he's been waiting for a week. When he goes to the front line, he wants to massacre the barbarians. Lu Shencheng advised him to calm down because they won't go anywhere until all the sects have gathered. If they're all gathered, then all the sects have arrived. Lu Shencheng noticed someone's feet and said that he didn't know what kind of sect it was. The elder asked, "Is this the Zhangjian sect?" Lu Shencheng recognized the girl. They crossed paths again. The girl saw the young man and realized that he had not died on that cliff. The young men met and she said how lucky he was to be alive. The young man replied that it had been difficult, but he had made it through. The young lady said that it was great. The young man added that the path of cultivation is hard. He is still on the cusp of death. The young lady told the young man that life is always more important. The girl was not alone. Her acquaintance introduced himself. He was a top disciple of the Zhangjian sect, and his name was Song Yufeng. He also added that he was Changchan's fiancé. The young man was surprised to learn that Changchan had a fiancé. The girl lowered her eyes. She told Song Yufeng that the marriage contract hadn't been signed yet and that she shouldn't say that. The girl got upset and walked away. The groom called her by name and went after her. Someone came in and said that the pavilion outside had important information about the barbarians. All the warriors sat and listened intently. Lu Shencheng was aloof and thinking of his own. He couldn't forget that Yao Changchang had a fiancé. All the sects gathered and listened to the announcement. Changchan was sad too. She felt bad that the young man had found out about her fiancé. The girl wanted to break off the engagement. The elder didn't even want to hear about it. Changchan was hurt and wanted to cry. The girl could not explain why she wanted to break off the engagement. The groom felt guilty and said he was ready to change. The situation was awkward. Sister Changchan asked to be forgiven for hiding it. The teacher was like her own mother, and she didn't want her whims to make their relationship with the sect leader worse. That's why the young lady kept it a secret. She had never really liked Brother Song Yufeng. She never felt anything for him, but she tolerated it. She can't lie anymore and hopes to be understood. The girl turned away and walked away. She was very much upset, and she had nothing more to say. The groom yelled for her to stop. The young man said that everything was fine between them. He sincerely did not understand why the girl was acting as if nothing had happened between them. The woman asked the young man to leave the girl alone. She needed to be alone. The groom held a grudge. He decided that the girl would still be his wife. Everyone gathered outside. The elder told everyone to listen to him carefully. He announced that there were approximately 10 million divine realm-level disciples here, and there were many other warriors as well. All of them would be divided into 3 squads. After the elder finished his announcement, he told everyone to break into squads and move out. Everyone raised their hands in the air and shouted, "Hurrah!" Everyone was ready to go to battle with the barbarians. And so this great army advanced into the valley at the foot of the mountains. 3 weeks had passed. Everyone was in the same positions. The battlefield was deserted. Only weapons and bones remained. Neiyuan was very surprised at what he saw. Everyone was amazed when they examined the place. Why are there dead bodies scattered everywhere? The young men looked at the opposing fence across the street. The warrior leader said that the corpses would now become their friends. This is a battlefield, and people die here all the time. If you want to escape, this is your last chance. It was the Da Ming kingdom located next to the barbarian territory. This kingdom now represented all the common people. The chief of the warriors introduced himself. His name was General Chi Feng. He was the chief of this base. The general said they called this place the Gateway to Hell. Welcome. He ordered them to disperse to their camps because there was little time to rest. Lu Xincheng realized that the battle was going to be tough. All the sects camped near the battlefield. Guards were posted. Night fell. The young man was awake. He was working on something. Ne Yuan approached the boy. He asked, "Why aren't you sleeping?" "Getting up, it's better to be well rested." Lu Xincheng said he was making a spider puppet. When Ne Yuan looked at what the man was doing, it was a strange iron creature. The warrior looked at the master and said, "This is some strange little creature. Does this little guy even know how to fight?" The young man replied that he doesn't know how to fight, but he is extremely useful. He knows how to spy, for example. Ne Yuan asked why Lu Xincheng was silent all evening and didn't talk to anyone. The young man replied that he saw no point in talking. It would be a waste of time. Ne Yuan looked at him, not understanding what the young man meant. Lu Xincheng's eyes were sad. He didn't want to talk. Ne Yuan said that he was luckier than Lu Xincheng. Even though he used to be a bandit, he was still able to blend in, while Lu Xincheng is always alone. Ne Yuan added that barbarians are always hard to fight. It takes about 5 or 6 people per barbarian. Guy added that Lu Xincheng needed to be triple careful. The young man was surprised and inquired why this was so. Ne Yuan replied, "Because the elders have a soft spot for Li Yuzhan and Yao Changcheng." Lu Xincheng didn't understand what his partner meant. Ne Yuan said that the young man could be transferred to Yao Changcheng's group. They would be safer together. Ne Yuan noted that he did not want to see Lu Xincheng die at the hands of the enemy, nor did he want to see him left alone on the battlefield. The young man replied that Ne Yuan should also take care of himself. The young people decided to part and go to rest. The morning is wiser in the evening. No sooner had they separated than the call sounded. Everyone must have been called to a meeting. All this huge army was built in the square. The elders spoke before them. The elder announced that the Qi family's personal army had just moved out to face the impending barbarian attack. He said that everyone understood the consequences of such a battle, and there would be no casualties. The elder continued. He and General Qi Feng had devised a plan to avoid unnecessary casualties. The general said everyone here is here for one purpose only, to fight the barbarians. That's what they're going to do. You must show these barbarians what you're worth. We need to lift the spirits of the rest of the soldiers. For this purpose, 100 soldiers were selected and would be divided into 2 attack groups consisting of teams of 5. Each team would be personally assembled by the general. The general was carefully telling how he would select all the participants of this action. He told me who would be in the first group. Then he introduced the participants of the second group. Ne Yuan thought that Lu Xincheng was unlucky. He became on the same team as Li Yuzhan. Changchun requested a transfer. Asked Lu Xincheng to transfer to the first group. He's a very good warrior and will be easy to fight with. The general was surprised by the girl's request. He said that more battles are not a playground. Soldiers must feel great about any team. Warriors must complete tasks and obey the commander without question. The girl wanted to object, but she had nothing to say. Lu Xincheng thanked Changcheng. He said that the general was right. They were warriors and should obey orders no matter what. The young man assured the girl that he would get along with his team quite well. The general decided to continue his narrative. The commander noted that the barbarians now had only the first shift of the guard. By the third shift, they would be sleepy and tired, and then both groups would have to invade their territory and destroy as many barbarians as they could. The general warned that they should move quickly, act ruthlessly, and not engage in open confrontation. The young men talked sweetly and advised each other to be more careful on the battlefield. Night has fallen. Wars crept up on the barbarian camp. There was silence in the camp. Everyone was asleep. The barbarian sentries of the third shift were sleepy, just as the general had promised. Lu Xincheng commanded for everyone to attack the barbarians. The planned attack on the enemy camp began. The warriors used all their skill and prowess. The barbarians were frightened and shouted, "The enemies are advancing! The enemies are coming!" The young warrior commanded that everyone disperse quickly to their positions. Act carefully and quickly, and leave when reinforcements arrived. The attack on the barbarian camp was very clearly planned. Lu Xincheng said that he would try to catch up with the escaped barbarian. Ne Yuan replied that he had already completed his task. Lu Xincheng confirmed that he was also clear. One of the warriors announced that the barbarians had called for reinforcements. We had to leave quickly. The girl asked, "What about Brother Yuzhan? He's going to stay there alone." The partner replied that it was fine. If he went alone, then he was confident. He will survive. It's time for everyone to leave. Suddenly something seemed strange to the girl. Suddenly she heard suspicious sounds. A fearsome barbarian appeared who wanted to attack the young girl. The warrior saw this and decided to do something to save Tianxiang. He sent his spirit avatar to deal with the barbarian. Tianxiang sat frightened. The warrior suggested that she get up quickly and get out of here. The warrior told Tianxiang to get up and quickly run away. The girl ran as fast as she could. Chan tried to escape. There was genuine terror in her eyes. Some of the warriors said they were surrounded. Barbarians were everywhere. There was nowhere to retreat. Lu Xincheng saw that there were a lot of barbarians. It was unclear where they had come from. The young man realized that he couldn't do without his dragon, but Tianxiang couldn't bear the sight. "We have to think of something." One of the warriors decided to attack the barbarians with a mental technique to knock them all out. His brother-in-arms didn't understand what he was supposed to do. He didn't understand why he needed to attack Sister Xiang. The young man told the man to shut up and do as he was told. Our heroes were surrounded by barbarians. They begged for help. The warrior decided to use his mental technique after all, but to his great regret, he missed. His energy beam missed the barbarian. The villain was about to take the girl prisoner, and that's when the enemy got it. A beam of energy penetrated him. He screamed in pain and couldn't move. The warriors defeated the barbarians, repulsed the attack, and saved Tianxiang. Lu Xinchen shouted that the ring was broken and Tianxiang could run away. The girl rushed towards her camp. Now that the girl was saved, Lu Xincheng could disperse. He started smashing the barbarians left and right, using all his skills. After some time had passed, only the remains of the enemy remained on the battlefield. The barbarians were finally defeated. The young man picked up the remains of the defeated enemies. Lu Xincheng took off his magic ring from his finger and said that they had done well this time. It was time to go back to camp. There was shouting and noise in the camp. A fight was heard. The commander was reprimanding his subordinate. The general scolded the captain who had left his subordinates on the battlefield. He said, "If it wasn't for Lu Xincheng, your group would have lost a bunch of soldiers." Li Yuzhan said that he was willing to accept any punishment. Lu Xincheng decided to help his friend. He told the general that Li Yuzhan had chased a messenger calling for reinforcements. If it wasn't for him, reinforcements would have come, and it would have been even harder on all of us. The general summarized the results. He said that the first group had done well. They had destroyed a bunch of barbarians and returned almost without losses. In the second group, however, the commander had abandoned his men. He would be punished for that. The general said that victory is often only achieved through joint efforts. The warrior added that Lu Xincheng's elemental technique is still weak, but his bravery and dedication are certainly at an all-time high. As a result, the general appointed the young man as the commander of the second group. The boy thanked the general. Li Yuzhan said that there was no need to stand up for him. Lu Xincheng replied that right now they had one enemy, the barbarians, and they would leave their personal squabbles for later. The young men stood in silence for a moment and dispersed. Li Yuzhan was a little offended. Lu Xincheng, on the other hand, didn't want to do what was best. The warrior sat down by the fire. He wanted to rest for a while. He was thirsty. Yao Changchang snatched the vial of liquid from his hands and decided to take a small sip. The young man only had time to shout out that it was alcohol. The girl seemed to really like the drink. She winked playfully. Changchang asked, "Aren't girls allowed to drink alcohol?" Beauty said that she had come to congratulate Xincheng on his promotion, although she already knew that he wouldn't stay in the shadows for long. That's just the way he is. Yao Changchang asked the young man to be less heroic on the battlefield and added, "Things can always turn out wrong in your favor very quickly." The girl confirmed that it wasn't the first time the young man had fought alone. The guy was a little sad. He thanked Changchan for the advice, but said better she let her fiancé talk about it. They sat alone by the fire at night for a long time. The girl said as she broke off the engagement, "There will be no wedding. It was a mistake." Lu Xincheng asked why she did it. The girl was silent. She didn't know how to tell him all this. Lu Xincheng thought about how quickly things could change in life. The young people sat by the fire for a long time. They did not want to leave. The full moon illuminated their silhouettes. The ex-fiancé was watching the young couple. A cunning plan was brewing in his mind. He decided to deal with Lu Xincheng. After all, he was the reason why his fiancée broke off the engagement. It was morning in the camp. Everyone was still resting after the night's fighting. Waking up later than usual, the soldiers decided to have breakfast. A messenger came running and announced that General Qi Feng and his army had returned. Somebody said the general managed to push the barbarians back 30 meters. I guess they'll have to move camp. There were a lot of wounded people. Lu Xincheng thought, no matter how strong you are on the battlefield, your life is still in the hands of fate. The young man got ready to leave. Ne Yuan asked him where he was going. Yao Changchang asked Lu Xincheng why he is here, what he is doing here. The general calls the commanders of both attack groups to him. The young man showed the girl the ring. She asked, what kind of ring is that, a storage ring? Lu Xincheng said it was his treasure. There's a spider puppet, 2 eagles, and another ring inside. The guy added that on the battlefield, situations change quickly, and this ring will help the girl if things don't go according to plan. The girl replied that the young man was weaker than she was. Therefore, it might be better if he kept it all for himself. Lu Xincheng said that he could take care of himself. Suddenly, the guy noticed they were being followed. The young man added that he's also giving it all back. The girl thought it was all very sweet and touching. The general was holding a meeting. He said that thanks to the last raid of the 2 attack teams, the barbarians' morale had dropped a lot. As a result, they had pushed back the barbarians' front line by 30 meters. The general said everyone was convinced that war could be brutal. It was the same 6 years ago. The general added that they must fight so that the horrors that happened 6 years ago will never happen again. The general added that he would not forcibly send warriors on missions too dangerous. He would give them a choice. Those who are afraid can leave. Those who are not afraid will personally receive a mission from the general. Lu Xincheng knew, in order to return to his world, he must end up in the Tinyu Pavilion. But to be there, he must destroy the barbarians. The general kept handing out orders left and right. The commander-in-chief gathered before him the bravest and bravest warriors. He said they would not regret their choice. The general asked why they had decided to go on such a dangerous mission. Lu Xincheng replied that if he was sure it was impossible, he wouldn't have fought. He might die on the mission, but he might also survive. The general said he was familiar with the surname Lu. Who, young man, is Lu Tiantian to you? The young man replied that it was his father. The general said he had heard of his father's exploits and the fate of his family. The general added that except for a couple of servants and the heir to the family, all had died in the war with the barbarians. The general added that he had not expected the heir to survive and grow up to be such a hero. Now the general said they needed a new captain for their squad. The captain must be not only brave, but also willing to sacrifice himself for the team. He asked who would be willing to be captain of the team. No one wanted to take on that role. Yao Changchang volunteered to be the captain. Lu Xincheng also said that he's willing to be the team captain. The general praised the lad for his bravery. The commander said he would now introduce another member of the small unit. This is the Holy Tsetenshu. The saint saw the entire squad and asked, what is Lu Xincheng doing here? The general was surprised that they knew each other. The general had laid out on the table an accurate map of the area. It was the most accurate navigator of those times. The commander said that according to their data, the barbarian king's favorite concubine would be here in 2 days. He pointed to a place on the map with his finger. The general said that the goal of the mission was to destroy this concubine. The young men wondered, why kill a concubine? What did she do wrong? Ne Yun said that this mission doesn't need a whole squad. The barbarian king will take revenge for the concubine's death. I don't know why they would do that. The warlord confirmed that the problem was not with the concubine herself, but on her. The barbarian king had always been cunning and prudent. That was why it was always difficult to uncover his plan completely. The king always divided the plan into parts. The general added that even now, the most important part of the plan was on this concubine's back. A squad of brave warriors moved to fulfill their secret mission. 2 days passed. Our warriors crept stealthily to the conditional place. It was the summer camp of the barbarians. The sentries were at their post. The towers were set up all around the perimeter. Lu Xincheng reported to his superior that they were already in place. Yao Changchang said, we have to be careful. There's something wrong here. There were a lot of girls outside the fence picking berries in their bows. I wonder which one is the king's favorite concubine. Lu Xincheng said that there were many barbarian women there and that they were not the king's concubines. The girl asked why he thought that. Lu Xincheng said that it was his intuition that told him. The girl asked, what do we do now? Where do we look for the object? The young man turned everyone's attention to the guards. Not a single one of them was looking into the camp. If the king's concubine was there, they would make sure nothing happened to her. The guards are looking at the surroundings, so there are only servants in the camp right now. Li Yuzhan said that they would have to wait for the king's concubine to arrive. But at this distance, they wouldn't be able to see anything. Lu Xincheng decided that was why they should go to the camp. Everyone wondered, Why do they have to go to camp? That's crazy. Lu Xincheng suggested hiding under the tower the archer was standing on and keeping an eye on the situation. Chang Chan's ex-fiancé said it was a very bad idea. Going straight into the enemy camp is suicide. Even if they sneak in, there's no place to hide. They will definitely be spotted. Lu Xincheng proposed a bet. If he hides everyone under the tower, then everyone lost. If he can't do it, then he's a loser. The girl said if he wanted to bet, let him bet. The young man asked what they themselves were willing to bet. The girl said if he pulls it off, she will start calling him Big Brother. The brother said he spent half of all his savings on his silver knuckle. If the plan works, the knuckle will be Lu Xincheng's. Li Yuzhan said that he would give Lu Xincheng a chance to end their feud. After they deal with the barbarians, they can have a fight, and Li Yuzhan will give Lu Xincheng the opportunity to give Lu Xincheng 3 strikes. Li Yuzhan asked, what will Lu Xincheng's rate be? Of the valuable things he only has his life. Lu Xincheng said, then he bet his life. Yao Changchang looked very carefully at the young man. The warrior said that since everything was agreed upon, Lu Xincheng could show them what he could do. The young man told them to take their time. He needed to get ready. After that, he took out his new invention. Everyone realized that the boy had a clear plan. It was a spider puppet. Everyone was stunned when they saw what Lu Xincheng was holding. Yao Changchang said that this puppet stinks a lot. Maybe you want to distract them with the smell. Do you even have a concrete plan? Lu Xincheng said that he had a great plan. When he makes a noise to distract the guards, everyone should run under the archer's tower. The warrior told him that even if they ran there, they would still be seen and destroyed. Lu Xincheng continued with his plan that they would have about half a minute to run to the tower, dig a hole under it, and hide in it. His opponent answered him that it was impossible. How can you dig a hole in half a minute so that everyone can fit in it? This plan sounds like nonsense. Yao Changchang said that she disagreed. It's possible to pull this off if you develop your elemental techniques. The young man wanted to object, but he had nothing to say. The girl said she could use her elemental technique very well and could handle the task. Lu Xincheng said that it was time to start. The young man launched his battle spider puppet into the barbarian camp. That was the signal for the operation to begin. The guard on the watchtower didn't suspect anything yet. Suddenly, a spider puppet came crashing down on him. The guard's eyes widened in surprise. He screamed with fear. He thought it was a poisonous spider, and now he could not survive. He would die in wild agony. The guard began to call for help. Our warriors looked at the camp and saw the panic brewing there. They were going to act. Lu Xincheng continued to proceed with his plan. He summoned his battle eagle and jumped on it. The young man shouted for everyone to act according to the plan. He began to do his part of the task. The guard saw the eagle and shouted that the enemy was in the air. He called all the archers to their positions. The archers began to shoot at the warbird, but the arrows did not hit the target. At the same time, Yao Changchang gave the command to the group that it was time to move out. All the barbarian warriors looked up at the eagle. They could not see what was happening on the ground. Our warriors were amazed at how long the eagle could dodge arrows. Lu Xincheng executed his part of the plan perfectly. Yao Changchang told her friend that it was time to act. The girl was a little confused. The girl gathered all her willpower and, using her skills, dug a large hole in 30 seconds. Our warriors managed to hide in that hole. The young man thought they had done well. It was a well-coordinated work of the whole team. Chang Chan and the rest of the group watched from the pit as the eagle continued to dodge the arrows. Lu Xincheng, flying over the barbarian camp once again, thought that everything had gone well and everyone had managed to hide in the pit. But suddenly something didn't go according to plan for the young man. One arrow reached its target. The bird was wounded in the wing. We had to go in for a landing straight into the barbarian camp. The barbarians decided to take him prisoner, and armed to the teeth, they attacked the young man. Yao Changchang saw from the pit that the bird was injured. The girl announced that the pit might be closing soon. Everyone realized that something had to be done. Lu Xincheng is having a hard time. The barbarians, counting on a quick victory, decided to take Lu Xincheng and his bird as prisoners. Armed to the teeth, the villains were closing a circle around our hero. The young man had no choice but to activate his magic ring. And then the barbarians noticed that the young man was not alone. There were 2 others with him. Lu Xincheng saw that help had come to him. They were Yao Changchang and Li Yuzhan. He asked why they disobeyed orders and why they were here. The girl said that he would scold them later. The barbarians kept advancing and advancing. Better yet, I asked the girl how she was doing with the water elemental techniques. She said she was fine. The young man told her to wait for the team. Not Yuan will cover. The barbarians kept coming and coming. The villains thought that victory was within their grasp. Lu Xincheng shouted for Yao Changchang to spring into action. The bad guys got sick for some reason. They thought acid was pouring on them. The barbarians began to dissolve. They decided to retreat, but it was too late. The surviving enemies were panicking and fleeing. The barbarians saw that all three of their enemies had disappeared. They thought the trio had dissolved on their own, so that not even bones remained. The rest of the team was hiding in the cave. They didn't know what was wrong with their comrades. Everyone thought they were dead. Li Yuzhan said that Lu Xincheng was himself to blame, and that those two should not have been heroes either. They didn't know what they were going to do without a team captain. Suddenly, Lu Xincheng and Ne Yuan appeared. The captain said that everyone had done well. Yao Changchang was overjoyed when she saw that everyone had returned alive and well. She noted that the barbarians had decided, supposedly the whole trio had been killed by their own equipment. Lu Xincheng said let them think so. Lu Xincheng said that he used his dragon to hide behind the poisonous smoke that created the illusion that they were dead. Yao Changchang shielded herself from the smoke with her technique. Then Xincheng dug another hole to hide in. After that, he closed the hole in the ground so that the barbarians wouldn't guess anything. Qianxiang was glad that everything was fine. Lu Xincheng made a statement. He said that since they were all under the archer's tower, it meant that he had won the bet. The young man received a cold weapon. Qianxiang said that it was a good job. The girl called Xincheng Big Brother. The captain decided he needed a good rest. A very difficult battle awaits them soon. Suddenly, the clatter of hooves was heard. Lu Xincheng thought it was a concubine arriving. All the girls had their faces covered. How do we determine which one is the target? Which concubine should be eliminated? Chang Chan assumed that the king's favorite concubine must dress differently from the others. Everyone was dressed similarly, so there was no favorite concubine among them. Our warriors noticed that the girls had brought flowers. Perhaps the concubine must be somewhere among the flowers. The warriors thought about how to solve the problem. Someone suggested killing all the concubines. No concubines, no problem. He was answered that it would be difficult to deal with the guards. That was not the solution. Ne Yuan said that there wasn't much time left. We have to make a decision. He agrees that we should destroy all the concubines. Li Yuzhan said they would find another way out. Lu Xincheng stated that he had an idea. Everyone was surprised that it had rained so suddenly. What kind of miracle is this? The barbarians declared that it was the enemy attacking and they had a duty to protect the concubine. Lu Xincheng said, Yao Changchang uses elemental techniques and creates rain. If there is a king's concubine among the women, all the barbarians will rush to protect her. When it rains, the wall will block the guard's way. All the girls will rush to the concubine to shelter her from the water. That's how the warriors will know which girl is the king's chief concubine. That will be their target. Which one is the king's concubine? Lu Xincheng is a brave and courageous warrior. Our heroes began to gather and set about the task. The enemies fired arrows from their bows at them. The girls, the king's concubines, ran up to Lu with a report. They said that the main concubine has died and they don't know what to do now. The girl looked back. The enemy was closing in. It was urgent to retreat to cover. Chang Chan grabbed her friend's arm and shouted for her to keep up. The barbarians were trying to catch up with the girls. They shouted instructions to each other to keep them from leaving. They shouted for reinforcements, for these were the men who had killed the king's concubine. The barbarians fled into the forest and found themselves at a loss. They saw no one and didn't understand where the miserable people had gone. Phew, everyone was safe for now. Chen Xiang was upset because a lot of servants had died. A lot of sacrifices were wasted. The Holy Virgin reassured her. This is war. Barbarians do the same thing. Men and barbarians cannot exist together. All barbarians, even women, are warriors. If they are not dealt with, they will be dealt with. Our warriors realized they had to change their position. Sooner or later, they would be discovered here. But there was a problem. The barbarians had surrounded the whole area. Chang Chan said that difficult doesn't mean impossible. You can't stay here. She suggested we split into two groups and go in two different directions. Even if one group gets caught, the other group can escape. Lu Xincheng agreed to her plan. The young man decided that the boys would distract the barbarians and the girls could escape. One of the warriors decided that he would go in a group with Yao Changchang. The warriors split up and decided among themselves who would go where. The first group was led by Lu Xincheng. The second group was led by the Holy Maiden. Lu Xincheng said that it would be difficult to go underground for a long time, so the girls should try their best to get to the surface and escape quickly. The captain looked out from his ambush. The young men disguised themselves and went on a reconnaissance mission. They were followed by the rest of the team. Lu Xincheng realized that he had expended a lot of energy to complete the task. It would be more difficult for him from here on. Let's move slowly. Let's try not to make any noise, he said. Yao Changcheng immediately cried out. The girl turned out to have an injured shoulder. The captain asked how it happened. The girl said that one of the barbarians' arrows had hit her. The head of the group started to reprimand her and said that she should have stayed in the cave. The girl made excuses that it had all come out of her own accord. She then decided to help Lu Xincheng. Chan Chang said she is fine now. The young man noted that the girl saved his life again. Song Yufeng was once again watching the young men, and his gaze was not kind. He was very angry with Lu Xincheng. Song Yufeng thought that if it wasn't for Lu Xincheng, the girl would be his right now, and they could have gotten married by now. Song Yufeng thought that he had been living with the girl under the same roof since he was a child. It was his destiny. They even arranged an engagement party. He didn't understand why she didn't choose him. He decided to make things right. Song Yufeng decided that if she didn't want to be his wife, they would die together. In the next life, he will fall in love with her again. The squad continued to advance stealthily. The warriors decided that they were safe. Now they could rest and regain their strength and then move on. But they were wrong. Suddenly, many barbarians appeared in front of them. The Yuuzhan announced that they had been uncovered. We would have to take the fight, but the forces were not equal. The barbarians decided to take the warriors in a ring and surrounded them. It seemed that there was no way out. The ring was shrinking. The enemy was very aggressive. There was nowhere to go for help. Ne Yuan wondered how the enemies were able to detect them. Everything was going so well at first. Song Yufeng thought that someone didn't want to go home. Song Yufeng said that after the mission, they'll be able to have a fight to the death with one enemy, and the barbarians sound like a good cover to get rid of a potential enemy. If the one of you who betrayed the others swears allegiance to his clan, he will keep him alive. Li Yuuzhan thought that fighting Lu Xincheng was better than a miserable betrayal. Li Yuuzhan told Song Yufeng that it would be a good idea for him to get rid of the crime weapon. Song Yufeng looked at his hands and was frightened. The barbarian leader said he would keep the traitor alive. Song Yufeng thanked the barbarian and said that he had one more request. He had to spare another girl. In return, he would tell his enemies everything he knew about his general Qi Feng. Ne Yuan rushed at the traitor and wanted to destroy him. But one of the barbarians interrupted him. The barbarian screamed and decided to stop the violence. Li Yuuzhan tried to save his friend. He grabbed Ne Yuan and pulled him aside. From nowhere, a barbarian warbird appeared and tried to attack our warriors. The captain shouted to his friends to pay attention. Song Yufeng thought that this bird was too strong. It was hard to deal with it. Song Yufeng approached the barbarian general and asked for the bird to be recalled. The bird was very huge and dangerous. Yao Changcheng said, "We have to be careful." The girl activated her protective umbrella. The barbarian general said it wasn't a bad toy and that he liked it. Song Yufeng told the barbarian general that he had promised to spare this girl. The barbarian general slapped the traitor powerfully and told him to shut his mouth. Lu Xincheng and Yao Changcheng stood back to back and activated their techniques, the dragon and tiger techniques. There was a powerful energy defense field around them. The animal avatars of our heroes began to attack the enemies. The barbarians scattered and ran away. The barbarian general didn't like it. He was furious. His strength was still very great. Lu Xinchen thought it was a bad thing. The barbarian general was very strong. Our captain decided to fight one-on-one with this strongest opponent. It was very hard to hold the defense, but he wasn't going to die here. The guy decided to activate his extras and forcefully fight back against the enemy. The barbarian general was also a very experienced warrior. He had something to show for it in a fight. Lu Xincheng told the girl that she should run away. After all, Changcheng must preserve her life. She is still too young. There was not a moment to lose. The barbarian general and his deadly weapons were closing in. The captain saw that Yao Changcheng didn't listen to him. She decided to attack the barbarian general herself. The girl told Lu that they probably weren't meant to be together. Changcheng was rapidly approaching the enemy. The girl activated the self-destruct mode the moment the enemy was very close. There was a huge explosion. A bright flame illuminated the surroundings. Lu Xincheng closed his eyes. The barbarian general shouted exhaustedly, "What's that wind?" He didn't realize what was happening. Yao Changcheng could barely cope with this regimen. It was very hard for her. Blood was flowing from her mouth. Lu Xincheng picked up the girl in his arms. She asked why he was still here. "She's running out of strength. It will be hard for two people to get out." The barbarian general told everyone to stay where they were. He was furious. The girl thought that badly they were not doing well. It was hard for them to get out of the general's clutches. And then the unexpected happened. Lu Xincheng's battle eagle grabbed the young men and flew up with them. The barbarian general was left with nothing. The young men flew away. They were the only ones seen. No arrow could reach them. They were out of danger. On this eagle were the rest of the team. It was very unexpected. And now the whole team was safe. But they couldn't all fly far away. The friends decided to hide in a pond. A bamboo tube was peeking out of the water, and there were air bubbles around the tube. The team found a safe haven. Lu Xincheng appeared to be injured. Neiyuan said that he would watch over the wounded man, and Yao Changchang can go rest. The girl said she would stay by the captain's side. Changchang revealed that she never had parents. She was raised by a master. As a child, she was always afraid of making mistakes. She was afraid that the master would be disappointed in her. Lu Xincheng was the first to sacrifice himself for the girl. Neiyuan thought that Yao Changchang had fallen in love with Lu Xincheng. The young man was asleep. He was dreaming. A girl appeared in front of him and said that it was time to wake up because they had to go now. The guy asked where to go, since he still had unfinished business. The girl asked, "Have you forgotten? After all, this is not your world. Leave this world and go away with me." But he didn't agree. Who would want him in this world? What was the point of even staying? Lu Xincheng woke up. Yao Changchang was next to him. She said that he finally woke up. The guy asked how long had he been asleep. The girl replied that it had been 3 whole days. Li Yujan had some special pills. Thanks to these pills, the squad was able to last without food and water for those 3 days. Lu Xincheng thanked the girl for her concern. He said, "Thank you for looking after me." The young men sat in the cave alone and talked. The girl told the young man that she had realized a lot in those 3 days. The young man stopped her and apologized. Lu Xincheng confessed that he doesn't want to lie to the girl. He can't accept her feelings because he's already sworn to someone else. And the young man doesn't want her to waste her life. The guy added that he couldn't reciprocate her feelings until he sorted out his vows. The young man asked if the girl was all right. Changchang said she understood and that he had nothing to apologize for. The girl added that the young man had better take care of his wounds. She would wait for him to deal with his problems. So they continued to sit next to each other, but in silence. Sun Yufeng, on the other hand, remained with the barbarians. The young men heard that there was someone outside. They had to keep quiet. The barbarians saw that the eagles had landed somewhere nearby, so the fugitives were somewhere nearby. Song Yufeng claimed that they were hiding underground again. Yao Changchang was completely exhausted. They all needed time to rest and gain strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get far. Lu Xincheng said that they definitely can't escape now. The traitor knows all their tricks. Chang Cheng was very angry with the traitor because he had dishonored her sect. Neiyuan offered to fight the enemy. Li Yujan said that their general is very strong, and our friends are not in good shape right now. Lu Xincheng said that they have a chance to escape. He is the leader of the team, so a priority target for the barbarians. The young man added that he would surrender and the rest of the crew could escape. Yao Changchang pounced on the young man and said that she would not allow this to happen. Lu Xincheng said Li Yujan will be in charge of the group. Everyone must obey the new commander's orders. The barbarian general gave orders to his subordinates on where to look for enemies. He was very angry and was willing to expend a lot of energy to find the fugitive squad. Lu Xincheng said that the barbarians can rejoice. He will come to them now. A squad of barbarians noticed someone standing up ahead. Song Yufeng was very excited. He reported to the barbarian general that it was Lu Xincheng, the squad leader. The young man said he was the commander of the entire squad. He planned the murder of the king's concubine. He is ready to surrender, or they will not be able to take him alive and bring him to the barbarian king. The barbarian general thought the young man was up to something. However, Lu Xincheng was still captured and wrapped in rope. The barbarian general decided to meet the young man personally. He said his name was Wu Hugu and that he liked to work with very smart people. At the same time, our unit continued to still be in hiding. Everyone was very worried. They felt bad that they had allowed Lu Xincheng to be taken prisoner. Li Yujan said that Lu Xincheng would not give up so easily. He will fight forever. The squad should now take care of how to return to General Qifeng's camp by themselves. It's been 3 days, the residence of the barbarian king. The barbarians delivered Lu Xincheng as a gift to the king. The traitor has also arrived here. Lu Xincheng thought that this rope was suppressing his spiritual energy. If it got hot, he would only have to rely on the dragon and elephant techniques. The general came to report to his barbarian king. He said he had brought 2 human prisoners. The king sat on his throne. The servant stood by his side. The king was doing well. The maid who was near the king immediately noticed the 2 prisoners of war. The girl complained to her king. She said that these captives are staring at her unbidden. She is very embarrassed. The king did not like that. He said that this was not the way to do it. Lu Xincheng said as he looked at the lady standing next to the king. The lady was even more outraged. She said that this young man was behaving inappropriately. It offends her. The king was outraged and shouted to the guards to seize the unfit prisoner and punish him. Lu Xincheng said in his defense that he was misunderstood as usual. It's just that the girl doesn't look good. He suggested that she was probably sick. The young man said that he could see that they had already spent a lot of medicine to treat this girl, but the poison had not been completely neutralized. So the girl has only a few days to live, and only he can remove the remnants of this poison from her body because he is the best healer of all times and peoples. The barbarian king was very surprised. He asked how Lu Xincheng could know about her illness if he had just seen her. The king ordered the guards to break all the bones of the prisoner and throw him into the snake pit. One of the servants approached the king and offered to give the young man a chance to cure his concubine. The king in anger immediately executed this servant. The villain asked, "Are there any more daredevils who want to tell me what to do?" The lady asked why the king was so angry. The girl thought that he could really cure her. After all, he saw her illness right away. Maybe this was her last chance for salvation. All these years, no one had been able to cure her. The king replied that perhaps the young man was lying to them both, or that he would try to destroy the girl. He was already able to deal with one. The servant said the concubine should listen to the king. What does her life mean compared to the king's vengeance? Even if she dies, there will be other beauties to take her place. The barbarian king ordered that Lu Xincheng's hands and feet be cut off. Then they threw him into a pit of snakes. The girl tearfully asked the king not to do that. He gave her one last chance. She would then love him so much that he would not regret it. When she said this, the girl fainted and fell into the arms of her king. The king was very frightened and told Lu Xincheng to treat her immediately because she would be of great use to him. The young man replied that he might not do so well now, for his hands and feet were bound, and he was to be introduced to snakes. The king realized that he would have to change his word now, but the girl did not regain consciousness. The barbarian king shouted that he would spare the young man for now. He ordered his servants to release him and bring him to the girl at once. Lu Xincheng has been released. The young man promptly examined the girl and diagnosed her. He said it was nothing serious, just that the poison was still attacking her organs, and from severe stress and anemia, she had fainted, but she would live for the time being. The king said that we should cure her quickly. Lu Xincheng replied that he had one way, but it was very complicated. First, he needs medicine to stabilize her condition. Then she would have to undergo a course of therapy. Next, she would have to do some cultivation to strengthen her meridians and then take the blood soul pill. The king said that's enough for today. The main villain warns the young man that he will not touch him today. He gives him 3 months to cure his concubine. If he doesn't, he will die sooner. Then a human traitor was brought to the king. It was Song Yufeng. The king has ordered that all the information he needs be extracted from him, all the military secrets he knows, all the passwords and clues. It's been a few days. Lu Xincheng settled in the barbarian's dormitory. The general was surprised that this guy had survived. No one had ever managed to do that before, especially since he had killed one of the king's favorite concubines. The general added that even their king cared more about relations with the living than a month for the dead. Lu Xincheng thought that this general was very strong, but when they fought in the camp, he didn't really want to kill the young man. He didn't seem like someone who would destroy everyone indiscriminately. The young man told the general that he knows a world where humans and barbarians don't feud, and everyone is only concerned with cultivation. He added that the general was a very strong man, but all he did was destroy everyone. He had better push the boundaries of his knowledge and become stronger. The young man asked if the general would like to be in such a world. The barbarian general replied that it would be an interesting idea. It was just a pity that no such world existed. Lu Xincheng said that he himself came from such a world. He had only been cultivating for a little over a year, but he was already at the 5th level of the divine realm. This was because he came from another world. The barbarian general was surprised. How can one achieve such a result in a year? He's already almost 30 years old and he's only at the 6th level. It's impossible. As always, he offered to conclude the hover. Lu Xincheng suggested that the general tell him the 3 levels of his cultivation technique, and the young man would master them in just 2 weeks. The general asked what he would have to do if the young man won. He would not be able to save the young man. Even he could not do that. He realized that the general was interested in the idea of another world, so he's got him. The only thing left to do was to prove to him that the young man wasn't lying. Lu Xincheng said that he is not asking for anything like that. He is just willing to show the general his world. The general agreed. 2 weeks later, the general said he would come and test what the young man could do. The young man began to familiarize himself with the general's techniques. Gorilla body, not a bad technique, allows you to become strong and tough like a gorilla. Suddenly, someone outside called the young man by name and demanded that he come out. The servants wouldn't let anyone in. They said it was an order from the king himself. The young man must cure the concubine. An elder came into the young man's room and told him he was going to die today. The young man looked at those who had come to him. He asked, "Who are you and why do you want my destruction?" The old man said the young man didn't know him. He's just a simple man. His name is Minde. He is a level 6 healer, the head of the royal court hospital. He is responsible for treating all the king's concubines. They all go through him. The young man understood everything. The old man came because he had heard that the young man could cure his patient, whom he could not cure. The old man was afraid if the servants were not lying, he might be out of a job. The young man told the old man that if he really cured the concubine, the king might get angry and execute the old man's whole family. The healer shouted. He claimed that he and a bunch of other level 5 healers had been taking care of this girl all her life. If it wasn't for them, she would have died years ago. After all, this is the king's own beauty. She was given special care. The healer doesn't believe the young man can cure anyone. The young man thought that the old man was worried that his hospital might be dissolved, so he decided to get rid of Lu Xincheng to stay in his enforced place. The healer said that he was going to appeal to the king to reveal the true intentions of the captive, because he was no healer. The old man was worried about what the king might find out, about his true intentions, and also about not being able to cure his concubine. This concubine was called Beautiful Eye. It was reported to the girl that Lu Xincheng and the healer were having an argument about who was the better healer. The old man told the beauty that the young man was just a human child. The young man tricked the king and the beauty. He can't cure her better than the healer. We must warn the king immediately and get rid of this Lu Xincheng. The healer told the beauty that otherwise everyone would have to leave the hospital. The girl pondered the elder's words. The healer chased the young man away and said that he could manage on his own. The elder said that he had already done his investigation and found out that the young man was not a healer. The girl said that the healer's words made sense. Everyone was convinced that the young man could make a diagnosis, but he had not yet proved himself as a healer, and everyone had known the local healer for a long time. The young man has asked permission for just one treatment session, after which the beauty will be much better. If not, the young man agrees to be executed. Well, if his treatment works, all healers can leave Thai Hospital. Belle said she was willing to experiment. She had nothing more to lose. She asked what the lad would need for the cure. The young man told the servants to write down the ingredients he would need. Some bear's bile, 10 pieces of verbane sprouts, gikutin fruit, and the best alchemical furnace around. Everything has been prepared for the young man. The alchemy furnace was a 9-dragon furnace. The healer said that he personally made it for the Thai Hospital. The young man began to make preparations to make the potion. All the barbarians began shouting to keep the young man away from their best furnace. "It's the furnace of the 9 dragons. We must stop him." Lu Xincheng looked at the oven and said that it was a great oven. You can bake many things in it. The young man began the preparation. It was a 6th-level alchemist's scarlet flame. The old man yelled that he was doing it all wrong. "You can't process herbs over an open fire." Not paying attention to anyone, Xincheng did his thing. The young man tapped into his inner energy powers. The blood purification pill was ready. The young man said that the beauty should be taken to her room. The servants should bring clean water there. The young man dipped the pill into the vat of liquid. The guy ordered the girl to undress and get into the bathroom. The maid told Lu Xincheng not to peek, or else she would have to scratch his eyes out. The guy turned away and said there wasn't much to see. It hurts. The girl gingerly, cautiously lowered her foot into the tub of liquid. Then her whole body plunged into the same place. The young man took her hand and cut it with a knife until it bled. The young man explained that the poison in her body could not be destroyed, only redirected into another body. For 12 sessions, he would redirect this poison into his own body. The young man also cut his hand and applied the wound to the wound. The maid thought that this young man was a genius. He might be able to cure the girl, but if he diverted the poison into himself, he might die. The young man thought that the poison in her body had nothing to do with the element of poison he had developed. Although it would be difficult to get it out, it was not a threat to his body. Belle thought this young man was a genius. He's a miracle worker. All these years she had constantly felt coldness in her body because of the poison. Now she felt warm for the first time. Lu Xincheng finished his therapy session. He said that that was enough for today and that he would wait outside. They were already waiting for him outside. It was the local healer. He was, of course, incredulous. The young man said there was no need to rush into anything. The old man told Lu Xincheng that it was none of his business where he was going. Suddenly someone's footsteps were heard. Beautiful Eye came out of her room. The old man looked at the girl and saw that she looked very much better, even after one session. So this young man is not lying about his abilities, the healer thought. The healer wanted to make a plan to help him get rid of Lu Shencheng. The young man recalled that this is only the first session of their treatment. He believes that the effect is obvious to everyone. And now we have to remember the argument with the healer. The girl confirmed that after just one session, her body had improved more than the 20 years of treatment by this healer. Healer Lu Shencheng is the only one who has helped her in any way. The healer said he was happy to see the girl being cured. He noted that the girl was very lucky. Beautiful Eye told everyone to shut up and stay away from her. After all, their treatment had caused her to suffer daily for many years. The girl was upset that she had been treated so poorly in the past. Beautiful Eye ordered the guards to get all these medics out of here and informed the hospital that they were no longer working there. The healer begged not to be thrown out. He begged to be pitied. The maid suggested to her mistress to make the healer Lu Shencheng an official guest of their Gong family. The young man was able to prove his usefulness. The lady agreed. The young man clearly deserved it. Beautiful Eye introduced the young man to the young princess of the Gong family. She was Gong Xiaohui's niece. Princess Ai said that the guards would take the young man to his chambers. Lu Shencheng didn't like this very much. He decided that they made him their guest to introduce the warden to him, so that he would definitely not escape. The young man followed young Xiaohui. The barbarian general said he would show the way to the healer, and they all proceeded in the direction of healer Lu's chambers. Lu Shencheng, as if by the way, asked Wu Hugu if the barbarians had large territories. Wu Hugu asked suspiciously, "Why do you care?" Lu Shencheng said that since the war started recently, they must have lived somewhere before the war. Wu Hugu only remained silent in response. Then he said they had their own territories, but they were just ice wastelands. It's almost impossible to live there. Food is very hard to come by. And even the king eats the same food as ordinary people. The people are very poor. That's why their king decided to invade the people's territories. Lu Shencheng asked who had the second vote in the kingdom after the king. Wu Hugu said that since Beautiful Eye was the king's favorite concubine, the second vote in the kingdom belonged to her. Wu Hugu asked the young man if he was thinking about his team. "That girl who was with you, is that your favorite girl?" Lu Shencheng pondered this question. He remembered Yao Changcheng, but he didn't answer anything. Somewhere in human territory, Tianxiang reports to the general that Song Yufen has betrayed them all. The captain surrendered to the enemies so that everyone else could escape. Song Yufeng's mother cried and said that she was the one who raised him badly, and it was all their clan's fault. The girl tried to comfort her. Li Yuzhen said to change his plans because the barbarians could torture Song Yufeng, and he could give away all the military secrets, passwords, identities, and all the undercover officers. The general agreed and said that was the most important thing right now. Ne Yuan interjected. Had Lu Shencheng been left in the clutches of the barbarians? He reassured him. Lu Shencheng will not give up so easily. Lu Shencheng will not give up so easily. The girl agrees that Lu Shencheng will survive, but he can't be left there for long. She wants to create another attack team to go to the barbarians' territory and rescue the captain. The general said that we should wait a little longer. There are not enough men right now, and the team needs time to recover. Ne Yuan said that his body was perfectly fine. Yao Changchang said that she had another request at that time. The girl stated that she wanted to move to Qi Feng's offensive team. The window was wide open. Xiao Hui looked at Lu Shencheng and thought that he really wasn't that simple. This young man had managed to survive his encounter with the king. He had started treating the Beautiful Eye and had managed to almost completely dissolve the Thai hospital. She thought that he had no equal among humans. The girl decided to get some useful information about humans out of the young man. Then the Gong family would rise up nicely in the king's eyes. Lu Shencheng asked why Xiao Hui was looking at him so intently. The girl apologized and said that she hadn't seen people so close before, and that it was simple curiosity. Xiao Hui wondered if Healer Lu could tell her anything interesting about humans. The cart jerked and the girl nearly fell from her seat. She asked who was out there preventing them from moving around. The servant said they were blocking the road. Gong Xiaohui asked who dared to do that. The servant pointed his finger. It was Captain Alzak. He apologized for his actions and said he shouldn't be so angry. Xiaohui demanded that the captain clear the way. She didn't have time to have a conversation with him. Captain Alzak said that they hadn't seen each other for a couple of days, and he missed him very much. He added that he had not come here because of the beauty. He was brought here by rumors of a human prisoner who not only survived the meeting with the king himself, but also began to treat the Beautiful Eye. I wonder what this man is capable of. With a glance at Lu Xincheng, the captain said that this kid was no match for the barbarians. Barbarians are tough, they don't take a joke. Captain Alzak decided to give advice to Lu Xincheng. He added that there was nothing for such weaklings to do in the lands of the barbarians, and people need to be extremely careful. Gong Xiaohui listened to him attentively as well. Lu Xincheng asked the guard for a second for a weapon. The captain decided to see what this kid could do. Lu Xincheng decided to use his skills and surprise the barbarians. The young man touched the horse, and the animal reared up. The horse hit the paving stones with all his might, and the stones flew in all directions. Everyone watched the young man with interest. No one knew what people were capable of. Lu Xincheng asked Captain Alzak if he knew what the main difference between man and animal was. The barbarian hesitated for a moment. A servant whispered to the captain that the young man thought all barbarians were animals. Alzak was very angry. The captain told the young man to get ready. He was about to find out what the barbarians were capable of. Xiaohui tried to stop him. Captain Alzak was furious. He was already seething with indignation. Hugo stood in front of Lu Xincheng. Captain Alzak asked why he was the one protecting the man. Wu Hugo said so that he wouldn't be misunderstood. He's just following the king's orders. It's nothing personal. The guest is ordered to be brought to the Gong family's house alive and unharmed. Captain Alzak said that was to be expected. The Gun family was very lucky. Because of the beautiful eye, this family was given a status like his general's homes, and his family had fought for their people for centuries to gain privileges. That's when Gong Xiaohui intervened. She said that Captain Alzak shouldn't insult her family, especially her auntie Ai. The captain said he was right anyway. And soon Gong Xiaohui will be his wife. The girl said he might not even dream of it. She wouldn't marry such a rude man, and he could get out of the way now. The crew was arriving at their destination. Captain Alzak gave them a hard look. Lu Xincheng thought that this Captain Alzak had told him something interesting. Beauty Ai relies on the king for her family to have a status like the house of a general who has spent many years earning his position. The general's house is a military family. The house of the Gung family is the common people, which is why they are in conflict with each other. Finally, everyone arrived at the Gong family's house. Xiaohui said they could feel at home. The girl decided to introduce Lu Xincheng to her relatives. The young lady rushed over to hug her brother Gong Zheng. The young man looked at Lu Xincheng and asked who he was. The young man introduced himself and said that he was Healer Lu, the person responsible for Auntie's treatment. Xiaohui said he was her brother, the eldest son of the Gong family, Gong Zheng. Xiaohui began to praise Healer Lu. After his treatment, Auntie has changed a lot for the better. She said that on their way home they met Captain Alzak. That's how Lu Xincheng fell into the barbarian family. The young man thought about the vicissitudes of his fate. When everyone had entered the house, Xiaohui motioned for Healer Lu to take a seat at the table. Her brother also invited the young man to join them. The girl offered the healer a delicious tea to drink. Lu Xincheng always liked to drink tea. It was his favorite drink. Gong Zheng also offered to drink tea. The young man tensed and thought something was wrong here. Then he realized that his brother was just protecting his sister and wouldn't let anyone near her. Gong Zheng said that he was interested in Healer Lu. This is the first time his sister has spoken so favorably about someone. They barbarians have a very interesting game. It's called the Three Cauldrons. If the healer doesn't mind, they can compete in this game now. Xiaohui said it's not serious, his opponent is only a human. Healer Lu asked, what is the point of this game? It was immediately explained to him that it was just a competition between barbarians. Such contests are often organized during festivals. But for a human, it probably wouldn't be a good game. Brother Zheng offered to go out into the courtyard and there he would show and explain everything. He pointed to the tripod and said that it was an important part of the barbarians' culture, that it meant a lot to them. And these tripods are also great for playing games. Brother Zheng picked up one of the tripods. Lu Xincheng thought that they were only using brute force. The barbarian moved with a tripod raised in one hand. Then he tossed that tripod high up with a shout. Then he raised the two tripods above him. Lu Xincheng was amazed at how one could withstand such pressure using only brute force. The general said that this was not the end. Gong Zheng was now moving around carrying two entire tripods above him. He even managed to lift 3 tripods. Then he tossed all 3 of those tripods up in the air. The young man was surprised at such a game. I see now. Only the barbarians could have thought of such a thing. And now it was clear why they said the game was not suitable for humans. Lu Xincheng touched one of the cauldrons. Brother Zheng said that this was the kind of game they had and suggested that Healer Lu try it once. Xiaohui asked why Healer Lu was silent. He doesn't have to play such a game. It's not worth it. Lu Xincheng said that it is a very busy game. The young man asked if there were any restrictions on the size of this cauldron. Brother Zheng said that there were no restrictions. You can take any cauldron as long as it is bigger than the previous one. The young man said he would try to play the game sometime. The guy pointed his finger at the cauldron and asked if he could have that one. The barbarians were very surprised. The young man asked if something was wrong. He was told that any cauldron would do, or this particular one belonged to another family. Brother Zheng said that it was their cauldron. The barbarian king had personally gifted it to their family. Many people had tried to move it, but no one was up to the task, not even General Arzu himself. Brother Zheng told the healer if he could at least move this cauldron, he would admit defeat. Said he would play, but he would ask him to prepare something. Taking Zheng, of course, agreed. Around the cauldron, the harsh barbarian men were seated. Lu Shencheng took 2 more small cauldrons. Xiao Hui couldn't believe that they could be used for the first 2 levels. The general thought that healer Lu was not at home. He had used up all his spiritual energy on the way here. No matter how genius he was, he wouldn't be able to use his genius now. The young man said that now everyone should be ready. Everyone replied that they were ready. The barbarians grasped the sticks prepared for them. They strained and lifted the largest cauldron upward. Lu Shencheng took the smallest cauldron and raised it above his head. The guy shouted out the dragon and elephant technique. Above the young man were all 3 cauldrons, including the largest one. Brother Zheng said it was a good result. But the cauldron has to lift off the ground for this result to count. Lu Shencheng thought, even though he can't use it yet, the dragon and elephant technique is still available to him. The first level of the technique allows him to hold all that weight without using spiritual energy. The young man realized that the barbarians didn't give much thought to the effective use of their power. The young man was smart. He was not a barbarian. The guy stood holding 3 cauldrons above his head. He repeated from the earth to the heavens. He did not use brute force, so he had to merge with the tripod, earth, and heaven. The barbarians stood with their mouths open. They watched Healer Lu in silence. They did not understand how this was possible. The young man felt the tripod rise up on its own. Applause was heard. The barbarians looked back. Lu Shencheng put the cauldrons on the ground. It was Gong Bao, the head of the Gong family. He applauded Lu Shencheng and said that he had done well in the exercise. The elder said he'd heard about the young man. He didn't expect him to be able to do anything else besides healing. Zhang, do you admit defeat? He agreed to admit defeat. The elder invited the healer to the house for lunch. Lu Shencheng gladly accepted. Elder Gong thought that it had been a long time since he had seen anything so interesting, especially a man lifting such a tripod. Gong Bao hoped that the appearance of this young man would not mark the beginning of something terrible. There was a battle in the forest. There were dead barbarians left on the battlefield. The remnants ran off into the woods. Yao Changchang said they did a good job. The squad decided that there was almost no one left here. Qingfeng's team did a good job. They pushed the barbarians back 10 kilometers. This will play well into their hands. Ne Yuan said that the 4 of them would accomplish their task as well. It wouldn't be that difficult. Tianxiang said that she was the only one who could control the earth element. Yao Changchang said that Tianxiang was an important member of their team. Now we should return to the camp and discuss the future plan of action. The squad moved into camp. Yao Changchang wished that Lu Shencheng had waited for her. Healer Lu continued to heal Beauty Eye sitting beside her bathtub. Then he sat and meditated for a long time. After that, the young man took his notes like a true healer. The young man noticed that after fully integrating the power obtained after playing 3 cauldrons, his techniques had improved noticeably. Now he needed to make more puppets and more pills, just in case. The young man noticed that there were many more guards in the city. Something interesting was coming. The general was mysteriously silent. Then he thought that it wouldn't be a big deal if he told Lu Shencheng everything. He wouldn't be able to do anything anyway. The general added that a massacre was coming. Lu Shencheng realized that the king had received a lot of information from Song Yufeng. Therefore, he prepares to wipe out the entire front line, people, and nearby towns. At the same time, a camp of people. The general said it was a great job. They've managed to push the barbarians back 10 kilometers. That's a big blow to their morale. Now they must organize an attack on key points in the barbarian territories. Yao Changchang was thinking about her own thing. She thought about defeating the barbarians as quickly as possible and saving Lu Shencheng. At this time, Lu Shencheng realized that the people were in great danger, and Yao Changchang had to be warned somehow. Lu Shencheng returned to his dormitory of barbarians. He thought that this time it was really bad. Changchang had to be warned somehow, or the entire human army would be in danger of being wiped out. Since General Wu Hugu decided to tell Lu Shencheng everything, he was sure that he would not be able to pass on the message. The young man began to solve the problem of how to transmit the spiritual message. There was a little owl puppet sitting beside him. Lu Shencheng gave the owl an accelerated evolution with his gaze. And already, a young boy is releasing an adult owl puppet with a secret message into the sky. 3 days had passed. The young man was worried that there was no message from any of the puppets. A servant entered the room and said it was time for another treatment session with Beauty Ai. The young man thought he'd have to put off finding a way to get the message to Chang Chan for now. The servant stopped the young man and said he had information. Healer Lu saw his puppet at the servant's feet and thought he was being played. Captain Alzak said it was a very delicate job. He could barely spot this puppet. It was very hard to catch. But all information was immediately erased. Healer Lu is now a suspect in espionage. He must tell us what was recorded on the puppet. Xiao Hui thought things were bad. Xiao Hui said that Healer Lu has nothing to suspect. He's a guest of the Gong family responsible for treating the princess. Captain Alzak replied that he's not a guest. He's a prisoner and a spy. The captain ordered that Healer Lu be captured and interrogated. Brother Zheng said that he would not allow it to be done in his house. Lu Shencheng is his problem. The captain has decided to have a contest. The general will be the judge. Whoever wins will take Lu Shencheng. The young man negotiated the rules of the contest. There will be 2 competitions. Xiao Hui asked her brother to be careful. Captain Alzak said he's starting first. The captain yelled that no one suspected what he was capable of. His abilities had increased a lot in the past time. The opponents did not spare each other. It was a strong confrontation. The girl said it goes beyond sparring. Brother Zheng should be the first to start now. He yelled for the captain not to touch his sister. The captain said he would have to take Lu Shencheng with him. He's at the 8th level of the divine realm. Plus, he has a very strong body. No one but Wu Hugu and him can handle him. Lu Shencheng wondered if the captain would fight him, or he was scared. The captain didn't even believe it at first, how this weakling was challenging him to a fight. The young man suggested we forego sparring and settle for a contest of pure brute force. The young man asked to begin by removing the restraints that were suppressing his spiritual energy. Xiao Hui was dissuaded by Healer Lu. Captain Alzak is very strong. He can't be handled. The captain asked what the young man was up to. The young man said they were about to arm wrestle. The captain was very surprised. He agreed to this contest with the little man. Captain Alzak had almost won, but the young man was holding on from the last of his strength. The barbarian was already sweating. He couldn't understand what was wrong. How could this man have so much strength? He looked like a weakling. Lu Shencheng thought that he had gotten pretty good with barbarian techniques these past few days. This exercise is not particularly difficult for him, especially since his restraints have been removed. Lu Shencheng applied the power of the dragon and elephant. 3rd level, Captain Alzak lost. The young man said he won. The captain stated that Healer Lu was cheating. Everyone's worried. The captain doesn't know how to accept defeat, but everyone could see that the captain had lost. The captain took offense and said they were leaving. The general thought that Lu Shencheng was very strong. He never thought he could beat the captain. The elder said that Alzak has been bothering the Gun family a lot lately. Before, he wouldn't even come near the house. Now he's hurt his older brother. Lu Shencheng asked what was going on. Elder Gun said that recently General Arza led an army of barbarians and retook control of 2 fortresses, and the people are now in a panic. The front line. The barbarians are talking amongst themselves and are about to leave. There are no more people left here. The spider puppet continues to follow the barbarians. He traced all the way back to the camp. Chen Shang looked out of hiding and said that they had finally left. She was frightened. The people only lost because of Song Yufeng's betrayal. They didn't even have time to retreat. They had to retreat and not take the fight. Qing Feng thinks that the barbarians think their plan is flawless. The barbarians think that they were able to take the humans by surprise. In fact, the humans managed to take out the inhabitants and all the valuables, replacing them with nothing. Qing Feng was left with a question. How did Chang Chang know about the impending attack? The girl said that someone had tipped her off. It was Lu Shencheng's puppet. The girl said that she found it on the body of one of the barbarians she fought with a couple days ago. It had a warning written on it about the barbarians' plans. It wasn't the Yuan that rejoiced. Chang Chan said that after all these victories, the barbarians will relax a lot. It would be the perfect moment to infiltrate their camp. The girl continued. She said that she realized that she had to be on the front line, but she would go to rescue Lu Shencheng anyway, even if she wasn't alone. Ne Yuan said that he wouldn't let the girl go alone. Chen Xiang said she would go too. Li Yuzhan said that he would also go to see how Lu Shencheng lives side by side with the barbarians. Chang Chan was glad that the whole team supported her. Yingfeng wished everyone good luck. Everyone gathered and ran to free Lu Shencheng from the clutches of the barbarians. At the Gong family home, Lu Shencheng asked if it was true that the barbarians had recaptured 2 fortresses. The general said that they had completely cleared out 2 towns and a village, but there was no one left there. Healer Lu wondered why ordinary people were being touched. They were not guilty of anything. The general agreed with him, but it was the king's decision. Elder Gong said that the House of Generals has been constantly in the spotlight lately. It's best not to clash with them. As long as the princess is near the king, the Gong family will be fine as it is. The young man thought that the general's family was causing a lot of trouble for the Gong family, but Elder Gun doesn't want to clash with them. Decided that as long as they need him, he's safe. Elder Gong said that the Qixing festival would start in a few days. The House of Generals will have to shell out money to make people happy with the festival. The general said there is an old barbaric tradition of praying at the festival for the safety of the soldiers on the front line. Xiao Hui said that she will attend this festival. Her aunt will be the center person during the prayer. Healer Lu will be allocated the best place to watch the festival. He will not miss anything. Lu Xincheng thanked. 2 days had passed. The young man knew that during the festival, all the big shots from the castle would get out into the city and celebrate with the common people. Lu Xincheng thought that this was the most perfect moment to sneak into the king's castle and look for something interesting there. The young man separates the hood and decides it's time for action. He jumped off a large tower and began to dive. He landed right in the haystack. The guards didn't notice anything. The young man noticed a barbarian standing not far away, but he didn't know what to say to him. The young man approached the general and told him that the planning team was on the 2nd floor of the West Wing. He didn't yet know if he had done the right thing, but there was no choice. The young man hesitated. He didn't know if he should do what he had in mind. Lu Xincheng didn't think that when he first arrived in the land of the barbarians, he had to destroy the princess whose back showed the plans of the barbarians. And he was already realizing that before plans could be piled on his back, they had to be written down somewhere first. The young man realized that he had found what he was looking for. I wanted everything to go smoothly. The young man saw the elder with his eyes closed. The barbarians are moving in battle column. The commander says they are making a halt until lunchtime. Team leaders should count their soldiers. Team leaders count their soldiers. One chief was missing 30 of his soldiers. How can that be? He started counting his soldiers, and he realized he was wrong the first time. Li Yuzhan tells Ne Yuan that he almost got them killed. He excuses himself, saying they've been walking for 2 days without a break. He's a bit forgetful. Chang Chan said that those barbarians are somehow moving too fast towards the royal palace. For now, just masking their faces in front of the barbarians is enough for them, but it's not worth risking any further. Chen Xiang begins his magic. Chen Xiang is very tired. She's having a hard time. The squad decided that they would have to get to the surface and try to join the barbarians unnoticed. Ne Yuan said that there was no need to worry. If he was not mistaken, they were already quite close to the king's palace. Something unexpected happened. A sand snake appeared out of nowhere under the ground where the squad was hiding. I had to resist her. Ne Yuan ran up to the snake, threw something at it, and ran away. An explosion sounded. The barbarians on the surface thought there was an earthquake. The snake underground didn't feel so good. The snake tried to deal with Ne Yuan. Chang Chang rushed to his aid, opened her magic umbrella and said, "This is a level 10 snake. It's very crowded to fight such an enormous thing, but they are right under the barbarian camp. You can't crawl to the surface under any circumstances." A sand snake tries to attack the squad. Chang Chang decided to take cover. Ne Yuan attacked. The warrior shouted for everyone to part and allow him to pass to the snake. The snake was about to swallow him. It was hungry and voracious. The squad entered its territory. The barbarian chief said he's gotten a bad feeling. He's worried about this earthquake. We should dig a hole down to see what kind of earthquake it is. Barbarians always do that when there's an earthquake. Tian Xiang said that it looked like the barbarians were digging a hole. They must have been discovered. We should make a plan. Chang Chan decided to ponder their situation. There seemed to be no retreat. Chang Chan had a plan. She said that she would count to 3. After that, Tian Xiang would open a hole above them. Li Yuzhan should release the snake from its restraints. Ne Yuan will have to kick the snake's tail. Then we should let it go and see what happens. It wasn't a bad plan as long as it works. Ne Yuan decided that it was suicide. The snake could crush them, and if they survived, the barbarians from above would discover them. But Ne Yuan had no other plan. Yao Chang Chang said that there is no time to object. You just have to trust her. Chang Chang counted to 3 and said it was time to act. What happened on the surface was a miracle. In the place where the barbarians were looking for an earthquake, a hole appeared and a huge sand snake jumped out of it. The soldier reported the incident to his commander. The commander said to gather everyone who hadn't run away yet. They're about to fight a sand snake. A snake, that's very serious. After the barbarians defeated the snake, they decided to do a roll call. We need to count our losses. I don't see any casualties. The barbarians didn't even notice that people had appeared among them. It was a first-class disguise. 4 barbarians were buried underground. No one will ever know of them. Chan thought about Lu Xincheng and hoped he was okay. The barbarian commander asked what unit the young man was from and how he found himself in the inner chambers. The disguised Lu Xincheng told Captain Hui to calm down. He came here on a secret mission from the king himself. He even has a secret order in his hand, but he won't show it to anyone because it's secret. The order can only be shown to Captain Hui. The captain was very surprised. When the captain revealed the secret order, the puppet birds flew out of the scroll and began to attack the captain. The young man started to run away. The captain ordered him to catch up with him immediately. He stayed behind to deal with the puppets. The captain kept yelling that it was a spy. The youth broke a window and jumped through it into the street and ran away. A soldier reported to the captain that a spy was running straight into the festival. The captain caught one puppet and shouted for the soldiers to go after the spy. At this time, the barbarian squad continued on their way to the palace. The palace was already in sight. Yuan went into the palace with the barbarians. He noticed that they were having a festival. He thought it would be a great time. The commander ordered the soldiers to start patrolling, and each man took his own territory. The girls were also among the barbarian soldiers, but they took them for their own. The barbarian soldiers were all powerfully patrolling the area. Changchan said they've steeply entered the city, but they're not in the palace yet, and they don't know where to find Lu Xincheng. They decided to keep a low profile for now and gather information. An older barbarian approached the girls and asked what they were doing here. The barbarian asked the girls what team they were from and what territory they were ordered to patrol. And where is their ID card anyway? Changchan said she had an ID card and held out the secret stone to the inspector. The commander didn't like this ID and told the guards to take them away. The young men thought things were bad. The barbarians had figured them out. The order came to capture the spies. It was not easy for our soldiers. Yuan and the girls didn't know how to act, to rescue or to stay in the shadows. The girls decided to get lost in the crowd so they wouldn't get caught. The young men decided that they didn't have time. They must act, otherwise they would be caught. They'll think about the consequences later, when they had more time. Changchan decided that the young man was right. The more chaos, the easier it was to get lost in the crowd. The squad of men reunited. Changchan was hiding from the barbarians. Lu Xincheng was also hiding from the barbarians. They ran near each other. For a moment, they were close. A commotion was created among the barbarians. The checker reported to Captain Alzak that they were chasing a bunch of outlaw soldiers. The captain ordered them to forget about the soldiers, caught a spy, and didn't ruin the festival. The men mingled imperceptibly in the crowd with the barbarians. Lu Xincheng realized that it was impossible to go unnoticed in such a crowd without using spiritual energy. If he could use his own, he would deal with all the barbarians. As it was, he had to go undercover. Changchan thought that the second group of barbarians were chasing someone else. She was more interested now in where she could hide. Before the festival opened, barbaric trumpets sounded. Beauty Eye was opening the festival. She said that it was the day of the Kixing festival. The girl offered to pray for their soldiers who are fighting on the front line. She told them to come home unharmed. The girl stood and prayed silently. Lu Xincheng remained in hiding. He pondered his plan of action. The young man realized that camouflaging his face in such a crowd was wasting too much energy. These barbarians can run very fast. The young man felt tired. He had spent a great deal of effort in disguise. Lu Xincheng felt that he might pass out, not here. The young man fell senseless. Someone approached him. Healer Lu couldn't understand what was going on. He came to his senses in some kind of bed. Brother Zheng and his sister entered the room. The young man was glad that Healer Lu had finally woken up. Lu Xincheng couldn't understand where he was now. Xiao Hui said the young man fainted during the festival. Her aunt saw him from the stage and sent her niece to help. The girl said it was just fatigue. Lu Xincheng thanked them for their help. This had never happened to him before. Xiao Hui decided that she needed to be more cautious from now on. The young lady said that although Lu Xincheng is a guest, he's still a prisoner. They can't just take him home and turn a blind eye. Bella Eye said they can't turn a blind eye to everything, but that's the way it should be done. This is Elder Gun's will. Xiao Hui was very surprised at her aunt's words. Auntie explained to her that this young man could help their family a lot. Xiao Hui was confused whether she had done the right thing. Captain Alzak came to the Gong family again. He told Healer Lu to come out. He wants to talk to him. Captain Alzak said he could use no one to deal with Lu's prisoner right now. Gong Xiaohui came out to chat with Captain Alzak again. She said that this was not his house of generals. No one gave him permission to break in here so easily. The warrior replied that he was now on duty. No one can interfere with him. The captain said that Lu Xincheng had broken into the inner chamber of the palace and stole secret information from there. The proof of this can be seen in the shamanic mark on his body. The young man heard the captain outside shouting that the prisoner would not be able to escape now. The formidable barbarian captain grabbed the young man's arm and shouted that anyone who dared to interfere with him would be killed. Xiao Hui didn't know what to do. She regretted that her aunt wasn't around. If she let the captain go with Lu Xincheng, she might be in trouble. Xiao Hui shouted that if the captain wanted to take healer Lu away now, he should at least notify the head of the Gong family. The captain had a formidable attitude. He resolutely dragged the young man behind him, wanting to take him away from the Gong family's house. He ordered the young man to follow him without speaking. His face was furious. Brother Jing heard that Captain Alzak was in their house. The young man could not tolerate such an outrage in his house. He jumped outside and with the words, "How dare you do this, you scoundrel!" he attacked the soldier. Young executed a left hook and the captain took a good punch to the jaw. The healer broke free of the barbarian captain's clutches. Master Zheng said, if Lu Xincheng did something wrong, the responsibility of punishing him would fall on the shoulders of their family, not his house generals. Captain Alzak announces that he underestimated Gong Zhen. What he doesn't know is that his sister will go to the captain, just like the entire Gong house. The captain continued and said when he got his sister, their entire family would become his servants, until the end of time. For now, he would punish Lu Xincheng to the fullest extent of barbarian laws. Zheng shouted for the captain to shut his mouth and swung around to strike. Captain Alzak stopped his opponent's hand with a quick motion of his hand and said that if he wanted to, they could play now. Captain Alzak shouted in rage that he could wipe out the entire Gong family from the barbarian land. Lu Xincheng looked at the captain and wondered, how did he have so much strength? He didn't know what technique he had used, but his spiritual energy instantly doubled. Gong Zheng shouted for his sister Xiao Hui to run away immediately, and he himself moved towards the captain, protecting his family. The rivals engaged in a fierce battle. The captain hoped to deal with his opponent very quickly. After all, his strength had just doubled. Suddenly, a protective energy field suddenly appeared around Gong Yajin. But the young man decided that things were not going well. The wounds from the last time were still not fully healed. From nowhere, a huge beast avatar appeared and began attacking the captain. The barbarian captain tried to offer resistance to the beast. The captain looked at Lu Xincheng and decided that another martial artist had appeared, and his spiritual energy wasn't sealed. Alzak realized why the Gong family cared for him so much. The warrior decided that today was the day he would wipe out all the spies and traitors. Lu Xincheng decided that it would be better for him to help the Goon family than to just surrender to Alzak. The young man stated that he would leave the attack on Brother Zhen and look for a way to stop the captain himself. Captain Alzak and Gong Zheng faced off in battle once again. Their animal avatars assisted in the battle. The battle was heating up. The captain's rage was off the charts. Lu Xincheng decided to approach Captain Alzak from the rear. The young man decided to block the barbarian captain's movement. The captain was surprised that this squishy human man decided to detain him. Lu Xincheng fixed the barbarian captain's head and shouted to Gong Zheng to act. Brother Zheng punched his opponent in the body with a full swing of his hand. Lu Xincheng didn't understand how this was possible. The two of them can't handle this barbarian captain. How did he get so much strength? I wonder what he feeds on. Xiao Hui was amazed at what she was seeing. How is this possible? The girl shouted to be careful. The captain had activated the blood rage, and now everyone was going to get hurt. Lu Xincheng didn't understand anything. If the captain released all this energy, they would definitely die. There was no choice. Lu Xincheng decided to activate his dragon and elephant technique. Yao Changcheng was pensive all the time. She was constantly thinking about Lu Xincheng. Ne Yuan inquired if the girl was all right. Nurse Changcheng said she's fine. She just has some strange feelings. Captain Alzak and Gong Zheng stood across from each other, tired from the fight. Elder Gun rushed into the manor. He wondered why he was only now being informed of such an important matter. If something happened to his children, the House of Generals would not be happy. Elder Gun decided that this had to be ended. A picture opened in front of him. His son was lying unconscious. He asked what was wrong with his daughter. Gong Xiaohui, upon seeing her father, cried. Father told Xiaohui to lie still and not to make any sudden movements. The doctors were on their way. The girl asked that her father help her brother. A servant reported the results of the investigation to Elder Gun. Captain Alzak is not breathing. Healer Lu Xincheng is barely breathing. The barbarian warrior was surprised that Captain Alzak had lost in this battle. The surviving barbarian warrior decided that this should be reported to the general immediately. Gong Xiaohui was very surprised to learn that Captain Alzak was no longer breathing. She ordered the guards to take Healer Lu and her brother inside the room. Elder Gun ordered the servants to lock the main gate and to make sure that not a single soldier from the general's house came out alive. Gong Xiaohui wondered if it was impossible to let all the soldiers out alive. Her father told her that Captain Alzak was already dead, and we should build on that. The elder continued and said that General Argy is still on the front lines, but when he returns and finds his son dead, their family will have to answer for it. That means it's time for the Gong family to stand up to the barbarians. Ne Yuan reported to his companions that he had found out about the small town. It's near the royal palace. Lu Xincheng shouldn't be here. Li Yuzhan concluded that they would have to infiltrate the palace. He hadn't really decided how to do it. Yao Changchang replied that they didn't have many options. They can only directly climb over the walls. The team consulted and decided that this infiltration of the fortress would be tonight at midnight. A mail bat flew to the general on the front line with a message. At this time, the general fought fiercely with the enemy. The mail bat told the general the whole truth about his son. General Arcy cried out in horror. How could this have happened to his son? The general's eyes shone with anger. Upon hearing this news, the general was tearing in metal. General Arza ordered everyone to listen to his command. He ordered a squad to go to the Gong family's house and take Lu Xincheng away from them at any cost. This healer must pay for his evil deeds. Lu Xincheng woke up and noticed that he was in pain. That means he's still alive. The young man asked, "How is Mrs. Xiaohui doing? How is her brother doing?" The girl said that her brother had spent too much energy to protect her. His wounds have deteriorated a lot. He won't survive. Gong Xiaohui was afraid that her brother wouldn't be able to make it. Lu Xincheng thought that Gong Zheng had died protecting his sister. The young man thought he was very, very sorry. General Wu Hugu came to the Gong family's house. Lu Xincheng asked what he was doing here. The general said that all questions would be asked later. He asked if Lu Xincheng could move now. The young man replied that he could move, but with difficulty, and temporarily will not be able to use his powers. It would take time to recover. The general told the young man to follow him. The young man followed Wu Hugu and didn't understand what was going on. Wu Hugu said that his friends from the guards had told him that General Arza had gotten wind of what Lu Xincheng had done to his son and sent a squad after him to take him prisoner. Wu Hugu added that the king doesn't know about anything yet. The general probably wants to personally deal with Lu Xincheng. So there's nothing threatening the goons for now. The young man asked if he had a plan. Wu Hugu replied that his plan includes hiding in the most secluded place in the royal palace, the princess's room. Not far from the royal palace. Rugged guards are on duty. Nothing escapes their keen eyes. A moment later, the stern guards lay unconscious. The squad of people who liberated Lu Xincheng is advancing. Belle Ai walked into her room. That's where she saw Lu the healer, who said hello to her. Belle Ai was surprised and suspiciously asked what he was doing here. The young man decided to tell her the truth, almost the whole truth. He reported that Captain Alzak and Xiao Zheng were dead. Belle Ai thought that things were not going well for them. Lu Xincheng continued and said that the general's squad was already looking for him. There was no place for him to hide. Beautiful AI declared that it wouldn't work that way. If the squad was looking for him, it was dangerous for him to stay even in this place. The princess suggested taking him away from here. A maid ran into the room and announced that the general's squad had stormed the castle. The princess is furious. How dare they? Who allowed a posse to break out into her private chambers? The princess ordered the maid to stop the troop and tell them that she would come out to them soon and would threaten them with the wrath of the king. The maid went to stop the troop. She was good at it. The princess declared that it was too late to escape. She held out a pill to Lu Xincheng. It wasn't an easy pill to swallow. The princess said that this pill would conceal the young man's presence for a while, but that he should not make a sound. The princess heard her maid trying to stop the troop, but no one listened to her. The maid said that the commander of the barbarian unit wanted to meet with the princess. The princess decided to leave the room. The princess stepped out and greeted the barbarian squad leader. At this time, an undrowsy human troop was entering the palace through the wall. Yao Changchang was determined, but a barbarian got in their way. He asked if they had decided to sneak into the castle in the middle of the night. It was Wu Hugu. He was holding a fearsome barbarian weapon. He said that the people were brave. Yao Changchang and Li Yuzhan glanced over. It was going to be quite a mess. Li Yuzhan drew his sword and went on the offensive. He was not a timid man. The two opponents, there was no way they could stop General Wu Hugu. Wu Hugu beat back Yao Changchang's attack with a spectacular kick. The barbarian held the girl beside him, using his internal energies. General Wu Hugu looked intently into his rival's eyes. His gaze was very penetrating. Yao Changcheng recognized him. They had met before, when Lu Xingcheng surrendered. The beautiful eye met the barbarian commander. She asked what had brought him to her at this late hour. The squad leader thought that whatever the princess did, she was still the king's favorite concubine, so her displeasure would incur the king's wrath. The commander thought it best to avoid conflict with the king altogether. The young man reported that word had reached him of a human captive who had killed Alzak and fled to an unknown destination. It was his duty to ensure her peace and safety. The squad has come to take a look around. Princess Ai stated that there was no need for that. She's all alone here, and said she wants to rest because she's tired. She should be left alone. The barbarian commander wouldn't stop. He said that he couldn't neglect the princess's safety, especially since the Gong family would soon become part of the House of Generals. A persistent young man forced his way into the princess's chambers, against her wishes. The young man decided to look around, to see if Lu Xincheng was here. After looking around the princess's chambers, the commander realized that it was indeed empty. But he said that he had an extremely important message for the princess personally. We must go to another room to deliver this message. The squad leader in the next room was talking to the princess. The conversation was not fast, and Lu Xincheng felt that the effects of the pill were running out. The princess noticed Lu Xincheng's energy seeping through the disguise. The barbarian squad leader sensed something amiss. Princess Ai tried to stop him. She shouted that he dare not intrude on her peace without permission. This is her last warning, otherwise she'll get angry, and it'll be bad for everyone. The barbarian burst into the room he shouldn't have burst into. Lu Xincheng stood in front of him. The young man realized he was in trouble, a big one. The squad leader realized that he had found Lu Xincheng. Now we must take him prisoner. The barbarian shouted, "Lu Xincheng, you're caught!" Resistance was useless. The healer remembered that he had a magic ring. Now we need to activate it immediately. The barbarian noted that Lu Xincheng had a good reaction. Well, that reaction won't save the spy from payback, and he'll be taken prisoner. Princess Ai suddenly crept up from behind. She dropped a valuable ancient vase from the Tian dynasty onto the warrior's head. The vase shattered. Lu Xincheng and Princess Ai's gazes met. Not only was the vase shattered, but the barbarian warrior himself was injured. He lay unconscious. The princess looked at what was going on in her room. She said she had to do everything herself all the time. Men can't do it themselves. The girl concluded, considering what she had just done, the House of Generals wouldn't be disengaged from the Hun family for a long time yet. The guy thought that this might be a good opportunity for the Gun family. Lu Stanching and Beautiful Ai had a plan. Elder Gong saw Princess Ai and the young man and wondered, why are they here? What's wrong with the barbarian troop? The girl said she knocked out the barbarian captain. He's in her chambers now. We need to discuss what to do next. Elder Gong decided that it seemed like the time had come. He said that the Gong family had already held a high position among the barbarians for almost 300 years. He didn't expect things to turn out this way in the end. Master Gun added that they still had a chance now to figure things out. Elder Gong decided to go to the ancestors of the Gong family. The young men didn't understand what kind of plan Master Gong had in mind. Neiyuan and Qianxiang called out to Changchang. The girl continued her battle with Wu Hugu. He was on the edge of the cliff. Chang Chan decided to use her magic techniques. Wu Hugu was pursuing the spies. Neiyuan decided to attack the barbarian general. What the young man saw struck him very deeply. His friends asked him where he was looking. Wu Hugu and Neiyuan were ready to clash in hand-to-hand combat. General Wu Hugu had tremendous strength. The girls noticed that something incomprehensible was going on. Our heroes have been caught up in some mysterious web. Neiyuan tried to cut these threads. He failed. They were trapped. The barbarian Wu Hugu towered over the captives. But the general didn't calculate everything. Changchun was still at large. The girl crept up behind the barbarian and stabbed him through. It was her magic umbrella. It proved to be a deadly weapon. Changchun folded her umbrella spectacularly and said that she shouldn't be written off early. The travelers were moving through the forest. They were Gong Xiaohui, her aunt Lu Xincheng, and Elder Gong. They were all moving towards the ancestors of the Gong family. The travelers saw a beautiful picture. At the foot of the waterfall was a large rock. The elder said that they were already there. Master Gong walked over to a large stone that had some signs on it. Master Gong studied something while looking at the stone. Lu Xincheng stared intently at the waterfall. It was beautiful. At the bottom of the lake, the young man saw something. He was amazed. A beautiful stranger appeared to him. The young man immediately succumbed to the influence of hypnosis. It was almost irreversible. He was already beginning to have unusual fantasies. The guy quickly decided to come to his senses. He came to his senses and decided that he was almost under the influence of magic. That was unacceptable. He wasn't like that. The young man decided that he seemed to know who the girl was. Lu Xincheng thought that if his intuition was correct, this girl is a succubus. It had been a long time since he'd met one of these, the young man thought. In his previous life, a couple of his students were succubi. They are already born with the ability to charm people. Most often, they become stronger by absorbing the blood essence of men. The young man didn't expect to find succubi on the continent of Tianfu. Maybe they know a way to help him return to his world. But what do they have to do with the ancestors of the Huns? Xiao Hui asked her father if this was their ancestors, how to make her come to the surface. Father replied that it was not difficult to do. All it takes is the sacrifice of the current head of the family. Xiao Hui did not want her father to sacrifice himself. He asked her to calm down. This secret had been kept in their family for over 300 years, passed from one head of the family to the next, and today was the day he was passing the secret on to the next head of the family. The father handed the jade seal to his daughter. He said it should belong to the head of the family. Her brother should have been next, but now this seal would be worn by Xiao Hui. Master Gun said that his daughter is now the head of the family. The girl was very saddened and didn't want her own father to do such a thing. My father said it wasn't fair, but someone had to do it. For the sake of their family, he must sacrifice himself. Otherwise, not only him, but all the goons will die. Xiao Hui must now realize the responsibility he has placed on her. On her shoulders now rests the fate of the entire family. Her father said that he believes in his daughter and knows she can handle it. Master Gong told his sister not to even think of discouraging him. He's already made up his mind a long time ago. All he asks is to take care of Xiao Hui. Master Gun said goodbye to everyone and jumped into the water. The girls sobbed bitterly with grief. Their father and brother sacrificed themselves for the future of the Gun family. The girls' grief was boundless. They had not expected that this journey would lead to such an outcome. His soul slowly left his body. The young man looked and realized that a soul-body separation technique had been used. She had created a technique of the highest level with such ease. Its strength was comparable to his strength in his previous life. Succubi possess great charms. They can scare a man to death by putting an illusion of his greatest fear on him. The most effective method of getting rid of illusions was sharp pain. Lu Xincheng stabbed a dagger into his leg. It was very painful. A succubus girl appeared in front of the young man. She asked who had disturbed her sleep. At this time, Yao Changchang continued to fight against the barbarian. Wu Hugu struck her with his baton. The girl defended herself with her umbrella. The standoff had been going on for an extended period of time. Changchan said that if Hugu hoped to defeat her with brute force alone, it wouldn't be enough. She couldn't be dealt with that way. The barbarian general decided to use his magical powers. The girl covered herself with a protective dome. Fugu explained that he didn't intend to kill people at all. The barbarian warrior said the battle was dragging on. Perhaps the general needed help. The general said no one to interfere. Gong Xiaohui greeted the founder of the Gong family. The woman asked not to be addressed so formally because she immediately felt like an old woman. She continued and said that this body was once called Hua Yun Yi. This name is familiar to her. She was afraid of being very familiar. Hua Yun Yi called Xiao Hui a bore and asked why she had summoned her. The girl said that she, as the head of the Goon family, was asking the great founder to come down from the mountain and deal with General Arzi. She asked to protect the Gun family. The woman said it wasn't a problem. It was no big deal. She would take care of it, but a little later. In the meantime, I would like to have fun with that handsome man over there, the woman said, and pointed her finger at Lu Xincheng. The lady approached Lu Zhenchen and said that she could see how he was able to deal with her charms. No doubt you are extremely talented, but how long will you last? Lu Xincheng stood beside this lady, and in his mind, he was visualizing Yao Changchang. He plunged his dagger even deeper into his leg. The wily woman looked into Lu Xincheng's eyes and said that she was already interested, the slightest hint of animal lust in her gaze. She was even slightly offended. The young man said that even if she sucked all the juices out of him, it wouldn't help her much. He could take her to a place where there were plenty of young boys willing to do anything for a succubus' pretty face. The woman asked how he knew she was a succubus. Who is he? The young man said that he also knew that she was still very seriously wounded, which was why she was hibernating in this lake. The girl grabbed Xincheng by the throat and told him to confess how many other people knew about her. And didn't Hua Mingxin send him? The young man said that no one sent him. Lu Xincheng said that everything made sense to him now. In order not to be discovered, she hid in this place. but because she was injured, she could only rely on the sacrifice of the clan heads. The boy added that he could help her, but he will have one condition. She must become his ally. Lu Xincheng continued further. In exchange, she would get a bunch of young boys. That's what will help her recover faster. She should also help the goons as promised. The woman agreed that it was an interesting proposition. But that didn't mean Hua Mingxin wouldn't find her here. If she gets a place with a bunch of interesting guys, her business could go up soon. The woman asked Lu Xincheng what else he wanted besides helping the Gung family. The young man said he wanted to know how to leave this world. The lady was surprised and interrogated if he wanted to escape from the continent of Tianfu to other dimensions. He was still weak for that. But she could tell him how to reach the first level of the Divine Sea stage. Belle Ai and her niece stood still. The succubus said she had frozen them for a while so they wouldn't hear their conversation. The woman snapped her fingers. The princess and her niece were awake. The woman said she was leaving, that she didn't have to bow to her. Chief Gun sacrificed himself. That was enough for her to honor their request. Succubus said she didn't know the way. She didn't have her navigator with her. The entire expedition returned to the Gong family home. The young man decided that escaping from this world was certainly an important thing, but right now he should focus on dealing with the barbarian king and putting an end to this war. The young man thought that even if he escaped, she would stay here. The old man shouted that they had no time to think. They must prepare for battle. Arzu had already returned from the front line. Just a little more, and the House of Generals would attack them. Zhao Hui told Uncle not to worry. That's why they're here. And the general was injured badly in the battle, so there's still time before the battle, but there's no need to delay. A servant came with a report. He said that there were strangers at the gate who came to see her. General Fugu is among them. The uncle rushed to question the general, who had sent him here. Perhaps it was General Artsy. General Hugo told them not to worry. He came to them with a gift. Hugo told everyone to come in. After that, a team of people entered the room. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. Lu Xincheng asked, "What are you doing here? What are you doing here?" Gong Xiaohui didn't understand anything. Where did these people come from among the barbarians? She urgently needed an explanation. Yao Changchang heaved a sigh of relief. She was practically happy. Lu Xincheng is absolutely fine. The young people began to hug and kiss. Ne Yuan added that they were all very worried. Yao Changchang was greatly relieved. Lu Xincheng thought that she had broken through the heart of the barbarians' territory to save him. There was one more piece of news. The servant reported that General Arzu had already arrived at the city gate. The girl was surprised that it happened so quickly. The succubus hesitated. Gong Xiaohui stood with her eyes closed. As the head of the Gong family, she had a lot of problems to deal with. Then the girl woke up and said that it was not the time to ask questions now. They only had to face General Arzi face-to-face immediately. The young girl added that they should summon everyone who knows how to fight in any way. The group would be moving out soon. The young man said he would answer all the questions later. Right now, it was necessary to help the Goon family stay alive. After they had managed that, he would tell the rest. Lu Xincheng told the woman that when they went outside the gate, she would have to pretend to be his maid. She said she'd never do it. She doesn't like the idea so much that she is ready to kill him on the spot. The young man said it was necessary to do this to maintain secrecy. If she goes to the front lines, everyone will suspect something wrong. If she's just a maid, no one will realize anything. She'll be the maid that healer Lu sent into battle. The woman agreed, but realized for herself that Lu Xincheng is very cunning. He likes to keep everything under control. The lady agreed and said she was just wondering what she was going to get into this time. After saying that, she disappeared. The general and his troops stood at the gate. It was the great general of the barbarian army of Arza. Auntie Ai told the head of the family not to make eye contact with him, and that she wouldn't think of falling on her knees in front of him, or else they would knowingly lose this confrontation. Gong Xiaohui said that she was pleased to see the general again. She had heard about his terrible injury. She hopes that the rumors are exaggerated and his health problems are not that serious. After all, the general is the hope of the entire barbarian nation. The morale of the army will suffer greatly if he is out of action. The general began to shout something incoherent. He was very angry. He was trying to find out why his son had been treated like that. The general announced that he had come to take Lu Xincheng away, and he will also demand that the current head of the Gong family, as his son's fiancée, leave her post. She must take care of her fiancé's grave for the rest of her life, or else the general will destroy the entire Gong family. Princess Ai said that even considering the general's title, this kind of behavior of his was unacceptable. The Gong family has been around for over 300 years. No one is allowed to talk to them like this. The general shouted for Altai to come out. Altai, the deputy general of Arzu's army, appeared. Princess Ai looked at him with horror. He was very powerful and evil. Yao Changchang walked towards him. She was armed with her magic umbrella. The general noticed that a man had come out. He realized that there was a man fighting for them, and it wasn't even a prisoner. What a circus! This lowly, cowardly family has gone over to the side of the humans, plus one reason to destroy them as soon as possible. The general has authorized Altai to fight at full strength and get rid of these traitors. All the people came out to defend the Gun family. Altai decided that he could handle everyone on his own and went one-on-one with Yao Changchang. Li Yuzhan rushed to the aid of his battle buddy. The fight began, but Altai could not understand anything. Why it was that he could not defeat some little girl. Neiyuan was already in the vicinity. He leaped at Altai with a run and shouted that he was the only one going to hell today. The young man plunged 2 daggers into the back of the loud and strong Altai, but suddenly Neiyuan flew off to the side. Lu Xincheng realized that Hua Yunyi was involved here. Hua Yunyi asked Altai what he was doing here without her. The woman applied her sorceress charms to Altai. He confessed that he wanted her to take him with her. Hua Yunyi said that he has so much blood in him that she needs. She will try to be gentle with him. From that moment on, Altai was not a player on the battlefield. There were other plans for him. Hua Yunyi drank all of his blood and said that she was vile. Altai collapsed to the ground without feeling. The general realized that he had lost his chief deputy. The general ran up to his dying aide, but it was too late. Altai was beyond saving. The general shouted that the sins of the Gun family were unforgivable and ordered his soldiers to exterminate them all. The barbarians rushed into battle. There were many of them. Hua Yunyi was ready to handle everyone, so she bewitched everyone. The general was yelling for everyone not to make eye contact with her. There was some powerful gorilla with him. This animal's eyes exuded rage and hatred. It was very large in size. Lu Xincheng ordered that Yao Changchang and Neiyuan take on the gorilla and try to minimize casualties. Lu Xincheng asked Hua Yunyi to finish off the cruel and evil general. The woman replied that she liked his imperious tone. Hua Yunyi directed her charms at the barbarian ringleader. The general hadn't yet realized what he was dealing with. The only thing he clearly knew was that this woman was too strong. General Arzi decided to deal with Li Xincheng first. The young man was ready to take up the challenge. General, ignore Hua Yunyi, and despite me making eye contact with her, headed towards Lu Xincheng. The woman thought that this Lu Xincheng likes to boss around. The young man decided to teach General Arzu a good lesson so that he would temper his ardor. First, he planned to separate one arm from the general. The barbarian continued to curse the young man and was getting closer to him with each passing second. Lu Xincheng jumped up on his battle eagle to dodge the general's attack. The young man saw that the woman couldn't do anything. The general wouldn't look her in the eye, so Xincheng decided to handle it himself. He activated his poison dragon technique. A dragon with fiery eyes stepped outside. The general had a very difficult time. He couldn't handle the enemy. The poison dragon was very powerful, and the forces were not comparable. Suddenly, everyone saw a flash appear in the sky. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. The fighters were wondering what it was. Hua Yunyi was also watching what was happening. Suddenly, it started pouring rain. It was acid rain. Hua Yunyi realized that things hadn't gone according to plan. She was going to squeeze these soldiers dry. Lu Xincheng called for rain. The woman hadn't expected to find someone in this wretched world capable of resisting her charms for so long. The general wondered what kind of woman this was. He had never encountered such power in a girl. His eyes glittered with rage. He realized his unit was losing and ordered a retreat. General Arzu shouted that the Gong family had massacred his son and sided with the wretches. The general promised to take revenge on everyone. Lu Xincheng, sitting on his eagle, noted that the enemy had begun to retreat. Hua Yunyi asked, "Is that enough or should I continue further?" Lu Xincheng thanked her for her smooth work and said that molten bodies would hardly suit her. The woman agreed that the young man was cooperative. At least she got fresh bodies. Hua Yunyi noted that it wasn't so terrible to let the young man boss her around a bit. The Gun family's estate was actively being cleaned up. The young men held a council. Lu Xincheng told his friends what had happened to him during that time. He sincerely noted that it was amazing. The young man had met the king himself, had become a great healer, and was a prisoner in barbarian territory. Lu Xincheng asked how his friends had gotten to him here. It must not have been easy or even very hard. Yao Changchang said it was hard, but it was worth it because now they are reunited. The young man looked into her eyes. Their gazes met. Gong Xiaohui walked into the room and asked to have a word with Lu Xincheng. The girl asked the young man what they would do next. She was worried that the general might gather a new army and return. Then the Gong family would be in trouble. The young man recognized that the situation is difficult for the enemies because the general lost his arm in battle, but he is ready to return anyway to avenge his son. Lu Xincheng thought that even to the king, General Arzga was more valuable than Princess Ai. Gong Xiaohui decided that they were doomed. Lu Xincheng said he had one option. The head of the Gong family, Gong Xiaohui, asked what kind of option he had in mind. Lu Xincheng said to attack first. Tonight, while the general is still not ready to attack the Gong family, they will sneak into his camp and destroy him. Gong Xiaohui realized that this was a daring plan, bold and unworkable, because there was no way people would be able to handle General Arzi. Lu Xincheng argued that the king, compared to the general, is completely indifferent to the fate of the Gong family. The king doesn't care about General Arzu, and bringing the general back from the front was an unforgivable mistake. The king would never approve of it because the general used his injuries as a cover, only to take revenge on the Gong family. Now Xiaohui approved of this plan. Our warriors have infiltrated the royal palace. A fire breaks out in the princess's chambers. Everyone shouts, "Fire! Fire! Bring water!" Guards from all over the area rush to put out the fire. At this moment, Lu Xincheng commanded, "Forward! Follow General Arzu's head!" The rugged barbarian warrior stares pensively into the distance. The general is holding a council of war. Everyone's wondering what to do now. Alzak and Altai are dead. We must avenge them on the Goon family. The general says they will avenge them, and their revenge will be brutal. It's a bit difficult now because the Goon family has suddenly colluded with the humans. They've also found some incredibly strong woman. She's been chopping up our barbarian boys like she was chopping vegetables. The general stated that had he not ordered a retreat during the battle, they would have lost many more barbarians. The general's advisor suggested asking Madame Kikian for help. If she gathered all the guards in the city, they had a chance to cope. The general enthusiastically supported this idea. The general summoned a messenger, handed him a jade pendant and told him to take it to Mrs. Kikian and asked her to send 5,000 soldiers to help. This time, the Gong family would not be able to escape. Suddenly, a guard came running in with a report. He told the general that they had been attacked. The general exclaimed, "How is this possible? Could the Gong family have come first? We must gather everyone who can fight and lead them into battle. No mercy." The guard said they could not leave the grounds of the estate. The general threw the guard a sizzling glare and asked why. The guard reported that they were trapped. The general said that in that case, we should send a spiritual message to the royal palace. The soldier reported that they had already tried it, but they didn't even get a reply from there. Princess Ai looked at the palace and couldn't believe that this whole place would burn to the ground today. Princess Ai looked at Lu Xincheng and thought that he was only human, but time and time again, he was trying to drag her family into the abysses of hell. She thought that if the young man's plan didn't work, she would personally massacre him. Our squad positioned itself outside General Arzi's manor. Xincheng thanked Yao Changchang for her good work. She was able to create the perfect surroundings. And then Lu Xincheng was in danger. General Arza appeared out of nowhere. He held his most powerful weapon in one hand. Yao Changchang shouted to the young man to be more careful. Danger was looming over him. The young man was collected and focused, so he couldn't be caught off guard. A powerful energy dragon appeared and began to entangle the barbarian general. The dragon was ready to drag the general into the abyss of hell. Lu Xincheng activated all 8 dragon colors. Around the young man, the energy field buzzed like this. It was incredible. The warrior struggled to stay on his feet. Everything around was boiling, and collapsing. There was nothing left of the general. He was swallowed by the earth's abyss, and only ruins remained on the surface of the earth. Gong Xiaohui and her servants saw that Lu Xincheng had placed General Arzi's weapon on the ground in front of her. Everyone realized that the general had been destroyed. Lu Xincheng said that if everything went according to plan now, the king would soon find out what had happened and personally come here to investigate the matter. The young man looked at the sad eyes of the new head of the Gong family. The guy told her not to worry. He's going to help her this time, too. Lu Xincheng said that the girl should promise him something in return. The next morning came. The guards stand still. They are on duty, guarding the king's peace. The look on the king's face suggests that he has made a tough decision. The king finally decided that he had to move forward on his migratory bird. The king recalled that the report said that General Arzi's family had been wiped out. Was the Gong family really so desperate that they dared to go against the general? Princess Ai said that the snow eagle was the king's favorite pet, who uses some secret technique to bond with him. You can think of the bird as a second pair of eyes for the king, because whatever the eagle sees, the king also sees. The king always sends his faithful bird to scout the area for an objective assessment of the situation. Princess Ai knew that if they saw a white eagle, it meant the king himself was flying here. The young man thought about how this could be used to his advantage. The servants of the Gong family welcomed the barbarian king. His beautiful eye came out to meet the king and greeted him as well. The king went to meet his favorite concubine. The barbarian leader wanted to hug Princess Ai, but then he grabbed the princess by the throat and shouted to the servants to tie up all the members of the Gong family immediately. Holding the beautiful Ai beside him, the king repeated his order to take everyone prisoner and not to let anyone go. The warriors began to carry out the king's tasks. The entire perimeter of the estate was surrounded. One of the archers shouted that the Gun family was putting up stiff resistance. "We must crush the resistance and take them all prisoner." The king said to Princess Ai, "You've been caught. Gong has conspired with the humans. You miserable traitors." The king found out. The princess sobbed. The king held her tightly by the throat. Lu Xincheng came to the princess's rescue. The king saw him and said he was the one he was looking for. Lu Xincheng confronted the barbarian king. A gorilla avatar unexpectedly came to his aid. The king saw this and realized that Wu Hugu was in cahoots with them. The barbarian king was furious. Everyone around him is a traitor. And then the king decided to get rid of all the traitors in one fell swoop. It's a good thing they're all here in one place. Lu Xincheng once again summoned his dragon for help. The young man had his magic ring in his hand. He told Yao Changchang that she could act. The barbarian king did not expect to meet such opposition. Each of the attackers had some sort of individual superpowers. Lu Xincheng summoned some other suspicious woman who could bewitch everyone to drink their blood. The king was also a match for her. The young man realized that even a king wouldn't survive after such a thing. The king fell under the influence of Hua Yunyi's sorceress charms, but he stayed on his feet. Yao Changchang thought, how is this even possible? It's impossible to stay on your feet after this. The king didn't expect his rivals to be able to make it this far. The barbarian king turned on the absorption mode. Something incredible began to happen around the king's entourage. Their souls were leaving them. Yao Changchang and Lu Xincheng didn't understand what was going on. The young man asked what it was. Beauty Ai said that it was one of the king's strongest techniques, the soul-stealing technique. This technique helps absorb all the energy in a certain radius to restore the king's strength. We have to stop the king as soon as possible, or all the people in the city will be in danger. Lu Xincheng said that Hua Yunyi's help is needed. She will definitely help as she is owed. The woman said she had to wait a little while. She just woke up. She doesn't have enough energy yet to summon the flower dragon again. It would take a certain amount of time. The barbarian king shouted that he was immortal and that all should behold him. But suddenly the king coughed and blood came out of his mouth. Hugh thrust his sword into the king's back. Wu Hugu said that even kings are not allowed to kill innocent people. It's nothing personal, he added. Lu Xincheng shouted to Hua Yunyi that this was their last chance. The woman got nervous and told the young man not to yell at her. The barbarian king was bleeding but still on his feet. The soldiers declared the king dead. Long live the Gung family. Lu Xincheng celebrated the victory. Everyone cheered and shouted, "Long live the Gong family." No one wanted to continue the war. Everyone also continued to shout, "Long live the Gong family. Long live the Gong family." Princess Ai said it was time to call Xiao Hui. After all, she is the head of the family. Xiao Hui made an official announcement. She said that the past king was a terrible tyrant. The stupid war had ruined countless lives. For that, the king paid with his life. Xiao Hui said that with the death of the old king, a new king must be elected. Please love and welcome. The girl introduced the new barbarian king. The new king was bowed to by all his subordinates. Lu Xincheng thanked his battle buddy Chang Chang for helping him out. The young man decided to say something to her. The girl listened to him with interest. The guy didn't know how to start a conversation. The young man thought that this was not the place for such talk. He told Chang Chun that before he said anything about it, she should know something more about him. The Goon family estate. Xiao Hui turned to Lu Xincheng. He had just returned from Chang Chang. Lu Xincheng asked how to address the girl Xiao Hui or the head of the Gong family now. The girl said that she had left most of her subordinates on Lu Xincheng's advice. They've already sorted everything out. Now all that's left is to deliver the news to the front. The young man said he was glad because everything was going well. The young man reminds the girl of their arrangement. He helps raise the Goon family to the top, and she stops the war with humans. The mediator will be Lu Xincheng. The head of the Gong family said that she remembered all the entreaties. Hua Yunyi said that she couldn't believe how such a young man had stirred up the entire barbarian nation. She added that she liked the young man. Maybe she will even let him follow her. Xiao Hui said that she didn't want to hear that. Lu Xincheng said to Hua Yunyi to finish. Lu Xincheng declared that he was not giving in to temptation. His heart has already been taken. The woman thought it was incredible. From the moment they met, this guy's inner strength had not stopped growing at an alarming rate. Chang Chang said they should go back to human territory and report everything. They would meet when Lu Xinchun finished his business here. The young men said goodbye to the young man and went about their business on the people's property. The woman said she could guide the young man to the other worlds as he wanted. What more business could he have here? The young man stated that he had more business here. And before going to the other worlds, he must prepare himself thoroughly. Xiao Hui told Lu Xincheng that she had brought the person he had asked for. The girl introduced the master to everyone. Lu Xinchen said that when he was treating the princess, he had to use this young man's cauldron. This cauldron made a good impression on him. The young man also confirmed that he had heard of this man as the best alchemist among the barbarians. He would have business with him. This craftsman said he doesn't make anything. He has a lot of orders. He has no free time. The young man said he would show the master what he could do, and the master would decide if he was worthy of attention or not. The young man said that when it comes to healing, the most basic skill is finding the necessary materials from various ores. The boy promised to extract basaltic iron from a piece of basalt. Guy confirmed that smelting a piece of basaltic iron from basalt is much more difficult than extracting the metal from other ores. The young man melted the cauldron. Lu Xinqin began to explain the manipulations he was making with the temperature to achieve the desired effect. A lot of alchemists don't work that way. Their tools start melting faster than the metal. The master figured the guy knew what he was talking about. Even for him, this is a huge problem. The young man continued and said that however the solution lay on the surface. He performed the necessary manipulations on the basalt ore. The craftsman was interested in his technology. Said you can just get by without using tools. The master marveled. How could such a thing be possible? How is a man even capable of working a piece of basalt with his bare hands? The cauldron master saw Lu Xincheng transform his energy into a knife and began to process the ore. The best cauldron master among the barbarians thought that the young man had transformed his spiritual energy into a knife. This kind of technique requires the finest control of spiritual energy. There are only a few people in the entire world who can do this. Show your result, Lu Xincheng asked, now whether he was worthy of hiring this master. Master said that he didn't think he could still be so surprised. The master asked what Lu Xincheng wanted from him. The young man said he needed help making a puppet. The master asked, do you really only want a puppet? The young man said that it should be an extraordinary puppet. It would fight 100 people at once using the power of the meteorite iron core. He had already asked Xiao Hui to get a couple of small meteorites. There are always plenty of meteorites in the barbarian territory. The young man hopes that while he's making the core, the master will take care of making everything else. And he'll also need a couple or 3 good alchemists to make regular puppets from leftovers, according to his blueprints. The young man asked if the master agreed to this. The master had the good fortune to create something so grandiose. The master kneeled before the truncation and said that no one would refuse such an offer. It would be a grand invention. The young man realized that he had sort of solved one problem. Lu Xincheng said that he was very grateful to the master. He would do it all himself, but the deadline is tight, and it's hard to find allied workers. So, he is hoping for help. The cunning woman watched the young man work. Servants brought boxes of ore. The construction of the puppet continued in full swing. Princess Ai read the letter. 2 weeks passed. Xiao Hui knocked on Lu Xincheng's room. The young man asked why Xiao Hui had come to him, for the time to treat her aunt had not yet come. Xiao Hui said that people are not going to stop the war. Since the fighting is still going on, the people have moved the front line a lot. The barbarian fighters are in confusion. We need Lu Xincheng to step in and mediate negotiations between humans and barbarians. The young man thought that Chang Chan and the others should have arrived at the humans' territory by now. Something must have happened to them. The young man said he understood everything. He's going to the front line immediately, but he will need Wu Hugu and Hua Yunyi. The young man added that he should bring more, his new toys, marionettes. The cauldron master and Lu Xincheng were looking at their work of art. They were huge marionettes. They were warriors. Barbarian camp. The chief combat strategist among the barbarians reviews the battle map. The map shows the layout of the fighting. The soldier reported to the general that the men had attacked their camps again last night. At a conservative estimate, their losses amounted to 10 generals and nearly 15,000 men. The general wondered why Song Yufeng, not the last person in his sect, couldn't tell anything else. Why does he know so little of military secrets? The traitor excused himself and said that he had already told everything he could know. They didn't give him much information in the camp, and now that he was a traitor, he couldn't get much information. That wasn't enough for the general, and the guard kicked Song Yufeng. The guard said the general was too kind to this traitor. He's already useless. It's time to finish him off. Song Yufeng defensively said that he wouldn't do it again. He'll get more information. He doesn't know where yet. The general agreed with the guard and said that Song Yufeng was completely useless. The guards reported that a messenger from the royal palace had come to see the general. The messenger arrived in disguise, so his enemies wouldn't recognize him. He said he was on behalf of the Gong family. The messenger had an important seal. He said he had come to stop war. The traitor recognized Lu Xincheng. Song Yufeng shouted that Lu Xincheng must be dead. Why is he here? The officer asked what was going on. Is this messenger really from the palace or not? The general said to do whatever this messenger says. Lu Xincheng said hello to Song Yufeng and said that it was even pitiful to look at him, how low he's fallen. Song Yuan began to complain. He said he became a traitor because of Lu Xincheng. His engagement was broken off because of him. Before that, he was the best disciple of the sect elder, and Chang Chan would be his wife. After that, Song Yufeng was also kicked in the ear by Du Xincheng. No one wanted to deal with a traitor. Lu Xincheng ordered the traitor to be tied up. He might still be useful. The ambassador said for the general to order absolutely all troops to stop attacking and hold their positions. The barbarian officer said that the men were not going to stop the attack. The officer said it would be a strategic mistake. The general said that the enmity between humans and barbarians is based on pure hatred. They are not just measuring forces. It's a feud that's been going on for generations. It can't be stopped that easily. The general asked Lu Xincheng if he had a plan. The young man said he had a plan. He is going to go to the people's territory and tell you to stop the offensive. The general asked if anyone would listen to her. People who survive barbarian captivity are rare, but that doesn't mean anything. The ambassador said he never said people would listen to Lu Xincheng. He put on a mask and said he was a messenger from the barbarians. The people would be obliged to listen to him. The general thought this plan might work. The general ordered all available messengers to be sent immediately to their camps, to tell them to cease their advance. At the human camp, they reported that one of their patrols had managed to capture 3 barbarian spies. The commander said to bring them here immediately and to gather the rest of the elders. 3 spies from the barbarian side were brought to the men at the military headquarters. 2 of them wore masks. One of the spies said that he had come here as an envoy on behalf of the royal court to discuss something very important. The human warlord thought that this messenger looked like Lu Xincheng. Chang Chang said that Lu Xincheng might still be alive. It's impossible to become this strong in such a short period of time. He said that humans and barbarians have nothing to discuss. Many fighters have died in this war, and they intend to avenge their fallen brothers. Hu Yunyi decided to do things her own way. There was no one here to oppose her. The messenger said he had something very important to discuss, namely, the retreat of both armies to their present borders, and a complete cessation of hostilities on both sides. No one believed the messenger. How can this be? They'd love to agree, but what if the barbarians started attacking their troops in the back while they were retreating? Or that in 10 years the barbarians would start another war? The ambassador said all the safeguards are out there. Everyone went out to the practice area. There were huge puppets standing there. People asked what these statues were. Turns out they're just 4 battle puppets, albeit huge. They won't play much of a role on the battlefield. The ambassador wondered what to surprise them with. The ambassador had this solution to the problem. He suggested that nearly 1,500 giant war puppets could ensure peace on the border. Said he had another gift for people. Wu Hugu threw the traitor at his feet. The elder recognized that it was Song Yufeng. Song Yufeng woke up and realized that he was in a human camp. The elder said he was the one who raided barbarian territory 6 months ago, and he defected to the enemy, putting his entire team in harm's way. He used to be the first disciple of his sect. The traitor began to justify himself. He said he had been misunderstood. He didn't mean to betray anyone. He was just scared and made the wrong choice, so he's not a traitor. The elder said that no matter which way you look at it, Song Yufeng betrayed his team. Even the most horrible death was not enough for him to redeem himself. Song Yufeng said that he didn't want to die so he would be spared. He didn't tell the barbarians anything because he knew almost nothing. The general of the people said that they found out where his army was because Song Yufeng betrayed them. Song Yufeng said he's repentant and there is no forgiveness for him, and he asks to be forgiven. He has a lot of information about the barbarians now, the location of their camps. Now followed by a blow to Song Feng's jaw area from the human elder. If he has betrayed once, he can betray a second time and a third time. There is no faith in him. The elder said he should not have been left alive, because he could betray them again the next time. The elder said he wanted to know the name of the ambassador from the barbarians so he would know who to thank for the traitor's return. A woman's voice asked who was talking about barbarians here. It was Yao Changchan. The elder said they sent a negotiator to them. Changchan looked into the negotiator's eyes, and those eyes seemed familiar to her. The girl asked if you were Lu Xincheng. The ambassador was exposed and had to remove his mask, and everyone saw that it was Lu Xincheng. People looked at the young man with interest, how he had done it all. The general said that there was no way he would have believed that Lu Xincheng could be the messenger of the barbarians about peace. Lu Xincheng said he was shocked himself, but that's not all. The young man kneeled down and addressed the girl. Changchang, after going through all these trials, I finally realized that I love only you and want to be only with you for the rest of my life. Do you want the same? The girl was confused and moved to tears. She agreed, of course. Lu Xincheng said it was hard to believe him, but he had a lot of interesting things to say about his time among the barbarians. It's quite a story. The young man told an entertaining story about his time in Barbary territory. He even had witnesses. The general, upon learning that the barbarian king was dead, decided that this was great news for the people. The general said that if this was the case, the young man was right. A peace treaty was the best solution for both sides, but its terms should be discussed later. The general said he should order the offensive to stop. Changchang said since she agreed to be together with Lu Xincheng, they should live together. Lu Xincheng said that he had something else to tell her. The young man told Changchang that he was not quite Lu Xincheng and not quite of this world. The girl interjected, meaning not of this world. He was originally chosen from another dimension, and in that dimension, he had a fiancée, Ceylin. But at one point, when he was trying to cross over to a new dimension, his friend betrayed him by taking Ceylin away from him, forcing her to marry someone else. He cut off the path to the top forever. Mad with grief, he threw himself off the cliff. He was supposed to die there, but he woke up in Lu Xincheng's body. Changchan said that it was now clear why he was able to develop at such a fast rate. The young man apologized for only saying it now. He just didn't think he could love anyone but Ceylin. Lu Xincheng said that he doesn't want to part with Yao Changchang. He won't reject her again, but he doesn't want to give up on Ceylin either. He will try to save her. Changchan said she would be with him until the end. Ceylin will help if necessary. Lu Xincheng was pleased. This was fine with him. The young men hugged each other. They had missed it. The squad of ambassadors, led by Lu Xincheng, said that it was time for them to return to the barbarians' territory. The warbird was already waiting for them. The young man was upset. Would they not be saying goodbye to him? The young man saw Li Jian and asked what he was doing here. Lu Xincheng said not to say that he had come to put up a fight as promised. Li Yuzhan said that he wanted to apologize for everything that had happened between them in the past. He was too proud and selfish. It won't happen again now. Li Yuzhan came to say goodbye and reaffirm their promise that when they meet next time, they will have a battle. We can have a battle now. Ne Yuan said, need to accept Li Yuzhan's apology. Qian Xiang said that now they are one team. They are not allowed to fight each other. Lu Xincheng said that he didn't want to fight anyone. The young man said, doesn't Ne Yuan want to go with him? Ne Yuan said that he couldn't just walk away and leave his home. Lu Xincheng said that it was his business to propose, but he respects his choice. Lu Xincheng thought that the universe is a big place, but he believes that they will meet again. The birds soared upward and they flew away. The palace of the barbarian king. Xiao Hui thanked the young man. He had indeed done well. And it had just been reported that the people had stopped the offensive. She was just about to send a representative to sign a peace treaty. Lu Xincheng said, it's a good job. Xiao Hui said that the young man single-handedly managed to save her entire family and ended the years-long war. She is very grateful to him. Lu Xincheng and Gong Xiaohui were discussing important political affairs. Yao Changchang used to think that this guy was only slightly more talented than the others. But in reality, it turned out that even she wasn't his equal. The girl felt she had to work harder to be his equal. Xiaohui asked what the young man's future plans were. Maybe he wants to stay in the barbarian land. He could be a general. The young man said that's not a good idea. He still has some unfinished business. He thinks someone's been waiting for him. Lu Xincheng and Yao Changchang arrived at the new place. The servant bowed to his master, said to leave the rest to him. He began to perform some sort of magical manipulation. And now he decided she was ready. It was a girl. She was lying with her eyes closed. The young creature began to come to her senses. The girl woke up and stood up. Changchan asked the young man, is this his grand project, and what can she do? The girl looked like she didn't understand what was happening to her. Lu Xincheng said her name would be Wan He will be her master. Lu Xincheng looked at her and said that there was more to work on. Yao Changchang agreed with him. The young man said that this puppet is the best he can do so far. It is very strong and can learn new techniques and imitate ordinary people. The strange woman looked her straight in the eye. She asked Lu Xincheng to borrow her for a while. The young man refused. It's not even right to borrow it for a while, because it took them a long time to create it, Lu Xincheng asked, as she gave her at least one reason for which this puppet was worth borrowing. The strange woman said the puppet was like a baby now, like a clean slate. She needs to be trained in emotions, and that can be done by the one who can control those emotions best, especially since the young man wants to go to other dimensions. Then she will tell him where the water leading to the other worlds is. Everyone present became interested in other worlds. Lu Xincheng asked, even in the dimension of eternal life? The crafty woman motioned for him to step aside. She asked how the young man knew about the dimension of eternal life. Lu Xincheng said that he could tell her something about himself. The young man told her the same story that Yao Changchang had told a few days ago. She didn't believe it and asked for proof. The young man said he recognized her as a succubus, and recently he was able to create a puppet of that level using the purest flame from his own energy. Succuba asked if Yao Chun hadn't chased him that day. The guy said he chased me, even made him jump off a cliff. Only he doesn't know why it happened next. His soul moved into Lu Xincheng's body. The young man thinks this is a chance for revenge, a chance that he must surely take. But he doesn't know how to get back to his dimension. The woman said that she never thought to personally see the chosen one in such a state. But returning to the dimension of eternal life is not easy. On this continent, the woman continued, there is only one gate to another dimension, and it leads to the dimension of mountains and seas. And there is only one gate that leads to the dimension of eternal life. But this gate is under the control of Hua Mingxin. The young man said that in order him to return to his dimension, he would have to go through the dimension of the mountain of seas. The succubus replied that this was very difficult to do. The woman continued and said that Hua Mingxin betrayed her original body. She is afraid that she will come back for revenge, so she is now looking for her body. They began to discuss the terms of their deal, how to help each other. In the end, they came to an agreement. It suited them both. She promised to take her burden to the gate of the dimension of mountains and seas. The board discussed what to do next. Lu Xincheng said that they are all his most loyal associates, and are they willing to travel with him to other worlds? Yao Changchang said she'd go to the end of the world with him. She won't leave him alone again. Wu Hugu also agreed to see what it was like in other worlds. He's always willing to learn new things. Lu Xincheng told his puppet that she should now follow Hua Yunyi. Hua Yunyi said that there was no way she would have believed it was a puppet. The young man said they were leaving in 2 weeks, and now we must prepare to leave. Lu Xincheng said that he had one thing to do. He'd like to take the girl somewhere. The young men got on their warbird and flew away from everyone. The guy brought her to an unfamiliar house. She thought it was Lu Xincheng's house. The young man revealed that this was the place where he became Lu Xincheng. These people had become quite dear to him, even though he spent very little time with them. 229. The young man noticed his group of puppets running toward him. He didn't expect them to attack him. One of the puppets tried to attack him. With a motion of his fingers, he stopped her. Then he stopped everyone else. His uncles came running. His relatives recognized him and shouted the young master has returned. Did uncle ask if the young gentleman was all right? If he's hurt, they're all happy to see him. Du Xincheng said he was fine, and so they wouldn't worry, asked how they were doing. Uncle Li said that they were a little disturbed at first, but the puppets quickly put things in order, and now no one even laid a finger on them. Lu Xincheng introduced the girl to the relatives. He said her name was Yao Changchang, and he added that she was his fiancée. Uncle Li and Uncle Huang were very happy to have met Lu Xincheng's fiancée. The young man said he brought her here to formalize the marriage. The girl asked why he had not warned her about it. The young man replied that he wanted to surprise her. Lu Xincheng said that he had sent out the wedding invitation to everyone in advance, so the guests will be arriving soon. The elder received an invitation to the wedding of the young people. The Battle Buddy team also received an invitation to the wedding. Lu Xincheng cautiously asked the bride, "She hasn't changed her mind, has she?" The girl said she hadn't changed her mind, but nothing's ready for the wedding yet. The young man told his uncles to announce that there would be a wedding. The young man wanted the whole town to know about it. Everyone in town was talking about Lu Xincheng's wedding. Information about it was on every corner. Wei Wuxiven also found out about this wedding. All the people of the town came and congratulated the newlyweds. People brought them gifts. Young man, thank you all. The elder, who had arrived at the wedding by invitation, told the young man that he should take good care of her Changchang. The young man hugged the elder and said that he would definitely take care of the bride. Lu Xincheng saw another welcome guest. It was his teacher. He said that the young man had grown a lot. He was pleased to see old acquaintances from the cult here. His uncle also came to the wedding. He wasn't alone. He came to congratulate the newlyweds. Wei Wuxiang was with him. The young man invited everyone to come inside. To Wei Wuxiang, he didn't even approach Wei Wuxiang. The newlyweds stood in front of the guests. Everyone was festively dressed. The celebration was just beginning. Uncle shouted for everyone to welcome the newlyweds. The newlyweds stood holding hands. The bride was covered with a veil. The newlyweds are walking the red carpet. Lu Xincheng couldn't believe that this was real and not a dream. Since his rebirth, so many things had happened to him that he couldn't remember them all. How he first became Lu Xincheng, how the Wei family broke off the engagement, and how he joined the sect of the Sun and Moon God. How he met Yao Changche when he was hunting for the ghost vine. How he participated in the qualifiers for the trip to the Holy Hall. And then he fought with Liu Zhan and he promised each other to meet in a year. How the Holy Hall wanted to kill him, but he survived and met the White Tiger and the Ghost Vine. I joined the army, fought the barbarians. How he was captured. How he helped the Goon family overthrow the barbarian king and found a way to return to his world. In just 2 years, he had managed to advance from the 5th level of body hardening to the 7th level of the divine realm. And what it's all come to now. Now he's marrying the girl he loves. Though the young man has since reached the same level as he did in his previous life, he is pleased with his progress. The newlyweds approached the elders. Uncle Li jumped up from his seat and said that he shouldn't sit in the Lord's seat. Lu Xincheng sat him back down and said that Uncle Li had been the one who had taken care of him every day since the day his parents died. So he was the one who deserved to sit in that seat on his wedding day. The young man turned to the elder and said that Yao Changchang considered her as his mother. That means he will treat her the same way. Uncle Huan announced to welcome the newlyweds. The servant announced the first bow to heaven and earth, a second bow to the elders, third bow to each other. And now the groom carries the bride into the bedroom. Wei Wuxiang sat on the sidelines and was sad. Yao Changchang saw it all. Wei Wuxiang thought that the newlyweds fit together. They're the perfect couple, she's no match for them. The young man said that today was not an easy day. The young man said they were a real family now, so he kept his promise after all. He added that if she now wants to change her mind, the girl opened her veil. It's too late to change your mind now. Yao Changchang said she would never change her mind. The girl named Lu Xincheng as her husband. The newlyweds kissed shyly. They almost blended in with the interior. A candle was burning on the table, a candle was burning. Morning came. The dawn found the young people where it should have found them, on the marriage bed. The young man woke up. The sun was shining in his eye. The girl was sleeping soundly on his shoulder. I didn't feel like getting up. Today was a day off, and there was no hurry. He had other things to do here. Very important things. The young man closed his eyes. Then he opened them again. So this isn't a dream after all, he thought. The young man jumped up abruptly. The girl woke up and asked why he was up so early. The young man hugged his wife and thought how good it was that they were married after all, and that they would now be together forever. My wife said she was glad too. The young man said that since they were done with business here, they could go on their way. But there was one more thing to do here. His wife asked him what else he had planned. My husband said so, but not that he planned it. The husband got his wife under the covers again. Now it's their lifelong hobby. After all of this, Du Xincheng got dressed. At that time, someone knocked on the room. A servant ran in and said there was great grief. Uncle Li died last night. The newlyweds were frightened. The servant said, as usual, he went to wake him up, but he didn't wake up. There was no pulse anymore. Uncle was dead. Lu Xincheng said that Uncle Li died his death because his life force had run out. The young man said, well, he had time to at least see his wedding before he died. The young man thanked Uncle Li for taking care of him and his entire family all these years. The young man noticed that his broken cultivation from his past life had completely recovered. I guess that's what he was missing in his past life. Maybe it's the overabundance of colorful emotions. Lu Xincheng said that he would leave it to Uncle Hong to organize the funeral. The gifts from yesterday's wedding will be enough for the rest of their lives. Let them handle it. They'll be moving out. The newlyweds returned to the Gun family. The young man was asked when he was going to move out from behind this dimension. He replied that he was going to move out now, but he had one more thing to do. The young man asked Gaming to ask the other alchemists if they wanted to go with them. In another dimension, they would need at least some basis for staying. The alchemists seemed to be trustworthy. The sorceress said that a lot of people can attract unnecessary attention, and the more people, the more chances there were that some of them might betray them. Min said that alchemists don't need fame or money, they only crave for new emotions. Hua Yunyi said they could use her astrolabe then. It has a center section for them and 720 seats for the servants. The young man said that wasn't a bad idea. Let Gay Min invite everyone, but without being forced. The alchemist said he would. Hua Yunyi said that she had already prepared the teleportation circle, so we can move straight towards it. The prepared teleportation circle stood right at the edge of the forest. Gaming said that he had brought 1,550 alchemists. They all want to go to the new dimensions. They all teleported to the dimension of mountains and seas. The young man said he was on his way. Measurement of the mountains of the seas. The teleportation circle that Hua Yunyi was talking about. A squad of other dimensional travelers and alchemists, sympathetic to them, teleported to another dimension. Lu Xincheng said that they are already in place. After all, everything went well. Yao Changchang asked where they were now and what they will do next. Hua Yunyi stated that she had not been here for almost 350 years. She had no idea what could have changed here. She decided to look around and find out everything. After that, she could look for the path to the dimensions of eternal life. The young man decided that it was not necessary to go far away from the teleporter. He suggested that everyone find a safe place nearby and set up there. He, along with Chang Chan and the puppet, would go on a reconnaissance mission. Everyone else would be practicing intensely in the meantime. The young man warned everyone that they were already in another continent, so here their cultivation might be something ordinary. Therefore, one had to be careful. Hua Yunyi said she still has a map of the world here. If there hasn't been a major update, maybe this map will do. There must be a town around here somewhere. Nintai City, a trinity of travelers scouting the area. The young men entered the tavern. Lu Xincheng assumed that it was the biggest tavern in the city. One could gather a lot of information here to learn more about this world. The local youths are socializing amongst themselves, and they decided that the place has gotten very crowded lately. One of them suggested that there must be somewhere to put the people evacuated from the villages destroyed by the demonic beasts. The girl suggested that they could make a good profit if they collected materials from the demonic beasts. With their cultivation level, there wasn't much else to do. Young people are looking at ways to make more money, hunting demonic beasts. Then they decide that they can't get rich here because Nintai is a shithole, but there's treasure buried somewhere nearby. I'd like to find it. Trinity listened to all of this intently. They don't eavesdrop on other people's conversations. They were just all talking loudly. Lu Xincheng walked over to the local guys and asked if they could tell him where he could get a 5-star level task here. The young man told them that the assignment could be taken from the tavern owner. The local guys decided that all three of them didn't look like cultivators. The young man told me that 5-star assignments are extremely dangerous. Therefore, he would not advise them to engage in this business. The young man thanked everyone for their advice. The trio approached the tavern owner and asked him to give them a 5-star level assignment. Toth said they don't look very strong. Maybe they'll take something easier. Lu Xincheng said that his goal is to meet the lord of the city. In order to do so, he must complete the 5-star level task. Therefore, he only needs this task. The tavern owner decided to honor the young man's request. The young man concluded that one must kill a beast of at least level 8. Then from the lord of the city to get a treasure called Pocket Village. A young man asked what a pocket village was, some strange name, what it is in general. The tavern owner explained that the Pocket Village was a special treasure made personally by the lord of the city. These treasures cannot be attacked or defended. Only a lord of their city could make something like this. This treasure has only one purpose, and that is storage. This treasure is about the size of the palm of your hand, but inside it can hold an entire village of about 100 people. The young man was interested in this, so he could put everyone he brought with him into this dimension there. Then he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. That's what he needs. The tavern owner continued and said that their lord could even create a pocket city. He even has 2 such cities already. One city he keeps to himself. The other city he gave to Yao Qi. The tavern owner even told a little secret. It is said that the size of his city is twice the size of all of Nintai. The young man realized he had found what he needed. Now he had to get it. To do that, he had a mission to accomplish. The young man announced to the tavern owner that they were taking over this 5-star mission. The tavern owner also gave the young man a jade pendant. He explained that it was for a distress signal. Once they are in a desperate situation and can't do tasks, they should break the pendant and then come to their aid when they see them. If you see someone asking for help, you should also come to their aid. A young man asked if this is a rule that applies to everyone. The tavern master explained that the Lord hoped that there would be competition and cooperation between martial artists. The lives of martial artists are important to the Lord, and he doesn't want to lose talented people. Lu Xincheng said, "Now we understand everything." The tavern owner said he needed to register their team. In order to complete the task, you must register. The young man said to register 5 people. Hua Yunyi and the bird follows to the starting point of the task. The woman is worried about not being exposed. Lu Xincheng said that he had taken care of it and offered her a veil that could hide her aura. The young man warned that she would not be able to join them to meet with the lord of the city. Hu Yunyi said that Lu Xincheng had thought of everything. The young men arrived at the location. The map indicated a level 8 beast. It was a cheetah. The young man noted that there were many low-level demonic beasts around this cheetah. We should deal with them first. Wu Hugu said to leave it to him. Lu Xincheng suggested that the barbarian take Wan Er with him. She is a very fast learner. This is just what it takes to gain some experience. Wu Hugu and Wan Er straight from the flying bird dives on the demonic beasts. The beasts immediately try to attack the aliens. Van Er is pretty good at his assignment. Wu Hug warns the puppet to be careful. The demonic beast tries to bite the puppet. Lu Xincheng said that one cannot worry. Wan Er was created using the best materials and techniques. Such an attack wouldn't be able to harm her. Young people are at ease with their mission. Lu Xincheng said that they were finished. The first animal is in their pocket. The young man was surprised and asked what it was. It looks like some kind of signal. Perhaps someone is asking for help. The rescue team saw the demonic animal surrounding someone, who had turned out to be the youths from the tavern. They were an unprepared crew, and the young men don't give up. They try to fight off the demonic beasts. The boys saw that a rescue group may have come to them. At the same instant, there was an explosion. The demonic beasts scattered in all directions. They didn't realize what had happened. Wan Er was dealing with a huge demonic bear. The guys guessed that they were the ones they had met at the inn in the afternoon. The youth thanked the young warrior for the rescue. Lu Xincheng said he didn't expect to meet these guys in time. The young man introduced himself and said they had better get out of here fast. The guy asked to be escorted back. There are wounded among them. This young man asked that they not be denied. This level was beyond them. Lu Xincheng and Yao Changchang glanced at each other. The young man said so-and-so would help them get back. Lu Xincheng and Yao Changchang escorted the young men to the hotel. Here they said goodbye. Our heroes went to their room. Young people talk about how they have been helped. We should take this opportunity to get to know these saviors better. Maybe we can be friends with them. Someone suggested that they simply have a powerful and influential family. The young man wasn't very grateful to them for that. Most likely he was jealous of them. The girl noticed that because of today's failed mission, there was a rift brewing in their group. The guy noticed that there may have been a chasm in the relationship between them for a long time. The tavern was crowded this morning. Lu Xincheng wondered why it was so crowded today. The townspeople were discussing the morning news. They had a lot to talk about. They were talking about the 8 divine peaks. Lu Xincheng realized that the 8 divine peaks, this was the sect that the others had mentioned earlier. The young man turned to the tavern owner. He said they had accomplished their mission. Here's a level 8 demonic beast for you. The tavern owner gave them a jade token. It contains their identity. Now they must take it to the city residence. Someone will definitely meet them there. The young men came to the residence of the 8 divine peaks. They figured there were a lot of people here, but it was all local regulars. The young men seated themselves at a vacant table. Changchan thought that these people were not so friendly. The young man said that they would observe. A stranger approached our trio. He introduced himself and said that his name was Chang Ying Shao. He is known as a young master with a jade face. He is a disciple of the inner sect under the leadership of the Grand Elder of the 8 Divine Peaks. He greets the young warriors. The young warriors greeted the young master. The people at the next table giggled. Chang Ying Shao said that he admires the looks of the young ladies. He suggested the girls have a drink together because they look like celestials who come down from heaven. Lu Xincheng told Wan Er to pay attention. The young man started bragging and stated that he was at the 4th level of the Divine Sea Realm. He should be treated with respect. Chang Ying Shao decided to woo Wan Er and was glad that she was willing to give him her time. The girl rejected his advances and threw a shot glass at him. The young man was very surprised. He said he came here with good intentions. He wanted to make friends with them, and they treat him so badly. Lu Xincheng said that having good intentions to make friends is not the same as just flirting. The young man added that he doesn't want to be friends with people like him. Chang Ying Shao said that they dare not slander him. He's never had a woman abuse him to this extent before. He won't stand for it. Chang Ying Shao said that he was very dangerous in anger. What he saw really struck him. Wan Er deflected his punch very easily. How is that possible? It was not difficult for the girl to repel this insolent man's attack. Chang Ying Shao thought, how could such a small body possess such monstrous strength? Wan Er got fed up and she threw that rascal far upwards along with his weapon. When he fell, the servants came running up to him. They asked him how he was feeling. The young man stated that this little girl looks cute and sweet, but she thinks she's allowed to do everything. She needs to be taught a lesson. He shouted that he was ready to avenge his master and rushed into battle. That was his mistake. The servant was furious. He thought he was going to avenge his master. Lu Shencheng wondered what the 8 divine peaks were like. There are only a bunch of scum here. He was told that he dare not say that. They would teach him a lesson now. But Warner handled the threat easily. The attackers were surprised. They thought that this heaven-level spiritual weapon, which normally cut through iron like mud, was stopped by a bare hand. How could such a thing be possible? Warner was invincible. She grabbed the opponent's weapons and broke it into crumbs with one hand. The attacker became ill and started coughing up blood. An elder of the 8 divine peaks appeared. He thought that this girl was truly extraordinary. She was able to catch Chang Ying Shao's hammer with her bare hands and was able to break the heavenly spiritual weapon. Who are they anyway? The lord of the city and the general came over to the place. They apologized for keeping everyone waiting. Everyone greeted the general and the lord. The lord said he had heard that a new team of talents had arrived in the city. Isn't that you? The lord continued and said, only a team of 5 people defeated a rank 8 demonic beast. He must be talking about them. And a follow-up question. What is their level of development? The young man introduced himself and said his name was Lu Shencheng. He greets the city lord. He is currently at the 7th level of the Divine Sea Realm and on the 4th level of the Divine Sea Realm. The young men said it was impossible. The city lord noted that if they were all at this level, they were truly exceptional young warriors. Where did they come from here? The young man said they were from a very small sect. They live in the mountains. They don't go anywhere. All 3 of them, upon hearing this, were very surprised. The Lord said, unsurprisingly, the young man is a senior disciple of their sect. Lu Shencheng noted that they were being treated like disciples of some big sect. That's not a bad thing. The young man noted that this was their first trip down the mountain. He asked not to disclose their location. The Lord asked if he could be of any use to them. What was their purpose in visiting the city? The young man said he had one request. The Lord replied, if he meant a palm city, he would have to give them grief. He has already given one city. The other he would not give to anyone. It's an ancestral treasure it took generations to create. Lu Shencheng replied, since the city mayor refuses, he will not force him to do it. He had one more question. How to go to another world through the teleportation formation. The Lord said that it was easy to do. In the mountain and sea world, there is only one teleportation formation that leads to other worlds. It can be found in Feiyao Chi City. In order to go to other worlds, one must prepare a master seal and write a letter of recommendation. The young man thought he should get it already. Master said not to make more trouble for the sect. We shouldn't have any trouble. These young men are very strong, and they are very difficult to deal with. The Lord said they would now get down to business. He said for everyone to look at the scroll. It shows the location of a level 10 9-headed snake beast. It must be dealt with. The young man thought that this beast's actual combat power was at the 11th level. The Lord added that in addition to the 9-headed snake, there are many other level 4 demonic beasts in the area. There are somewhere around 200 of them. The difficulty is that you only need to send a very small team so that it can block these beasts. It was the team that refused because they decided they couldn't handle it. The young man asked that the spot be left to his team. The Lord said this is no longer a 5-star mission. These beasts will not pounce one at a time. They'll swarm. The young warrior said he had a way to deal with them. The Lord said the only way was if the general came to their aid. The Lord of the city began to explain how to properly hunt these beasts. He gave important advice. Another team captain showed up. He said that his team could do this task too. The Lord of the city warned everyone to be careful. The young man began to explain how to behave properly when hunting demonic beasts. The general suggested that the Lord trust these young men because they're the best help available today. There's no other plan anyway. The Lord of the city has prepared a rest room for the young men. Here they can rest before the battle. Lu Shencheng said that he wanted to practice a little tonight. Chang Chan can hang out with Wang Er. They'll meet later. The young man settled himself on the bed and began to ponder. His current level of development is at the 7th level of the divine realm. He could now begin to develop the 8th divine technique of thunder and lightning. The young man began to meditate and practice. He was doing well, but he closed his eyes and began to imagine. A small white snake appeared in the palm of his hand. There were more and more of these snakes. The young man opened his eyes abruptly. There was some sound outside the window. The young man looked outside. Was it a way to lure a snake out of a hole or a tiger out of a mountain? Who could it be, the young man thought, who invites him to come to his house late at night? Lu Shencheng walked through the night city. He saw some young men who were resting. His attention was caught by a couple. The young man looked at the man and thought he was from a rival team. The young man told the man that this guy didn't possess a high level of development, but he was able to kill an 8th level beast. There must be extraordinary treasures hidden in its body. There's also a pretty girl walking around with them. The man said to have Lu Xincheng captured for him. The attackers wondered why this young man wasn't running away. Lu Xincheng said he had no intention of running away. Now he's going to show everyone what he can do. The guy decided to use his fighting techniques. The villain with the sword decided to attack him. Our hero threw him off in one motion. The villains decided to attack him all together. Du Xincheng decided that the striker preferred a group fight. He decided to return the favor and activated his puppets.